you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And cry out loud, baby, the future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever time it is in your time zone. It is Saturday, October 12th of 2024. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. I feel like my mic's a little bit hot today. Anybody else feel that? We are live and alive, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of a ghost in a half shell. In this late stage, hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. How are you doing, chat? I probably should have had music underneath me for that, but you live and you learn. And I'm getting used to this new setup. It's taking me a while, but oh yeah, I gotta check and see. I feel like my mic gain is just like... Probably because it's... Alright, testing 1 2 1 2. That seems better, right? I'm not blowing out anybody's eardrums here. My hair's extra curly today. What's up with this? I really need to get it cut. And I want to actually get some highlights, too. Music is overrated, says Mozart. But you know what's not overrated? I know you think I'm going to say the top of the hour ad break, but why would I say that? The top of the hour ad break is bad. It's not a good thing. It's not like a happy thing. I know, like, people are always anticipating me saying it, but it's you know, it's a tragedy. It's like having to watch the lemmings fall off the cliff every hour on the hour for 3 minutes at a time. They don't get to see anything. They see nothing. They don't know what's going on in the stream. I could call out to them and it would be to no avail, right? You just miss 3 minutes. Unless you can figure out a way to get yourself a sub for free using Prime. Unless you can afford the $6 or whatever it is they charge now. I think it's more if you're on an iPhone. It feels like the iPhone store takes $1 out of you anytime you sign up for something like that. And then there's also the possibility of being gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen. But it's more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. But don't worry. You don't have to worry about that thing for another 40 minutes. Yeah, 40 minutes. That's what we're doing today. We've got some cool stuff for you today. A lot of it's about Elon. Some of it is also odds and ends. There's like a number of odds and several ends that I have not cleared up quite yet. And let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Trump on Andrew Schultz. That's supposed to be funny. Unfortunately, it's an hour and 28 minutes. And I don't know where the funny is. And I don't want to miss the funny. We already did Obama donkey on Trump. We already did Mohammed Hijab versus the Dersh. Oh yeah, JD Vance made a startling admission, or not so startling if you've been keeping up to date. It's just like he's doing more denial. But he's trying to do the election denial without, and trying to make it seem normal. And it's like, you can't do those two things. You can do one of two things. One thing is claim a conspiracy that the election was not real in 2020, or two, seem normal. You can't do both at the same time. And JD Vance is trying to have his cake and eat it too. So we got that going on, as well as Elon Musk unveiling new products to make life so much better for all of us. That's, oh, I'm sorry, I read that wrong, chat. Unveiling bullshit prototypes of products that very likely will not be ready for market in time for their date. And also, there's no way, he's overpromising. Yeah, and he's done it to the point where his investors, his stockholders, this is not lost on them. And many of them have decided to part ways with the Tesla stock, causing it to crash off a cliff. Speaking of which, do you like my thumbnails, chat? My thumbnails. So, like, I never tell you, like, which ones are mine and which ones are a creation of Vamps. Vamps actually did help me out with this one. But this is mainly mine. And I'm proud of it. I'm so proud of it. Look at this. Amazing, right? But no, the only thing I couldn't get was to get the robot to give a thumbs up. So that's, that robot is Vamps' work. And cutting out Elon. Because there's no way it would be anywhere close to as clean if I had done the cutout of Elon myself. You don't even know what thumbnails are? They're those things that you click on. You click on the thumbnail. That's why it's a thumbnail, because you're like on your phone and you're like, click with your thumb. Thumb, thumb, thumb. Thumb, thumb, the thumbnails. Thumb, 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 thumb. You thumb the thumbnails. Teamwork makes the dream work. But yeah, I don't know. I just had a vision. What can I say? What can I say? Now we wonder, will President Sunday try to steal this thumbnail? Because he has become a thumbnail thief, right? A lot of people don't know this, and I wasn't going to tell anybody, but there's a whole backstory to President Sunday that I don't think a lot of people are aware of. The man's got baggage. The man's got a past. And before he was a president of anything, he was a pirate. They called him Captain Domingo. Or would it be Capitan? Yeah, I think it's Capitan Domingo. He was Capitan Domingo. He's a pirate. Sunday's got a checkered past, right? I wasn't going to talk about it, but yeah, I mean, I guess if the guy's going to steal my thumbnails just because I stole the concept from his thumbnail, just because I stole his thunder, just because I stole his riz, just because I mogged on President Sunday, he thinks he gets to steal my thumbnails. And that one wasn't even an Irene thumbnail, right? That was a Vamps thumbnail. You can tell because it's actually good. Yeah, Captain Domingo. Zero thumb game? I mean, I've heard that President Thumb Day? President Thumb Day! Oh my god, chat. No, it's gonna sound like I'm calling him a thumb. It's gonna sound like I'm body shaming. And I'm not trying to do that. We're not here to body shame President Thumb Day. Oops, I did it again. I'm not trying to say this. I'm not like this. I'm not like your normal commentary channel, chat. We're conscious commentary. It's different. It's not the same thing. It's conscious. The commentary itself is conscious. I hate late dates. Wait, what's a late date? Yeah, those things. Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know. It's like one of those things that you see all the time, but you don't necessarily have a name for. There's many such things. Many such things. Speaking of many such things, I thought that maybe I might be unveiling a new video game today. I'd gotten spoiled by Atlas Gaming, who have been putting all of their flagship stuff on the Xbox Game Pass, which is the only gaming thing that I have. I don't pay for games other than the... I mean, I guess I really do pay for games. Like, it's a monthly fee. I pay to be able to play mini games. Many games. And I thought one among them would be Metaphor Refantasio, the new Atlas property. Unfortunately, though, that one's just not there. It's not... They didn't put it on the Game Pass. They did not put it on the Game Pass. It's sad. So yeah, I guess no Metaphor Refantasio, right? It's $69.99. Oh, Mozart says, be right back. Hey, me too. Me too. I'll be right back. Will that show's opening run a little longer? How does that sound? Oh my gosh, chat. I'm already staining my mug with coffee and lipstick. It's gross. I'm not trying to be gross. I'm just trying to cover Elon and oh my god. Elon, Trump. I feel like there's other stuff. Wait, don't I have other stuff? You know, if I don't have other stuff, maybe this should be a video game night.
Who do you think tried to take...
Mute. We should just watch old President Sunday videos. I mean, Captain Domingo. I know Sunday thinks that that stuff is, like, lost to time. But nothing is really truly forgotten on the internet. Oh god, the other stuff that I haven't really broached yet. One in chat. Yeah, We Robot is what Elon's unveiling of his new products is called. One in chat, if you've are you familiar with a channel called Andy Pants Gaming? Anybody know Andy Pants? I gotta be real, I don't understand why Donald Trump is... Like, he's doing an inordinate amount of rallies in states that he will not win. And I'm not sure why.
That's a lot of fake news.
That's a lot of fake news. Oh my god, this sounds good, chat. Should we jump right into this? I guess that's a lot of fake news. Oh my god, there he is. There he is. There he is. Oh no, look at that. This is POV. You're a journalist at the Trump rally.
We need borders, great borders. We had one. We can have it again very quickly. 2016, I fixed it so fast and so good. The difference was this is
Can you even hear him? He's so quiet.
And in 2016, I said that's going to be the most important election. I meant it. Nobody knew they could.
We do have a lot to get through even without this shit. Never let them know your next move. I mean, that's what Trump taught me. I don't think even he knows his next move. But yeah, we've got the donut goal open. We've got the poll open. You can go ahead and vote for your favorite content. Today we've got cat videos. Naomi Klein on Bad Hasbro. Bill Nye versus MTG. That's new. Classic Michael Brooks versus Israeli TV. And of course, the very real possibility of Fallout New Vegas. It almost feels like a Fallout New Vegas type night. You're back, Soul Life, just in time. Tempotronica says hi back. Okay, I think we're just about ready to get started here. Looks like Bill Nye versus Marjorie Taylor Greene is winning. We got a tie for second place. Cute Cats and Classic Michael Brooks versus Israeli TV. And Natalie? Wow. Naomi Klein versus Bad Hasbro in fourth position. And, you know, probably whatever gets fourth position tonight might just leave the realm, might just leave consideration. Overpriced chicken fajitas? Wait, what? Stochastic terror from the podium. That really is what I've always thought. Now, I know that the whole thing is that if you say that it's stochastic terror, then they'll, like, laugh at you. No, he's just pointing out the fake news. It's totally normal. But it is kind of like a pattern, right? Have you ever seen when JD Vance gets questions, right? Because he gets tore up. JD Vance gets torn up on the regular. In fact, we might see some of that today. I don't know if we can do it, though. There's an interview between him and the New York Times. And something about the fact that it's the New York Times. Do you know what I'm saying, chat? It's got me spooked. I've gotten in trouble just watching Jubilee videos. And Jesse Gender's got a video out today about how... Wait. I need to do this right. Jesse Gender's new video is about how YouTube crushes its creators. And in particular with things like the copyright system and how it gets abused by larger channels, particularly channels like the Daily Wire that actually pay YouTube for advertising. There may be a conflict of interest there. There may be a slight conflict of interest. Does this work? It works now. Good, good. There we go. We got that. Something like that. Their Chili's is got ridiculous prices. Now you have to see my objectively funny comment. Oh, that one. I was told you wouldn't fact check me. Norma says meow. No one in the universe has failed upward as spectacularly as Elon, except for Trump, maybe. Yeah, there is a parallel there. And they both do operate in the same modality. They are very successful con men, to the point where... like, people that they're conning aren't aware that they're being conned. Cute cats, let's go, right? Oh, I almost forgot. I've got to press a button, don't I? Oh yeah, the other thing I need to do is, I always forget to link the regular stream and Twitch. On the shorts. Let me just steal a link right here and feed that into... All right, I think we're ready to go. They scammed the American... Oh god, that's the worst thing about Elon. Right, and... Wait, what's going on? Why can I see some of your comments but not others? Oh my gosh. Oh, it's because I'm in top chat. Speaking of failing upwards, right? There we go. That's what I was trying to grab. PB, I couldn't show your chat because I was in top chat, and top chat is not top at all. It should be like infernal chat. It's the worst. You just like randomly don't see people's chats. And I could tell it was there because it was popping up in my OBS browser. Prices have gone up for takeout. Yeah, like it's hard to get food. That's why I am always eating lentils and rice and potatoes. I had potatoes today. That's kind of an extravagance for me. When I get to eat potatoes instead of rice, sometimes potatoes are on sale. And they're close to the same, you know, price as the rice. Not used to eating takeout from franchises? Alright, I feel like we should get going with this Trump tent. We gotta press this. I gotta press that. Sorry that I don't have like a fancy like intro where like I talk to a chat for a long time, but it feels like chat doesn't have a lot to say today, and neither do I. So maybe it's just better, since we've got so much Trump tent and some Elon tent to get through today. Maybe it's just better that we get started. What say you? What say you, chat? We should get started, shall we? Remember, if you haven't voted yet, we've got a poll going on the full scale, on the full screen stream, right? You can click on that if you're watching me in Shorts, and you can go ahead and you can come over and vote if you want, right? I've only got the poll running on one screen, or on one stream for simplicity. This goes for you too, Twitch. You can come over and vote if you want. Right now, what is winning? Bill Nye the Science Guy, which is like objectively the best thing that can happen in class, is that the teacher brings in a DVD of Bill Nye the Science Guy. That's objectively the best case scenario for any school day. But yeah, Bill Nye the Science Guy versus Marjorie Taylor Greene, that's winning. Classic Michael Brooks and cute cat videos are in second place. Naomi Klein on Bad Hasbro is in third place. Remember, you can also affect these results when you donate by letting me know in chat which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content. I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. We're at 0% on our dono goal right now. If we get to 100% by the end of the stream, we will get bonus content. And right now it kind of looks like it might be Bill Nye, but that's affected by your vote. So make sure to vote if you haven't. Remember, it's the full scale stream, right? You can click on that from Shorts chat. I think I put it in the pinned comments, or you can come over from Twitch as well. Make your voice heard, make your vote known, and also like the stream while you're at it as well. When you donate, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, whether you're getting yourself a membership or gifting memberships to other people, if you're signing up for Patreon or donating on Throne or on Twitch, you're getting yourself a free sub to get out of that ad break, which is coming up here. Oh no, chat, we're dropping frames. What's going on? It's coming up here in another 15 minutes. We're going to have an ad break on Twitch. You can get out of that ad break for free or for $6, or possibly by being gifted a sub. Remember, if you are one of those people gifting the subs, you can also let me know where to put that donation, and you know, whatever form it takes, I will put your money where your mouth is. I will add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and you will actually help that topic win. You will actually add percentages to the final. Oh, look at that. Classic Michael Brooks coming out of nowhere. Yo, Michael Brooks now in second place with 30% to 32 for Bill Nye, 24. It's a very close match. So make sure to vote if you haven't already. And let me know when you donate which of these topics you want your donation to be put towards, and I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is. And we got to get started on the Trump stuff. We haven't officially had World War III yet. What do you mean officially? Are you a robot? I'm trying. I mean, I'm trying to be human. I want to be human just like you. Right? I just have to, I just have to gather enough data so I can be human. All right, let's see what Trump's up to here. Pressing my magic button so that we can get going. What graphics would World War III have? I think 16-bit. Did World War III get put on the back burner? Ask Netanyahu. Oh God, see, this is what's got people kind of worried, actually. Right, so I think what chat's talking about is the fact that Israel has been attacking Lebanon, and Iran hit back with some missiles, and Israel has not responded, has not retaliated yet. And some people are worried that, like, some people are like, okay, well, maybe they will chill the fuck out and we don't have to have World War III right now. And then other people are like, no, they're getting the nukes ready. I don't know, chat. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. But what I can tell you is that, oh, Michael Brooks versus Israeli TV has just taken the lead. Bill Nye the Science Guy in second place, Cute Cat Videos in third place. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. Also know that when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, and you can get an extra vote. When you donate, you get like percentage, whatever your donation is, it gets added as a percentage to the topic of your choice. Or you could even add it to Vox Populi if what you want is for the poll to determine the outcome. If you're really big about stopping the steal and making sure that the vote is sacrosanct, you can always choose Vox Populi, and that will actually take away points from other people's donos. So you maintain the sacredness of the vote that way. That's a possibility as well as Fallout New Vegas. It's also on there, I should point out. Okay, so yeah, there we go. It's time for Trump. Oh no, wait, do I have the rights to this music? Possibly not. Let's see what we got going on here. And we'll see how long I stream for, too.
Do a thing like they've done.
Oh my God. Trump, you're so quiet.
Great numbers, great everything. All they had to do was leave it alone. He could have gone to the.
I hate this. You know what this means?
He has one great thing, though. He has got an ability that I don't have. He can put down one of those 16-ounce little things that are made out of light aluminum. They're meant for old people and children to lift. He can't lift it, so a child is always with him. And he sleeps. The guy can fall asleep instantly with the press watching. Who the hell wants?
Is that better?
These people watching? And he's out cold. You see the dribble coming down the side of his cheek. What do you think? What do you think President Xi of China? He's a fierce person. I know him very well. He's a fierce man. What do you think?
This guy's the weirdest fucker in the world. Oh my gosh, President Xi, if he sees Biden asleep, he'll be like, aha, it's time to attack. Because that's how war between two near-peer military powers work, right? One of the powers just catches the other one sleeping. And then he's like, it's time to fire the rockets. Fire the rockets. They'll never see it coming. Oh no. Oh no. We couldn't get the military ready to respond because Biden was sleeping. We hadn't made any sort of provision for that. Damn.
He's thinking, oh, this is great. But he's actually better than Kamala because, believe it or not, he's actually a more intelligent person. Can you believe it? Did you ever think I'd be...
Because I base my assessment on other people of my perceived antagonism to them, and since she's running against me, I've got it behooves me to say that that he's better than Kamala, right? I got to say that she's the worst, and if they switch again, then Biden will be the worst. If they bring in Hillary, then Hillary's the worst. If Bernie Sanders parachutes in and starts running, then it's crazy Bernie time. It's just whoever the fuck is you're running against, whoever's in your way, that's the worst.
Biden is more intelligent than someone. Kamala's mass migrant invasion is also placing crippling burden.
I hate this audio, by the way.
Jobs, resources, and opportunity from African American and Hispanic American.
African Americans, folks, like Elon Musk, my favorite African American.
These people coming in are taking the jobs of.
And they're eating the cats.
Had it a long time. Their unemployment rate is through the roof. When you hear the numbers, and also Hispanic American at a little bit less clip, they're replacing people that have
They're replacing, it's like the body snatchers.
in these jobs for a long time, doing a good job, not bothering anybody. They're living out their lives and they're being fired. And people that
They're being fired. I'm sorry, we're gonna fire you and replace you with an illegal immigrant who's actually Hannibal Lecter.
and we don't even know who the people are. They have no way of knowing. A few years ago, one study found that 1 in 4 students in LA County schools was from an illegal immigrant.
They're replacing the students too. They'll pull your ass out of class and be like, I'm sorry, you got to get the fuck out of school. We have an illegal immigrant here to replace you as a student. They're gonna, here, give them your name tag too. They're gonna take your name. They're gonna take your identity. They're just gonna replace you.
Household. And after 4 years of Kamala Harris, the number is now a much higher number than that. Think of that. They come in by the thousands a day, thousands and thousands, all over the country. And you've heard the expression, every state is now a border state. They fly them over. That's the one thing nobody knew. It even took me a little while to figure that one out. We wondered, what were all those airplanes doing flying into our country? That's how we found them. We had like hundreds of planes flying over the border. They say, we're going to make the border tougher. How about she said, oh, we had a good border bill, but Trump talked Congress out of it. I didn't talk anybody out. The bill was defective. It was terrible. Millions of people would have come in and would have been made citizens, but that's not the point. The point is, they slowed it.
Okay, no. He's a fucking liar. He supported that bill. He's trying to retcon. He thinks you're dumb. And some of you might be dumb. Some of you coming into YouTube Shorts right now, you might not be very smart. Because if you believe him, that he's somehow against this bill that he supported until he got wind that the bill would be signed into law by Joe Biden and be passed through the Senate, right? It might, in other words, it might actually pass. They wanted to pass the Bennett bill through the Congress so that the Senate or Biden would say no to it. And if it was the Senate, they could be like, all these Democrats, they're against doing something. They're against stopping the immigration. They're against stopping the madness at the border, right? Or if Biden vetoes it, Biden, like that's what it was for. And then as soon as Biden was like, no, I'll sign that bill, Jack, right? Trump calls up Congress and he's like, vote against it, vote against it. Oh, the thing that you were telling me to vote for? Yeah, that thing. Vote against it now, right? He's so full of shit. He's so full of shit.
So the numbers looked a little bit better, not much. But what they didn't do is stop airplanes from pouring in with thousands of people. Hundreds of thousands of people a year are flown into the middle of our country. In other words, they're sick, and that's what they want. That's their policy. They were trying to convince us, yes. All of a sudden, she said, yes, we can do. For 3.5 years, think of this. She was saying the other day, yes, oh, yes, we want to have a border. All of the first time she ever said it, she almost threw up when she said it. But the numbers were looking very bad for her, the poll numbers. She was getting trounced. And then all of a sudden she said, no, we'd like to have a wall. We'd love to have a wall. Remember me? I said wall.
But you were in support of that bill until that moment. Now he's putting it on Kamala. He's rewriting history to make it like Kamala was the president. Somehow Kamala was in charge, and it was like, her choice. But no, this is a Biden initiative, essentially. Like Biden communicated with the Republican House that they would sign that bill. As soon as that happened, Trump said, do not pass that. Do not let that get to the Senate. Because before, he wanted to force the Senate to vote on it, right? When he thought that the Democrats in the Senate would vote against it, he wanted to force Biden to have to veto it so he could use that and say, look at this, Biden is against this bill. Then Biden changes his mind. Totally craven on Biden's part, by the way, too, right? Don't get me wrong. Like, Biden's a complete scumbag for caving to Trump on immigration, but that's what happened. That was the bill that the Republicans wanted. And they wanted it until they knew it would pass. Because you know what? The one thing that Trump wants, the one real thing that Trump actually wants is power. That's the end all be all. That's what he's concerned about, right? He wants to win the election. But yeah, it's a sign that both sides are fucked up. and corrupt, right? The fact that the Democrats will cave on an issue like that, the fact that the Republicans will not take the W because they think that they can use the issue if they don't pass the bill. They don't want any sort of implication that their supposed crisis has been solved because, you know, the Democrats gave them everything they want. So in other words, it's not about the bill, it's not about the policy. It's about getting this guy out of having to face the music of justice, having to go to court for the crimes that he's been accused of and possibly be sentenced, right? That's what it's about. If he gets into the White House again, then the only way that he can face any sort of penalty is through an impeachment, is through the votes of like 2/3 of the of more than half of the House of Representatives and 2/3 of the Senate, which in other words is never going to happen, right? This is or he's been impeached, but he's never been removed from office, right? And that would be the only way for him to actually be subject to justice, right? So yeah, I mean, this is what he's doing. This is why he needs it. And this is why policy doesn't matter to you. Even the policy that you most directly connect with Donald Trump, which is the draconian border policy, the anti-immigrant demagoguing, is not actually something that he wants.
And Mexico did pay for it. You know, they gave us thousands and thousands of soldiers. They paid more, remember, because there was no vehicle for that. I just want to set the record straight because I do everything. We got thousands of Mexicans patrolling our border, free of charge. I said to the head of Mexico, the president, a very good guy, he's a socialist, but these are minor details.
He's talking about AMLO, I think. So AMLO was indeed the president of Mexico when he was president. He's not currently the president. That would be, I believe her name is Scheinbaum.
I said to him, President, you have to give us 28,000 soldiers to patrol our border. Oh, Donald, I will not do that. Of course I won't. No, you will do that. I promise you, you will. No, I will not. Yes, you will. He goes, no way. And I said, way.
He's literally acting out, bullying around like neighboring countries, right?
And then I said, you know, he's a good guy. He's a friend of mine. He just left office. He's good. Good guy. But
he's a socialist, though.
You know, why would he do that? He would do that only if we had leverage. And we do have leverage because we're the pot of gold. We won't be the pot of gold for long.
Okay, so here's the deal. You have leverage because you are a bigger, more powerful country, right? Now, you may be in a friend group where the rest of your friends are smaller than you, and you're bigger and more powerful. And that means, chat, that you've got leverage on those friends of yours, right? If they want to go and if they all want to go get tacos and you want to go and get pizza, right? You could twist their arms and be like, we're going to get the pizza. But would they be your friends then? Like, if that's how you operated in your friends group, you might not be somebody that people want to hang around with. You might not be somebody that people want to support when times get tough for you, right? So that's the whole thing. Yes, you can strong arm smaller countries. Congratulations. Congratulations. If there's a baby with candy, with a lollipop, you know, they're about to eat it, you can take the lollipop away from the baby because you're bigger and stronger than the baby. But if you're the kind of person that does that, you're not going to have a lot of friends. And it turns out, when it comes to international relations, friends are pretty fucking important.
We have idiots like we're talking about coming in and running things. We won't be a pot of gold for long, let me tell you. But he said to me, no, we won't do that.
I'm sorry, a pot of gold? Is bro talking about the Leprechaun movies? And one in chat if you've seen these movies. The creepy Leprechaun. You know what I'm talking about? They're movies, I don't know if they're from like the 80s or 90s, but they're like old movies with a creepy leprechaun that like is super evil. And also kind of horny. Anybody know about the Leprechaun movies? some people know. His non-existent conversations are the best. Yeah, they are good. I shouldn't slow his roll. Let's move forward. I just like, I mean, I don't know, when he says pot of gold, chat, is Trump a leprechaun? I gotta ask you, right? That explains a lot. If Trump is a leprechaun, we should be finding his pot of gold. We should be stealing his Lucky Charms, yeah?
I don't want to be talking to you. You're my friend. I don't want to embarrass you with a negotiator.
He could be a leprechaun. Wait, don't leprechauns kind of have orange faces and their faces are like oversized for their body? He's just a really big leprechaun. He's an overgrown leprechaun. And somebody needs to get his pot of gold.
Guy, come and see me. So they came in. What is... That's nice. That's...
Looks like somebody in my chat believes in leprechauns. Wait, why is this not working? Oh god, I gotta feed the... I'm trying to show people's chats here. Sorry, I thought I had this. God damn it, I'm sorry, chat. I just want to be able to see, Waltz is definitely a creepy You think Waltz is a leprechaun? What about Vance? No, I think Trump is the leprechaun. We don't need friends, we need a good president. Spoken like a true psychopath. Wow. Wow, he really has infected you, hasn't he? Wasn't Jennifer Aniston in, was it Jennifer? It was somebody from Friends. I can't. Oh my god, chat. I'm just gonna let it go.
Thank you. Thank you. What a friendly group this is. I thought there was a little riot over there. Thank you. That's very good. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, everybody. That's very nice. Thank you over there. I can't even see them. It's so far away. Thank you very much. They probably can't hear us, so they might as well get into the...
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. So like I can't find the comment anymore, but somebody's like posting to the effect that
This is crowded. But just to finish the story, so I said, the guy comes in wearing the most beautiful suit I've ever seen. In fact, I wanted to say, who's your tailor, but it wouldn't be a good negotiation.
Oh yeah. So sorry, yeah, on fairy tales, right? On people who believe fairy tales, right? If you think that Trump strong-armed Putin into not invading Ukraine while he was president, you believe in fairy tales. You not only believe in fairy tales, right? But you could easily be tricked if your parents took you to the woods and left you there. You would be like, oh shit, we just got to follow the trail of breadcrumbs back, right? You know, if a witch was like, come in my house and eat the gingerbread, you'd be like, hell yeah, I'll eat the gingerbread. And you would get cooked up by that witch, right? If the big bad wolf knocked on your door, you would let him come in. You'd be like, oh yeah, that's totally mom coming home, right? Mom's got the tendies. No, it's the wolf. And he's going to eat you. All right. That's because you're a sucker. You're an absolute sucker. You are a mark for a con man like this. If you believe that it's like Donald Trump's imperceivable strength, his ki? Is he a DBZ Super Saiyan? Did he make his ki flare up, and Putin was like, whoa, 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 buddy. I guess I won't invade Ukraine after all. Hamas was about to do October 7th, and then they were like, oh, wait a minute, we better not. Because first of all, it's not October 7th yet. And second of all, Donald Trump's there, and he'll blast us with his Kamehameha. What the fuck kind of bullshit do you believe? You buy this guy's lies. He just straight up lies to you. He offers you nothing, and you believe him. You're like, oh yeah, because he's strong. And Biden sleeps on the beach, and he's got the drool running down his leg. And so Putin will invade when Biden has the drool, because the U.S. troops don't have as much effect. The U.S. nuclear missiles don't work as well when there's a drooling Biden on the beach. That shit doesn't operate independently of the fucking octogenarian president in the White House. That's what you think. I swear to God, I could tell you fairy tales and you would believe this shit. I could sell you magic beans and you would trade in your cow for them. You are literally the archetype of the fool. Wow.
Guy walks in to talk about soldiers on the border. I say, who's your tailor? This didn't work. So he walks in, handsome guy, beautifully tailored. And I said, no, we want you to give us 28,000 soldiers for our border free of charge. And he laughs at me.
Oh, he's weaving again. Remember the weave chat?
Very good. 25 years she's worked on Mexico. She said, sir, they'll never do that. I said, yes, they will, 100%. He said, no. I said, yes. He said, no. I said, yes.
You remember the weave?
I said, here's what I'm doing. I'm signing an order. Every frickin' car that you sell into the United States is going to have a 50% tariff.
All right, so for those of you who aren't familiar with Trump's moves, this is one of his moves. He calls it the weave.
Dwight Eisenhower.
Now, we're going to watch this later. I think this is on Flagrant podcast. We're going to watch Flagrant podcast, Trump on Flagrant podcast right after this, so stick around. But this is an example of him doing the weave, and then I'll show you what he says about the weave.
Was sort of a moderate, General Eisenhower.
Wait, no, let me show you what he says first. Can we find the... Oh, yes, it's so good. It's so good.
He's so genius. Then others would say, oh, he rambled. I don't ramble. What you do is you weave things and you do it. You need an...
Oh, he's talking about the weave. Okay, that's on Flagrant. Wait, we're looking for something. Oh, here it is.
I thought this was going to be a long answer. Long, beautiful. The weave. I thought you'd do a weave like Trump does. You know.
You do the weave.
And then always come back into what you're doing. You need a great memory for that. She doesn't have that.
He's doing the weave. He's got a great memory for that.
To the debate with her. But what happened, so with Afghanistan, you know, I do the weave. You know what the weave is? I'll talk about...
I do the weave.
9 different things.
I talk about all these different things. And none of it makes any sense. But no, trust me, I'm really smart. YouTube Shorts chat knows I'm really smart. Yeah?
English professors, they say, it's the most brilliant thing I've ever seen.
All the English professors, they're like, holy shit. I thought The Fairy Queen was good. I thought The Canterbury Tales was great. I thought Beowulf was an epic poem. I thought The Odyssey was sick as shit. But no, the weave. The weave. This guy does the weave. Let's throw away all of our classic texts and study Trump's speeches. Because he does the weave. He's a genius. Oh my God.
But the fake news, you know what they say? He rambled. That's not rambling. When you have...
This is what happens when you challenge a narcissist, right? When you're like, you are fucking rambling. He's like, oh no, it's not rambling. It's brilliant. I do the weave. I do the weave. It's okay. I do the weave.
Do is you get off a subject to...
This is what you look like when you've been born with a silver spoon up your ass. You've lived your entire life with that silver spoon up there.
Mention another little tidbit, then you get back onto the subject. And you go through this and you do it.
He's just never been told no in his entire life. Like, this is the kind of broken human being that MAGA wants to foist on the rest of us. This sick fuck. This self-obsessed narcissist, right? This is their idea of a smart guy. And it is indeed a guy who thinks he's very smart. But it kind of makes him less intelligent that not only is he not a smart guy, not even close to a smart guy, he's the opposite of a smart guy. And yet he thinks himself I mean, there we go. Fool Arcana once again.
For 2 hours, and you don't even mispronounce one word. And they say he had 100,000 people. You know, in New Jersey, we had 107,000 people. They never like to report it, so I say it. But
All right, so that's the weave.
it was sort of a moderate, General Eisenhower.
Here's another example.
They had 8% generals, president of the United States. 8% were generals, 92% were politicians. And then you had Trump. See, that's a weave. You know, we go off at just
I
for a
like
second.
that. Because now I'm like, where are we weaving to? I'm into this.
No, think of it, because we're talking about generals, and then you get back onto the general.
There you
Because
go.
what I was going to say is that Eisenhower
I like the
is a
play-by-play
moderate.
for the weave.
No, it's good, though. Isn't it great? We go into it. We mention Eisenhower, and then I say he was a general, 8% generals, 92%, and now you go back.
All right, so there's another example. You're starting to recognize it now, right?
That was the first I realized. I said, who the hell did that? I saw engines about 3-4 years ago. These things were coming, cylinders, no wings, no nothing. And they're coming down very slowly, landing on a raft in the middle of the ocean someplace.
Oh, I think he's talking about SpaceX.
Reminded me of the Biden circles that he used to have, right? He'd have 8 circles and he
I thought you were talking about SpaceX. Now we're talking about Biden
couldn't fill them up.
circles. What are Biden circles?
But then I heard he beat us with the popular vote. I don't know.
Dementia.
Couldn't fill up.
You and Biden do have something very much in common, and it's the fact that neither of you are competent to run for, let alone execute the office of president at this point. Both of you need to go to the politics retirement home where we put you in a matrix which simulates what it would be like if you served another 4 years or 40 years or however many years you think you're capable of, and you're just kind of sectioned off from the rest of reality in some kind of a matrix, right? You're experiencing this, but meanwhile you're in a vat of, you're in a bubbling vat of liquid, like Evangelion, and you're just plugged into the matrix, and you think that you're living your life, but you're not. You're locked away safe from everybody else. Biden's right next to you.
8 circles. I always loved those circles. They were so beautiful. They were so beautiful
I
to look at.
really don't know what he means by the circles.
The person that did them, that was the best thing about the level of that circle was great.
The level of the circle is great.
But they couldn't get people, so they used to have the press
What?
circles because they couldn't
What is he talking about?
get the people.
You fuckers want to put this guy in the White House again? That's elder abuse. That's elder abuse. You can't fucking do that. He needs to be in a home.
Then I heard we lost. Oh, we lost. No, we're never going to let that happen again. But we've been abused by other countries.
We're all being abused, having to fucking put up with this babbling, incoherent, octogenarian shithead. Okay, Morning Joe, I don't care. It's like my least favorite show right there. Trump's here. Okay, so anyway, you got the idea of what the weave is.
They just cut them up so that instead of 4 sentences that are perfect, it's 1 sentence that proceeds back, and all of a sudden, I used to say to
It's rhizomatic, okay? This is our first Guattarian president, right? He's applying the principles that you'll read about in 1,000 Plateaus by Deleuze and Guattari, right? It's rhizomatic. You wouldn't understand. He's the true schizoid president.
why did you cut the hell out of my paragraph? You know, I do the weave, right?
He does the weave. Leave him alone. Let him do the weave. He's got to do the weave.
And always end up in the right location. But I said, why did you do that, 60 Minutes? My answer is they just cut.
Anyway, let's go back. See what the...
And every piece of merchandise you sell into the United States starting on Monday morning.
Now, does that go for his merchandise? Because if you haven't noticed, this guy is selling a lot of merch lately. I think it may be something to do with his legal bills or the fact that he has always exaggerated his wealth. But he's selling a number of products. The Trump Bible, the Trump watch. He's got a number of products for sale. There's even a Trump, it's some kind of Trump crypto. There's Trump NFTs and Trump giant baseball cards that are overpriced for boomers who don't understand the concept of NFTs.
This was a Friday evening. We'll have a tariff of 25 to 50%, and we'll make a tremendous profit over and above the cost to you. He said, "May I have a minute, sir, and call somebody?" I said, "You're going to call the president, right?" "Yes, I am." Came back. I said, "Do me a favor. I'm very late. You know, they're trying to."
He does the weave.
These sleazebags. I've been under investigation more than Alphonse Capone. Think of it.
Did he say Alphonse? Oh my gosh! Excuse me.
Nobody. So what happened?
We got to rewind that. Did he say Alphonse Capone?
I've been under investigation more than Alphonse Capone. Think.
Is that Al Capone's full name? Is he some kind of Al Capone scholar? Maybe, like, I want to say that he's just, it's dementia, but maybe he's really into Capone, right? He's into the late, great Hannibal Lecter. Al Capone, as a historical figure, is also in some movies. Maybe this is a real thing. I got to look it up.
Considered me to be a great president.
Alphonse Capone, okay.
So what happens is this. So he comes back 2 minutes later. "Sir, I'd like to report that it would be our honor to give you thousands."
Okay, it is. It's Alphonse.
"We would love to give them to you free of charge, sir." I said, "Thank you very much."
It's Alphonse Gabe Capone.
"Thank you very much." So we gave, Mexico was a big contributor. I just wanted to set the record straight, you know. Remember when I said if they don't give, we're going to build the wall 10 feet higher? I was going to do that too. The massive costs of illegal immigration are now being experienced by communities all across the country and are destroying your children's education, their safety, and indeed their lives. Your children are in danger. They can't go to school with these people. These people are from a different planet.
See, here's what happens. You send your kid to school, and then the illegal immigrant performs a sex change operation on your kid. You send a boy to school, you know, a girl comes back, right? It's very confusing. So that's why we can't allow that to happen. We can't allow the immigrants in because they're changing the genders of our children. That's
Kamala is turning us into a third world nation. That's what happened in San Francisco. When she was the DA of San Francisco, the things she did, she started that whole decline.
She started the whole decline, not the mayor, not the city council, not anybody who directly impacts the governance of the city, but no, the DA, with the massive power of district attorney.
With our victory, he says Willie Brown. Who said that? Who's the guy? What? Stand up. This can only happen in California. Yes.
And that's the other thing. He's in California. He's in a state that he will not win. Right? He's in a state that he's got no shot of possibly winning. And one wonders why. Right? If we look at, let me see if I can find this info for you on Twitter. Donald Trump, number of rallies. Oh, come on. This is a... I've been seeing this chart all around, okay. Basically, the chart that I'm looking for shows the number of rallies that Donald Trump has done this year versus the number of rallies that he did in 2016. Now, why do I say 2016 and not 2020? Well, some of you may not remember, but 2020 was kind of a strange year. It was, you know, the first year of the pandemic, and because of that, there really weren't a lot of rallies at all. But if you compare the rallies in 2016 to the number of rallies this year, it is a fraction of the rallies. So now he's not doing what he used to do, right? This is what Trump, arguably won the election doing rallies all over the country, getting free media coverage because he was going to say something, out of pocket. And he's just really dwindled down into the number that he's actually doing. Now, part of that might be because, he started to get close to the number that he had done 8 years ago in July. And then obviously the thing in Butler happened. He got a free high-powered ear piercing from one of his supporters. And so maybe the idea of an outdoor rally became a little bit less appealing, right? But yeah, he's just not doing rallies. And so the fact that he's A, not doing enough rallies, but B, doing rallies in the wrong place, right? This is what is this going to do for him? Maybe do some fundraising here? Maybe try to build up those coffers? But in terms of getting votes in California, he could rally in California full time and he would still lose the state. So it's a waste. And wonders why he's fucking the bag like this.
I didn't say it. Remember that. He said it. He said it. He said it. Do you remember when a man, we're talking about this guy, Chris Christie, he went off the reservation, right? We have some people, and some guy shouts out to me, he's a fat pig, sir. Nobody heard it but me, but it was still, he said it. Sir, you should not call Chris Christie a fat pig, please. He is not a fat pig. You shouldn't. You're very rude, sir. We're going to have to throw you out if you do it again. He is not a fat pig. And you know what? The press is saying, that son of a... They couldn't even report this, sir, because I was defending, because you're not allowed to use the word fat. You can use any word you can use. You cannot call somebody fat. That's not allowed anymore. You lose your job, you lose your life.
Trump, there might be another reason not to call other people fat, even if you don't have a problem with using that as an insult yourself, right? Now, most people think that's kind of rude. And in the context of a political exchange, right, my opponent is a fat pig, just kind of makes you look like an asshole rather than giving any substantial reason to not vote for your opponent. But whatever, you don't care about that. There's another reason, though, Trump. There's another reason that you might not want to point out Chris Christie's weight, which is that when you do, people are tempted to take a look at you and ask if you, Mr. Trump, are height-weight proportional. And I think we both know that the answer is that no, you're not. That the measurements that you gave of being, what did he say, 6'2" and 215 pounds is nowhere close to true. But you know what? It wouldn't matter if you weren't out here calling Chris Christie a fat pig. It would not matter. Nobody would think to do that because unlike you, most people are not assholes. And there's a lot of good reasons to vote against Donald Trump that have nothing to do with his weight. But since you asked, Donald Trump,
we are going to become, and quickly, the greatest, strongest, freest, safest, and most powerful nation the world has ever seen. And on day one, I will close the border and I will stop the invasion of illegal criminals coming into our country.
Notice his use of superlatives, like his enemies. They're not bad, they're the worst. And what he's promising you isn't good, it's the best. Right? The greatest, bestest, fastest, like anybody who's like, oh yes, I like the superlative means the best of all. That's what we want, right? From the richest man in America, who may not actually be a billionaire, who may not have ever have been a billionaire, a man who was given quite a fortune by his parents, who inherited quite a lot of money, and ended up going bankrupt in multiple businesses multiple times.
And despite all
Tom Brady is 6'3" and 215.
of the damage that she has done to this state and to our nation in the past 4 years. She's the worst. Oh, she's terrible. She's terrible.
The worst. Did I call it or did I call it? That's all he does. Once you understand what's in his bag of tricks, he becomes a lot less interesting. It's very simple, very reflexive.
Thank goodness she doesn't have much energy, because if she had real energy, she'd really be bad. Kamala Harris said this week she can't think of one thing, not one thing, that she would do differently. Take a look. I'll show you a few.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I'm so sorry, but somebody could ask JD Vance the same thing. In fact, they have. They have asked JD Vance pretty much the same thing.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder.
Who do you think tried?
This news is funded.
In 2022. Two men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking two New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Okay, so we're going to take a little peek right here. At JD Vance's answer to a similar question from a New York Times reporter.
Do you believe he lost the 2020 election?
I think that Donald Trump and I have both raised a number of issues with the 2020 election.
So do you have a maybe difference of opinion with Donald Trump in his refusal to admit that he lost the 2020 election? Would you say anything different? And the other question that we're going to get is, would he have done anything different than Mike Pence when faced with the illegal request by the president to refuse to certify the results of the free and fair election?
But we're focused on the future. I think there's an obsession here with focusing on 2020. I'm much more worried about what happened after 2020, which is a wide open border, groceries that are unaffordable. And look,
Senator,
Lulu,
yes or no?
Okay.
Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
Let me ask you a question. Is it okay that big technology companies censored?
Isn't it wild that we've seen this happen twice now? Remember, we saw this before in the vice presidential debate.
The Hunter Biden laptop story, which independent analysis have said it cost Donald Trump millions of votes.
Senator Vance, I'm going to ask you again. Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
Did big technology companies censor a story that independent studies have suggested would have cost Trump millions of votes?
Senator
I think that's
Vance,
the question.
I'm going to ask you again. Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
And I've answered your question with another question. You answer my question and I'll answer.
And I've answered the question with another question. He can't answer. He can't answer because the only true answer that he would give would have to be the obvious lie. Let's go back one more time to this moment.
Because of Donald Trump's inability to say.
So not only does he fail to answer this question anytime he's asked it, he gives the same fucking deflection. He thinks that answering a question with a question is acceptable. In other words, let me translate for you. Let me tell you exactly what he's actually saying here.
He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020?
And the answer is no, even if what you're saying, which let me translate for you, is that Donald Trump, he's saying Donald Trump is right in saying he didn't lose the election, because the fact that we didn't see Hunter Biden's junk, naked pictures of his junk as a news story, was the difference between Donald Trump winning that election and losing that election. So Hillary could say this shit. Hillary's actually got more of a case to say that if she hadn't gotten rat fucked by Comey, who didn't just like drop the case, which was what he was going to do. He dropped it with like a statement of like, Hillary Clinton is very bad though. She could make the same case. Now that'd be bullshit. She lost the election. She didn't lose the popular vote, but she lost the electoral college vote, and that's what decides the president. She lost the election. If she tried to say that like it didn't count or it wasn't fair, or that would be bullshit too. But this is what JD Vance is saying. His answer to this question actually is an answer within the wrappings of a non-answer, right? So he's answering it with a question, but his question belies what he really thinks. He thinks that Donald Trump won, and the fact that we didn't see Hunter's schlong as a news story, which is what that was, right? There were pictures of Hunter. That's what they took down. And when I say they took down, I'm not talking about Kamala Harris. I'm talking about Twitter. That's what Twitter took down. But there we have it.
COVID situation.
Unbelievable levels of cope here.
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it.
I'm sorry, but he's not Jack Dorsey. He can't answer your question about Twitter censorship, all right?
I'm happy to talk about it further, but you guys attack us for not believing in democracy, the most sacred right under the United States democracy.
When democracy says that we should be able to look at Hunter Biden's Johnson, we should be able to see his beanie weenies. And then we can choose that, oh yeah, I guess I don't want Joe Biden. If that's his son's like stuff, if that's his son's junk, oh no, I can't vote for the guy.
Is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy. That
coming from the guy that's literally created an AstroTurf campaign about Haitians eating dogs and cats when nothing of the sort happened. Yeah, I think there's a problem with misinformation. I don't know what the fucking solution is.
Will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then
let's argue about AI images of shit that never happened. You want to do that? That's what he's at. That's the world he wants to bring you into. Let's argue about misinformation. Let's argue about lies and deceptions. Let's argue about the idea that Hunter Biden having his junk on a laptop means that Joe Biden somehow was involved in corruption, and ignore the entire series of stories about Trump and his corrupt family. Like, if you want to see real familial corruption, if you want to see what that looks like, look at Trump and Ivanka, look at Trump and Jared, look at Trump and all of his kids, right? Look at Google emoluments. Google Trump and emoluments. If you want to see what actual corruption, if you want to see what conflict of interest with the president through their kids looks like, we've got an example of that. That does happen. That did happen. Trump did that. And now we're getting him projecting the crimes that he's guilty of on everyone else.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Only 18% say the economy is in
all right. So I can confirm now that this is getting boring. Let's take a look at what the interview with Flagrant. Again, apologies about the bad audio.
Who do you think tried
oh my God.
to take you out?
Now your audio is like way too good. You're going to turn all of this down.
So I'm going to give you some big breaking news, right?
Barrett is 18, he's handsome, he's tall, he's rich.
He's got the whole ball.
He's unleashed in New York City. Are you sure you want to reverse Roe v. Wade now?
I'm going to make this country great again. It's not a great country right now.
It's always a great country.
See,
It's always a great country.
Okay, but I'm good with names, you know.
You are. Tampon Tim was good. Is
The
that?
problem with Tampon Tim, it's hard to say. There are some, like Comrade Kamala. It's a little hard to say. She's not bad, but when you put the names together, it's a little, you got to be able to pume.
That was the best dodge of a question. You know what I mean? You almost charmed us out of it.
Trying to get out of it. How are we doing so far?
You're doing amazing. So they're making us wrap up. We want you for a long time.
Give them a little more time. What the hell? These are great questions. What the hell? But they lie, and they know it's a lie. She lied about many things, and she's a liar. I have a hard time doing it to them. You know, I'm basically a truthful person. But
What's happening? Is the sizzle reel of a podcast really that confusing to chat? Should I explain? So this is Andrew Schultz. He's got a podcast called Flagrant. We probably should skip the music because it might be copyright claimed. But so like, you know, he's got he spends like an hour and 20 minutes or so talking to Donald Trump. But when they edit the video so that you'll watch the whole thing instead of starting with a boring like Trump, you know, Andrew Schultz. So like explain the weave, right? They're gonna start with the juiciest moments. Right? They're going to package them all up and be like, ooh, here's Trump answering this. Oh, who do you think shot you, Trump? Oh, you're going to get the, you know, I'm about to give you big news. World, you know, shaking news is about to happen here, right? They're getting you excited. They're getting you invested, right? This is how you edit a podcast so that people will watch the whole thing by making sure that you lead with the juiciest stuff. So this is all the juiciest stuff. But again, it doesn't matter.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Flagrant. And today, this is the first time that we've been able to say this. We are sitting down with Mr. President.
Woo.
Mr. President, thank you so much for being here.
thank you very much. Thank you, fellas.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
this is awesome. We have a bunch of questions. We're very, very grateful for your time.
Okay.
I just became a dad. My
Oh.
buddy over there just became a dad, Mark.
Yep.
That's
and
good.
Okay, so here's first question.
Good.
You have
Random Girl 3PO says, what is a podcast? I'm not a millennial.
these children that are seemingly well-adjusted, successful, and I think most importantly, they appear to like you.
Yeah.
Okay.
They better.
I grew up in the
So get ready for the glazing, right? There's going to be a lot of glazing, but most of this, what Andrew Schultz seems to be doing here is getting Trump comfortable. On this podcast, a lot of times they make fun of the person that they have on. It's not unheard of for Andrew Schultz to do that. And there's been very few people that could sort of get, I think, who was it? Like maybe Shane Gillis might have gotten the better of Andrew Schultz when he was on. I think there's been a few people that actually did not get roasted, but for the most part, you're going on here, you're going to get roasted.
I grew up in the city.
They're going to have fun with you.
And there's a lot of people who had like very wealthy parents.
But I feel like it, I don't know. Do anyone in chat know Andrew Schultz's politics? I would kind of guess they lean to the right. I don't know how far they lean to the right, but just the general bent of his content that I've seen so far has been slightly, you know.
Parents and like the kids kind of resent them. They're almost like waiting for them to like die, and they end up in like rehabs,
Doing
and doing all
drugs,
this
God
other
knows
stuff.
what, yeah.
How do you raise them in the public eye where they
Buffy Geek says he's kind of anti-woke. Yeah.
still
Yeah.
become ambitious and successful?
So I do have good kids and 5 really wonderful children.
You have mutants, sir. And I'm surprised that you haven't tried to eat them like that picture of Saturn, that Goya picture.
And different, very different. Yeah, they are so different.
They're all eldritch horrors in their own right, yeah.
But you know, one thing that was in common that I always used to say when I was with them, or when
No, here's what happens, chat. When Trump has a child, it's like a flesh bud grows on his back, and he like hunches over, right? And he starts getting this growth on his back, like a bud, and then it swells and it gets bigger and bigger, and then finally it bursts and shoots all kinds of ectoplasm all over the room, and like his child comes out fully formed. in his image.
They were leaving a room. I would drive him.
It's like that scene in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Ron Mel says, I think Stavros isn't right. Sort of. Oh, yeah, Stavros is not a right winger. That's true.
Crazy. No drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. I would say that.
Did you say that to Don Jr.?
Yeah, Don's a little wild. He's a wild. He can be a little tough.
He told me a funny story.
Go ahead.
Okay. I talked.
Wait a minute. You look like a cooler version of Don Jr. I never thought of this, but like the Schultz hair is pretty much Don Jr.'s hair, right? It's like if he shaved his mustache, he'd look a lot like Donald Jr.
A bunch of people I was trying to, prepare for this
Right,
interview.
right.
He told me a funny story. And he said to me, he goes, once he asked if he could have a couple of his friends over for New Year's, was it New Year? No, it was July 4th.
Right.
On top of Trump Tower.
Right.
And you said yes. He's like, I want 5 friends. You're like, okay, I'm out of town. Go for it. He brings 200 people over to Trump Tower. Okay?
That's right.
Okay. He says that you weren't supposed to be there. You end up showing up. You hear some noise upstairs. You come up. You go, what the fuck is everybody doing here? Get the hell out of my house. He said he cleaned for the next 36 hours. And he said, to this day, you have never brought up that it even happened. And he said, I'm starting to believe it might not have happened. So
He said that's almost happened.
Can you give him closure?
No, it happened. No, I can never give closure. you can never forget. A lot of people like to forget things. You can't know. He's a good guy. And, he's taken a lot because he was always a good student. He went to the Wharton School of Finance, which is great, and he did well. But he went into the world of politics not because he wanted to, but because I was there, and I sort of automatically you drag the family in.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy, what he had to go through with Russia. Because Dad, they're asking me questions about Russia. I don't know anything about Russia. What's going on? And all of a sudden, he's in front of grand juries. He's in front of Congress.
Yeah.
It was a hoax. It was a total hoax.
Yeah.
This was a made-up hoax by crazy Nancy Pelosi and these, the maniacs.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton, who's totally nuts.
Yeah.
And this went on for 2 years. And he'd always say, Dad, I know nothing about this stuff. And he'd go before the grand jury. And, Comey, you have Comey, who's the worst, just a bad guy. But he went through a lot, and it actually made him tougher.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's good or bad, but he's a tough cookie, that one.
Yeah.
And it made, in his case, it made him tougher. Ivanka did a great job. She didn't want anything. All she wanted to do was get people jobs. I would have made her the ambassador to the UN. I wanted to do that. I think she would have been incredible, the whole aura. She would have
Teppo says Schultz is blowing that trumpet. Yeah.
been great, but she didn't want that. She didn't, and that would have been a very glamorous position.
Yeah.
She would have been great there. All she did is go to see companies and hire people. She wanted, and she hired, I think it was like 10 million people, some incredible amount of people.
What is he talking about?
She'd go to Walmart, she'd go to Exxon, she'd go to these big companies and see if she could get groups of people hired.
Yeah.
And she loved doing it. It was great. And there was no glamour, there was no anything, but she got people jobs that made her
So
happy.
how do you instill the ambition in the kids? I think a lot of kids that grow up with wealth, they kind of are lazy and they feel like they have no direction in life. And a lot of times they turn to like drugs and other shit. How do you instill the ambition?
Well, I've seen a lot of wealthy families where the kids are mostly don't work out too well.
Now, the funny thing about this is that he is such a kid, right? He is somebody that, like I said, inherited a lot of money and was bailed out multiple times and still failed at every single venture he attempted, with the exception of The Apprentice. That was the only successful, business venture he did, which was not, I don't know if you know this, but it's not a real thing. The business that he was running in The Apprentice, the, hiring and firing of people, none of that was real. It was a reality show. But that one made money. The rest of the stuff lost money. So he is actually a fail son. He is, in all probability, a disappointment to his father.
Some don't turn out to be bad kids, but they end up hating the father, or the father maybe wanted them in business. I mean, I have one.
I mean, to be fair though, I wouldn't feel like he has every right to hate his father. The way that all of the kids were treated growing up was pretty fucked up.
Father that's very competitive with his son. He's if the son were more successful than him,
he would hate it.
He would be unhappy. I said, "Are you crazy? It's supposed to be the other way around."
That's awesome.
My father was so proud of me. He was a successful guy. But my father wanted me to be more successful. I mean, he was so proud of all the things. I wish he could have seen what happened because we did things. But he was, he's just a proud father.
What do you think?
And I think most fathers are that way. I hope that. But I've known many fathers that are very successful that didn't want that broke up over their son's success. If, in the few cases where the son was more successful, which was very seldom, actually. It's very seldom. You take people like in sports, because in sports you see it, because it's a microcosm of life, but it's quicker. And you'll take like the greatest golfers, and they'll have a son, and he'll be really good as a young, but they never supersede.
RL says, I'm not sure where RL's coming from with this, but y'all love talking about some rumors, but we watched Trump say he would date his daughter. Now, I don't think that he's really... like, I don't know. Yeah, he said it. He 100% said that. Like, I hope that he's not serious about that, but it's a fucked up thing to say regardless. I don't know. That's just not something you should say to your about your daughter. And he said that with her right there in the room.
Almost. I can't think of any. They never supersede the father in terms of success. And in sports generally, baseball, you can go to a lot of different sports. And it really is a sort of a microcosm of life. But with life, it takes a lot longer to find out the end result.
Come to fruition.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we said you're a great father up top. First thing you say is, I've got great kids. You didn't take credit. And then your entire answer, and I thought this was really cool, your entire answer is about how great your kids are. That was a very cool thing.
Thank you. That's very nice. I think I like this interview. I think that's genuine. I think he's right. And by the way, congratulations. I hear your show is like is crazy monster success.
We're doing pretty good. We're very we're interviewing presidents.
It's really good. And right in the middle of a campaign with only 29 days to go.
Yeah.
And you're taking up time. Don't you feel
Just to talk about your family.
Yeah, we're just complimenting
you know what it is? It's a different world out there. You guys and some others.
Yeah.
You stand. We had the standard television stuff for many years, and that's still. I think it's underrated now. I think it's still very important. But but there's a whole new.
He's saying that he thinks that terrestrial television doesn't get enough credit, is going to make a comeback. I don't know. It's kind of a boomer take, Trump.
Thing. Elon interviewed me on something.
Yeah.
And I think they said 275 million.
Elon interviewed me on something. I can't remember what it was called.
Hits or
That's a lot of people.
That
It was a website that I used to be on until I got banned, and then they let me back on. But I always post on Truth Social instead.
That's a nation. Yeah.
But it's a whole new, different way of.
Do you see what a sucker he is too? Because like he's totally buying Elon's numbers, which are the most inflated thing you could imagine, right? The way that views are counted on Twitter, it's similar to what most social media platforms count as impressions, right? So in other words, just scrolling by a video, you become a view for that video, despite never having watched it.
Can I ask you a question?
Getting the word out, right?
About Elon specifically, is he your favorite African American?
I am so sorry, chat. I am so sorry that you were just subjected to that. Like, that is... Seriously. Is he your favorite African American?
He's a piece of work, I'll tell you. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
He's obviously a brilliant guy.
Yeah.
I mean, when I saw the rocket engines come back, I said, what is that? Like a couple of years ago, I've seen rockets go up and then they crash into the water.
Yeah.
And I see the engines are coming back. And They're landing.
It's unbelievable.
They're landing, and they land on a raft in the middle of the ocean someplace
Yeah.
with a little dot, and they land right on the top of the spot.
And my wife can't parallel park.
I know. Most people can't. But no, he's great. But he's got a great heart. He was with me, as you know, on the other night.
Yeah.
And we were honoring a man who got killed at a rally. Corey, firefighter, great guy. And it was a beautiful evening.
Great guy whose last name I have forgotten already.
But Elon went out.
The dude that literally took a bullet that was meant for this guy, right? Was meant to JFK his head all over that stage, right? I can't. Corey, great guy. Yeah, I remember hugging his firefighter jacket.
And he loved the.
What a sick fuck.
He loves.
He can't even hide his narcissism long enough to like pretend to be grateful for the person that took a bullet that was meant for him.
The country.
Yeah.
And he's picked a side. A lot of people don't want to pick a side. I have a lot of people that are big supporters of me.
Yeah.
But they won't go all out. You know, they can't.
They're scared.
Quite,
There's a
they're
cost.
Scared. Yeah. There's a cost.
Yeah.
There is a cost, but there's also a liability. I mean, you know, some people, I respect it a lot when this guy was up there doing jumping jacks. You got to vote for Trump. You got to vote
He
for
was jumping high.
Yeah.
He was jumping high.
Looked
you know
quite
what?
African.
When he jumped,
I'm sorry, when he said this guy was up there doing jumping jacks, you got to vote for Trump. I thought he was talking about the shooter. I thought he was talking about the shooter. Yeah, he's had like 2 attempts on him, both of them from guys that supported him at one point.
he's in good shape. I'm looking at his waist. I'm saying, wait a minute, does he work out or something? But he really, and he had a great time. And you know, he's not out there
That's what I remember from about Elon is how fit he is, and
much. He's probably maybe a little. Would you say he's a little reclusive? Possibly.
Yeah. He's also busy. He's got like 5 different
He's very
companies.
busy and maybe a little reclusive.
he's very busy.
But he had
Because he actually does work at any of those companies. No, he doesn't just use that as his own personal palace, right? To fucking narcissistically flex on people, right? No, he definitely does real work at those places.
greatest time. He was saying, look at these people. We had 100,000, more than 100,000 people.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
It was a record. It was nobody's ever seen, and it was really. It was a celebration of a life, and it was really a MAGA. It was a MAGA deal.
Yeah.
And he was a big MAGA person. His family was there, and 2 other people that were very badly hurt were all
And you can't remember his last name.
also celebrated. They were very badly hurt. They weren't actually expected to live.
Yeah. Oh,
And they lived, and they had incredible doctors. Some of those country doctors are better than the big doctors that we spend a lot of money on, and they don't do as good. I will tell you right now. I don't want to knock anybody, but those country doctors saved 2 people, because I was told that 3 would. No, think of that. 3.
It's hard to keep it together with this guy, right? And remember what Andrew's doing. You know, Trump is somewhat of a target for him. He's going to make some clips. He knows that the way to make clips with Trump is to make fun of the guy. But he's got to make him feel at home. He's got to make him feel safe. He's got to make him feel like he's on his side first. So, you know, he's kind of losing it already.
In trouble. And 3 were going to, now Corey immediately, but the other 2 were so bad that they thought they wouldn't make it.
Yeah.
And those country doctors, they pulled them.
Wait, Miskatonic's talking about the Tesla buggy whips? It's what you got to bring along in your Cybertruck for when it breaks down, so that you can use the whip to beat your footmen while they try to drag the truck away. Yeah.
They pulled them.
No, they should just carry him like one of those, you know, the ancient kings. They'd be picked up on, you know, they'd have like a throne, and it's got like it's got like something draped over it, right? You know, they carry them like they carry the kings through the desert. You know what I'm talking about? With the poles. Is it called a daze?
They did a great job.
Okay, so you're going back into this place where, you know, there was this assassination attempt. They hit you. Headshot. You survive.
Yeah.
They. Not he. Like, we know who shot him. We know that he wasn't working with anybody, but we're still going to say they. We're still going to feed the idea. This man's personal fucking narcissistic, gang stalking, persecutorial fantasy. We're going to feed into that by saying they, that shadowy cabal.
Who's not a good feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you
Ear looks
scared?
better, by the way.
No.
Lady Badash says it's called a Sadan. That's what it's called.
That's good. You know, I have an attitude. It's interesting. It's sort of, it is what it is. Does that make any sense to you guys? You know, you do what you have to do. I felt it was important to go back. A lot of people, I guess, agreed with me because it was over 100. I think they said 108,000 people in the end. That's a lot of people.
Super Bowl.
And I had no guitar. You know, if you have a guitar, it's easy.
I'm sorry. Let me help you out there, Trump. I think you need one of these. Yeah. You didn't have a guitar. Because you're like a rock star. There's so many people out there that it's like you're a rock star. Is that what we're going for here? Anyway, give him the good job. Good job.
I said Qatar.
Yeah, me too.
I have guitar. I do have that. They like me very much. But I don't have a guitar.
Yeah, you have the
right?
guitar. Yes.
So anyway, but that was it was amazing. I mean, I like it when somebody like Elon,
So he must have been told, I'm guessing, by, I don't know, Barron, by Donald Jr., by whoever in his family listens to this shit, this flagrant podcast. These guys are comedians, Dad. These guys are really funny. So you go on there, they'll be funny, you'll be funny. You're really funny, Dad. Yeah, just bust out some jokes. Just like, I don't have a guitar. I might have Qatar.
has a lot to lose, is willing to do what's right.
Yeah.
Some people know it's right to do, and I'm not just talking about endorsements and all, but they don't want to do things because they're
they don't want it to cost them opportunities.
The word
in
is
the future.
they want to be politically correct, and
Yeah.
actually they're doing a bad thing. I think for themselves and for a lot of people they may represent.
Okay, opening line when you walk out there.
So
Right.
I mean,
I was wondering what you were going to say, and as a comedian, you can seize the moment.
Yeah.
And
I think he was a hell of a comedian, by the way.
I appreciate
That's
that.
what the word is. I was gonna say.
So I hear you go, I see the video and you go up there and you go, as I was saying.
Right.
Crowd goes fucking berserk.
Again, wow. Really, as I was saying. Wow.
Or what?
They went, I would say, crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I wasn't
Biggest
sure.
pop you've experienced?
Yeah, I'll tell you how, you have this as a comedian or even not as a comedian, just when you make a speech or you make some very serious statement.
Yeah.
So we're at a very serious and somber thing
Event,
because
yeah.
we're celebrating a life that is no longer with us. And I wasn't sure whether or not that thing, I had it in my mind for a long time. Once I said I'm going back, which I wanted to go back immediately, I wanted to actually finish my speech, okay? When I
You think he might suffer from some kind of Jekyll and Hyde syndrome? What, Trump?
got up, I said, let me finish my speech. But I'm surrounded by like 8 very large, strong men and a very wonderful woman. You saw that tape.
Yeah.
But I'm surrounded by guys. They said, sir, no way, go. And I have blood pouring down, but I really wanted to finish my speech. I said, I think I had like 50,000. I had a lot of people there.
Yeah.
And, when I went down, I was sort of like embarrassed. I said, I went down in front of all these people. That was my first thing. I don't want to be embarrassed.
You were
but I
embarrassed that
wanted
you
to,
went down after being shot?
Well, you weren't exactly sure what the hell was happening at first,
Yeah.
But also, you can't.
No, he's a fucked up guy. He's a fucked up guy, right? He gets shot at and it actually hit. And the first thing that he thinks about is like, I don't want to be carried away but without my shoes. Right? If I don't get my shoes, people might realize that I'm not 6'2". And we can't have that. And instead of being safe and like hurrying off into safety, hurrying off into the car, I got to jump up and give any second shooter that might be there another chance to hit me, right? I'm going to make a big, like after these Secret Service people have tackled me, gotten me on the ground, protected me, right? I'm going to get up and I'm going to do this. It's just like, there's something wrong with this guy. There's something really wrong with him.
back up with the fist
I
raised.
did.
That's one of the hardest
I
pictures.
did, but I was also,
Did you hear them say he's down, or were you just
so
like?
when I got hit, I assume that it's funny.
Is it?
When I was down there, it is sort of strange. I guess now it's a little bit, we can smile a little bit, but not really, because the three guys, one killed, two very badly hit.
Yeah.
But when I went down, I had total realization. It wasn't a surreal. You know, they talked about a surreal. That could be a surreal experience, like when something happens, some traumatic thing happens. People they lose focus. They have no idea where they are. I've heard many people where that happens. Something really terrible happens that. It was just the opposite. I knew exactly what had happened. I got shot in the ear, and Secret Service thought I may have been shot. Actually, they were pretty sure that I was shot all over because there was a lot of blood. Just a little fact, if you get shot in the ear, it's the bloodiest place. It bleeds more than anything else.
Oh, wow.
Now, it's good to be shot this way, not that way. That way, that's bad. So if I don't turn, I would be doing this right now, guaranteed.
Guys, I got some stand-up shows.
Let's get back to the show.
My son Don told me, actually, he's a great shooter. So is Eric. They're great shooters. They're like better than Scratch, okay, if you use it. And they say it's amazing because it was 130 yards. To me, that sounds like far away, but it's not. For shooting, it's not. He said that would be like sinking a 1-foot putt for just a decent shooter.
Wow.
And I don't know if you guys are shooters, but they said if you're a shooter, it's almost impossible to miss. It's that close. It's really considered that close. I mean, 3, 4, 5.
Now, any gun enthusiasts in chat want to explain to me if do you call that being a shooter? Because to me, a shooter is like, what are you, like a friend of Tim Waltz? Like, what's going, like, are you a shooter? It sounds like you're asking. Are they like a school shooter or something? I don't know.
500 yards is very doable, but this is supposed to be very close. And so he said, I think Don became more religious, actually, you want to know the truth. It had a big impact. He said, it's impossible. The doctor, actually, when I got to the hospital, they were fantastic, Butler Hospital. I get there, and the doctor greeted me, and he looked at me and looked it over. He said, you are the luckiest man I've ever met.
Wow.
He said, you should immediately go out and buy a lotto ticket. Can you imagine? He's telling me to buy a lotto ticket. There's blood all over the place. And he said, I've been doing this for 25 years. He said, I've never seen a thing like this.
Wow.
Because it's just whacked it, but it was something that was, relatively not so bad compared to what could have happened. So I feel very lucky. It was an amazing experience, a horrible experience in most ways. In some ways, it was beautiful because I was somehow, I hopefully, Corey's protected too, who's the firefighter, and he's in a good place, maybe a better place than we're in here, because this world is a little bit on the tough side. But it was an amazing experience.
Do you feel like a increase in your spirituality after something like this?
Well, maybe, especially when I'm hearing from people that do shoot and are good at it, that it was almost impossible to miss from, like a 1-foot putt.
You start to
very
believe.
hard. You got to miss it. That's a bad putt, right? He equated it to a 1-foot putt. When they say that, I say, wow, that's so, you're saying, they said a bad shooter would hit you from that distance 100% of the time.
Wow.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
And here I am. We're doing this wonderful interview with 4 geniuses that are hot as pistols, right?
Excuse me?
Good hair on this guy.
Likewise, sir.
Pretty good stuff you got there. So anyway, but here we are.
Who do you think tried to take you out?
So I'm going to give you some big breaking news, right?
Love that.
Because I know the kind of show and it's entertainment, but it's also very serious. I mean, I get the whole picture. And you know what?
No, he completely is on the level with their humor.
This funny stuff, you wouldn't have the success you've got, to be honest with you, right?
Yeah.
It's nice to intersperse it, but I'll give you something. So, first of all, I have great respect for the Secret Service.
Oh no, is he going to do the weave?
Guys that were with me, I went down and I did a good job going down because those bullets were winging over my head. If I would have been up for another couple of seconds, I also wouldn't have been here.
Yeah.
But I didn't consider that as lucky as turning to the right at that one. It was like 1/16 of a second.
Yeah.
Was the only time that
Yeah.
I was safe, essentially.
Right.
If I would have gone a
I
little
feel like we're getting the weave.
further, I would have been hit. If I would have gone not as far, I would have been hit. I mean, I had like this little tiny moment. And the amazing thing is the sign is always on my left, and it's always at the end. And I only use it 20% of the time, maybe even less than that.
And
this
this
was
time
a
it's on the
chart.
right.
This was a chart on immigration because I have the record. I did a great job in immigration. They are not.
Oh, speaking of which, chat, I've got the chart on. I wanted to show you this earlier. This is Trump's rallies. So the orange is 2016, the red is 2024, right? So again, we're not looking at 2020 because 2020 was a weird year. Not many people were doing, there weren't a lot of rallies in 2020. Let me just put it that way, right? But yeah, 2016, he starts off slow in June, does even less in July, starts to do more in August, a little bit less, really ramps it up on October, and actually does a lot of these rallies in November. So, right, compared to this year, he starts at less than half. Now, July, and that's the month where, you know, that's the month where this happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. That was July, right? I mean, he's doing closer to the normal amount, but still not quite there. August, really the same amount, really close to the same amount every month, and it's not much. He's not doing rallies. And that's why I think it's weird for him to show up in California. Right? Like he's in a deficit in terms of the rallies that he did in 2016 in all the swing states, and he's going to waste his time over here in California. Anyway.
Doing too well right now.
Stay on the breaking news. Stay on the breaking news.
So here's the breaking. So you have this shooter, and you have another shooter, right? Yeah. So this shooter had 3 or so cell phones. The FBI's never gotten them opened.
Wow.
The other shooter, 3 apps, they call them. And I believe they were foreign-based apps, from what I understand.
Oh, wow.
They haven't opened them, and they're foreign-based. And, you know, you hear all about Iran, because I was rough with Iran, but I want to see Iran do great. I want to see Iran do great.
Yeah.
But I want to stop all the killing and all this. And I was rough on Iran, and they supposedly have a hit on me. In fact, I think...
So, now, chat, if some of you are having trouble doing the weave, the reverse weave in your mind to figure out what this is all about, and you've just kind of zoned out, the question was, who do you think tried to shoot you? Right? It starts from there, and it gets all the way over here. Now we're talking about Iran. I want Iran to do well.
Courage for you people to be interviewing me, because it could be now, you know.
Yeah. Well, we didn't know that before we got in here.
No, if you would have known that, you might not have done this.
Yeah, exactly.
In fact, this is a good way of me getting the interview to be shorter. All of a sudden, he's going to say, you know, okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
You know, it would have been better if he'd cut it short.
Go see my daughter. Yeah. They have 3 apps, and foreign-based, 2 of them, maybe 3 of them are foreign-based. They haven't opened them yet. Why wouldn't you?
Oh, okay, so...
about Iran, or when you hear about, you know, foreign...
So what he's talking about is the phones that have been found on the 2 shooters, and he's claiming that they're like refusing to open what you see. I think he's gonna say like the iPhones, right? That an iPhone's more difficult to open, but they did they opened like the iPhone of Paul Pelosi's attacker or something like that. I don't know. It's his persecution complex that we're gonna hear.
Then the other one had 6 cell phones.
Pathtest says it was Elon.
And they haven't opened. Now, you know, it's very hard to open a cell phone. Only Apple can do it in theory, unless you have somebody. But they had no problem.
Debbie Cliff, I have no idea why my stream alerts aren't working, but thank you for the super chat. I started stream early today. Did I? I feel like I was so late on it.
Getting the J6 people cell phones open.
But thank you for the super chat.
Very quickly. You know, we have two countries in a way. What's happening here is very bad. It's very dangerous. We almost had one because I had the greatest economy in the history of our country and people were coming together. We almost had one, but we really do have two right now. And it's a shame because I think we'll get them together. Success will bring us together. But they should get those phones opened. And
there he is. There he is.
When there's an assassination attempt on a former president who's now, I'm proud to say, leading in all the polls against the Democrat, I don't know which one is running. You know, you don't know what the hell's going on. I'm the only one that had to run against two. I run against two Democrats, but this is a first.
Okay, I don't know what he thinks all the polls are, but no, he definitely is not leading in all the polls. I think maybe Real Clear Politics has him ahead right now. That's what he saw. It's got to be Real Clear Politics. I'm gonna call it, chat. Real Clear Politics aggregates polls. And maybe some polls that are not that serious. Maybe some polls that should not be trusted, in other words, right? And so, you know, their rolling average has, I think, currently Trump ahead, right? It's very close, but yeah, Trump's ahead right now. Everything else that you look at as far as aggregators, including Nate Silver, who I think is also sort of biased in that direction too, has Kamala, he must have seen Real Clear Politics and seen, oh, look, hey, Dad, you're winning in Real Clear Politics. And he's like, oh, what's Real Clear Politics? Well, they aggregate all these polls together. And, you know, when you average everything together, you're in the lead. And, you know, he just was like, I'm leading in all the polls. There we go. I'm leading in all the polls. That's what that means. RCP, all the polls. Oh my God, chat. If you're an election nerd like me, you know why that's wrong. You know why that's ridiculous, right?
We create a lot of firsts. Usually you run against somebody. Here I run. I had the debate. I was way up on him. Yeah. And then they say, oh, let's put... This is like with Dana White fighting.
He still feels victimized by the fact that Joe Biden dropped out.
So you're fighting, and the one guy's getting killed. And they say, oh, that's okay. Let's put in another fighter to finish it off, okay? Yeah. And you're fighting. You say, hey, wait a minute. I have a brand new fighter in here.
WWE.
I spent $150 million on beating Biden. And then all of a sudden, I hear that they're going to overthrow him. It was a coup. I mean, it really was. But I would like them to open up these apps and find out what's in there. And so he had 6.
Oh my God! And he comes back to the phones. He's like, I was about to run against Biden, and we were beating Biden, and that's like when they pull out a boxer, and then they put in a fresh fighter. You can't do that. I've been fighting this whole time. What's inside the apps? Yeah. Well, no, he's acting like it's a conspiracy theory. He's actually, I mean, like this, like no wonder his following acts the way that they do. No wonder they have these wild, you know, and not just conspiracy theories, but they're like defaulting to conspiracy theories. It's just an automatic, like right to, oh, well, clearly they, this time the FBI, won't look into the iPhones, won't look into the apps, won't see, you know, the secret message that actually they are card-carrying Antifa super soldiers, or they are hired by Hillary Clinton, or I'm trying to think, who are... Rosie O'Donnell. Yes, that's it. That's what they'll find. They'll find messages with Rosie O'Donnell, and he'll be able to prove that it was actually Rosie O'Donnell that was trying to kill him the whole time. That's what it is. He needs that. He needs to get into those apps, chat. We need to prove it was Rosie O'Donnell.
Cell phones. Having 6 cell phones is weird. I have cell phones. If I ever have 2, it's like a lot.
Yeah.
He had 6 cell phones. Why does he have them? And why haven't they opened up those cell phones?
So if you had to
and
guess,
it's different, you know?
Because it's a big persecutory scandal, and nobody treats our fucking man baby God King right. That's why. Because you're being gang stalked, Trump. That's...
If you're a drug dealer, I think it's terrible in many ways, but I guess from another standpoint, Apple, the primary...
But on the other hand, it could be really cool to be a drug dealer. Have you seen Breaking Bad? Yeah, no.
Group. People buy those phones because they will never open them for any reason. But they got him open
I don't think this is true.
on J6.
Like he's making a claim that there's something that the FBI refuses to open, or like he thinks they should be able to open, and they got some open from January 6ers, so they should be able to open these. I don't know if he's saying iPhone or app. I'm guessing it's an app on the iPhone, but like I don't believe this guy. I don't think this is true.
They opened up their phones, but they don't open.
I don't think even he knows if it's true, because this is the whole thing. Is people get in his ear, they explain something, he like half understands it, and then he repeats it on a show. Somebody told him something, right? To feed into his narcissistic, persecutory complex, but I don't think he even remembers. It was something about an app and an iPhone. The app on the iPhone, they could get it open for the Gen 6er, but they couldn't get it open for the weird debate lore from Pennsylvania, or the even weirder NAFO Ukraine fan from, was it North Carolina?
And this is big stuff. This is an assassination attempt.
The guy in Florida, was he from North Carolina? I feel like there's a strange North Carolina connection with Florida right now. The other person that was from North Carolina and ended up in Florida was Lieutenant Dan. Has chat heard about Lieutenant Dan? I feel like I should be talking about Lieutenant Dan instead of Trump.
And it could
There's a real life Lieutenant Dan now.
involve other countries.
There was that San Bernardino shooter that they hacked. The FBI was able
Now I'm doing the weave.
to hack into the phone. Apple didn't give it up, but they were able
There
to
are
hack in.
some people in the world, very few, that have an ability to sometimes be able to hack in.
Got it.
Very rarely.
There are some people in the world that have the ability to hack in to an iPhone, but it's not very many. And what the hell? What the hell?
Actually,
yeah,
it's an amazing thing when you think that with all the genius, you almost can't do it. But Apple has a key, and the key is open. I mean, it just, they can.
Apple has the key. They could do it if they wanted to, but Tim Apple won't do it for me.
And they don't do it. And that's one of the reasons that, like, I hate to say it, drug lords feel very confident that they'll never be exposed, and they use their cell phones.
Because Apple's just like, nope, we're going to protect the drug lords. We're going to protect the assassins. Nobody's going to see those secret messages with Rosie O'Donnell, because we know that's what it's in there. We all know it's secret messages with Rosie O'Donnell.
Maybe it's that way with other companies. I don't know. They have Samsung. They have other.
Trump does not look well in the freeze frame.
But it's very hard. Apple's very strong on that. But when it comes to the assassination of a president, leading candidate, former president.
So you're on here to try to badger Apple into like releasing the freaking files? Come on.
President, all that. I think the rules have to go out, and they have to open those things, and they have to find out. And
In terms of national
some
security,
people would say
think
you have
this.
to either punish Apple,
Or punish Rosie O'Donnell.
or you have to get somebody that can
We're going to take away her cats.
do it.
Make her take care of children instead. She will no longer be the childless. No, I don't think. Wait, Rosie. Why am I making Rosie O'Donnell a childless cat lady? I don't know if that's true. I don't know anything about. All I know about Rosie O'Donnell, chat, is she's the arch enemy of Donald Trump. Right, when he started all this, right, his beef was with Rosie O'Donnell. His inappropriate, out-of-pocket shit that he would say would be about Rosie O'Donnell, right? That was his original Bette Noir, not to be confused with Bette Midler, but a Bette Noir.
In terms of national security, so the one guy has 6 phones, lots of messages to people.
We gotta punish Rosie O'Apple.
Who are those people he's calling?
It's Rosie O'Donnell, I'm telling you.
He's hiding behind a bush.
And Kathy Griffin, too. Yeah, remember Kathy Griffin with the Trump head? Obviously, that shows intent. Obviously, Kathy Griffin is involved, too. And Anderson Cooper. Oh, no. Why do I associate them? Oh, no, chat. I just remembered why I associate them. Do you know why I associate Kathy Griffin and Anderson Cooper? They used to do New Year's Eve together. And I think there was one year that Kathy Griffin was like hitting on Anderson Cooper. And Anderson Cooper, not interested in not interested in any women, apparently. But there Kathy Griffin was being completely. And that was her whole thing, wasn't it? She would always get like out of pocket. But did she get drunk? I actually don't know, chat. I have vague rememberies. Yeah, rememberies I have vague rememberies of New Year's Eve with Kathy Griffin and Anderson Cooper and some out-of-pocket shit going on, always from Kathy Griffin. And that's
If you had to guess, I'm sure you thought.
why, yeah, he's gay for real. Yeah. So he was not interested in that, but Kathy, didn't she, I think she had to apologize or something. Am I misremembering this? I hope I don't do this again in chat, because, like, you know, Jeffrey Toobin is the guy on, I think it was CNN, that accidentally left his video conference software on while he handled himself in a very intimate way and then got fired. But he claims that he didn't mean to do it, so I think he got eventually started working again, right? But I always remember that as being Brian Stelter. I always remember that as Brian Stelter, who's another news person, but it's not. And I gotta not say that, because, like, this is technically defamatory if you say that somebody is responsible for Jeffrey Toobin's scandal. And you should remember that it's Toobin, because he's got the perfect name for somebody who handles his Toobin on Zoom.
It's an assassination attempt. If you had to guess, who do you think is responsible?
Yeah, City of Doors is maybe confirming what I had to say. She'd get crunk every New Year's Eve with Anderson Cooper. She had to apologize for making an infamous Photoshopped image. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, the image. So what she really got in trouble for, City of Doors is reminding me of, is, and I won't show you this because I don't know if Twitch would be okay with it, but she did a Photoshop of herself holding like a bloody knife and what looked like Donald Trump's decapitated head. And it was pretty realistic. And she had to apologize. And she got blacklisted from everything.
These are great questions. What the hell? I don't get these questions from the fake news.
Yeah. Rosie O'Donnell's been asking
like
this.
Deface the Nation. They have the woman on Brennan. She's on Deface the Nation. She was terrible with the way she handled J.D. Vance, who did a great job the other night.
He did do a great job.
But I don't get questions like that. Did you ever hear of the show? Deface, ladies and gentlemen, it's Donald.
Oh, here we go.
Deface.
So we're starting to get good. So here's what I'm telling you. Maybe you didn't believe me at first, right? But now you're seeing it. Trump knows this is a comedy show. He knows that these guys are regarded as really funny guys. And he's playing along. He's telling jokes. And this is his first joke. I call it Deface the Nation. You know what I mean? It's really called Face the Nation, but I'm bad, so I call it Deface get it? He's doing his nickname thing with shows, with Sunday morning irrelevant news shows like Face the Nation. This is shit that was like big, back in the day when television was a thing, but nobody watches these things anymore. And he thinks he's being smart by talking about Deface the Nation. By the way, he's also stealing, this is a Rush Limbaugh joke. I'm pretty sure that Rush Limbaugh came up with this joke, unless he stole it from somebody else, right? He's stealing jokes, which I've been accused of doing as well. But when I steal jokes, I improve them. Demon Mama. Trump is just stealing. Stealing from the corpse of Rush Limbaugh.
The Nation. It's called Face the Nation.
Oh, you're very funny. Yeah, that's very funny. He calls it Deface the Nation, but it's really called Face the Nation. And they hate it when I call them that, but I love to call them that.
They spend.
Give him a massage. Give him a massage. Rub his shoulders.
Oh, I see. You didn't hear of it. That's good. They spend.
What is even going on?
Millions of dollars on the name CBS. Yeah. And then I come along and I say it's Face the Nation.
Yeah.
Or Meet the Fake Press.
Yeah.
Meet the press.
You're good at this.
I say Meet the Fake Press.
Yeah.
And they spend all this money, and then I say it once, and it goes to millions of people. Yeah. But no, they are fake. But some of these questions are much better.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm honored.
Much better.
You still haven't answered, though.
That was the best dodge of the question.
That's your second best dodge of your life.
You almost charmed us out of it.
Trying to get out of it.
Wait, what? Okay, so they're trying to get him back to that question.
Much better.
You still haven't answered, though.
Yeah. Remember, this all started with, who do you think shot at you? Who do you think was going after you? Like you've obviously got a conspiratorial mindset, right? With whom are you placing the blame? And is it Rosie O'Donnell?
To millions of people. Yeah. But no, they are fake. But some of these questions are much better.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm honored.
Much better.
But you still haven't answered, though.
That was the best dodge of a question.
That was almost, that's your second best dodge of your life.
You almost charmed us out of it.
I'm trying to get out of it.
All right, fair enough.
Well, look, if you look at assassinations or attempts, first of all, you realize I'm in a very dangerous.
See, now that was supposed to be a funny exchange, but the feeling that I get from that is that he really does have a conspiratorial idea, right? That in his mind, he can answer that question. He thinks he knows who was coming after him, but he's been told not to share that information. Or, I don't know, maybe he thinks he's really in danger from some shadowy force. Rather than the Occam's razor answer, which is that two weird, slightly right-wing dudes got weird on this guy with assault weapons, right? That's the information that we have right now, right? Two weird guys were weird to this weird guy with a weird firearm. That's what happened. But no, it's got to be conspiracy. It's got to be Iran. It's got to be whatever. I don't know what he's going to say.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Probably Iran. That's my guess. That's my guess as far as who he blames.
Because 1/10, think of this, 1/10 of 1% of auto races die.
Yep.
Bull riders, I think that's pretty dangerous, right?
Yeah,
I don't know much about it, but I think I wouldn't want to be on one of those suckers.
No. Yeah.
I see them flying off and the hoof is like an inch from the eye, and when it hits the eye, you're gone,
Game
right?
over. Yeah.
And they are very, well, it's about the same. 1/10 of 1%.
Yeah.
And other things, it's never much more than that. That's sort of maxed out, I think.
Yeah.
Race car drivers, bull riders, I think that's pretty much tough.
Yeah.
UFC fighters, it's none.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anyone's ever actually.
Not in UFC, in MMA or boxing.
Maybe.
Unfortunately,
It must
there was
be.
those tragic events. Yeah.
Amazingly, boxers die a lot. But UFC, Dana tells me it's a safe sport. I say, to me, it's much rougher. But, it's pretty amazing. They've never, in UFC, they've never lost. And they run a great operation. Nobody's died. But with presidents, it's like a substantial percentage.
Way higher than we realize.
When you look at Lincoln and Kennedy and this and that.
Attempts,
you go
Reagan.
through McKinley.
Yep. Garfield.
You look at a lot of people. I'm in a very dangerous
business.
profession.
Yeah.
I call it a profession.
Testing? Okay.
Dangerous profession.
I like that.
I'm sitting with you guys. You have a very nice, safe life. Me?
Yeah.
So, no, if you said 5%.
I think he called us soft.
No,
Yeah,
but think
I'm fine
of
with
it.
that.
Yeah, but think of it. 5%.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That's high.
That's a lot.
I
And
think even the attempts is something like
Attempts?
25%.
Yeah.
Of
attempts
presidents have had
is getting
attempt.
into really
It's crazy.
numbers. So people don't think of that. You run and you see, and then you win, and you're down Pennsylvania. You're looking at everything. So you're in a
That's the danger
dangerous
stuff.
profession.
Yeah.
And so it's one of those things. I was saying before, though, that, I do a thing called a weave.
Oh, the weave.
There are those that are,
Oh no, chat.
this guy is so genius. And then others would say, oh, he rambled. I don't ramble. If I start a story, what you do is you weave things and you do it. You have to have certain things. You need an extraordinary memory because you have to come back to where you started.
Yes.
A weave is only good
They
if
don't
you
give you
come
credit
back.
for that.
Yeah, it's true.
That you could go all the way over here and then
I
get
can
back.
go so far here or there, and I can come back to exactly where I started. Now, someday when you don't come back to where you started,
You're Biden.
then you say, no, but the weave is the way. When you're telling like a story, I was telling a story at a rally the other day in front of thousands of people, and I started off, and then
You were weaving them up.
something in the story, I actually mentioned Air Force One. It was Air Force One was there, so I mentioned Air Force One, and then I said,
Oh my God, chat.
$6 billion off the price of Air Force One. So, but then you have to come back to the story. Where was Air Force One taking you?
As
So
I was
anyway, I do a weave.
He is literally explaining his mental process to them.
I call it the weave. And some people think it's so genius, but the bad people, what they say is, you know, he was...
The bad people, though, like some people are like, oh, that's great. You do the weave. That's awesome. You're not rambling at all, right? And then the bad people, they say, no, actually, you are rambling and you are every bit as much in cognitive decline as Joseph Biden. It's kind of amazing that you had somebody like Biden so that no one would talk about your cognitive decline. And wow, is it apparent right now? Is it apparent right now, right? That's what the bad people say. But the good people say, he does the weave. He does the weave.
It's not a ramble, but there's no rambling.
This is a
with it.
weave.
This is a weave. I call it the weave.
Maybe it's Dick Cheney says Canadian brunch. That's a deep cut.
Good name. I'm not sure. That's another name. We had fake news.
Yeah,
We came
yeah.
up with lots of names.
Yeah.
But the weave is, I think we should make
Yeah.
the weave a part of that
Yeah.
Stable.
Yeah, you really weaved your way to answering my question twice.
That's brilliant.
So
I don't even want to know the answer anymore.
Yeah. See, it's like he's so dopey that he forgot what the question was, and he thinks that the interviewer is gonna have like he's got it's the phenomenon where you think that somebody else's mental process is just like yours, and because you had a hard time following the flow of conversation, and as he's describing it, he's saying what's good about the weave is that you remember every little part of it, so that you know after you talk about 6 different things, you come back to the first thing, and it all weaves together nice and beautifully, right? As he's forgetting what he was originally talking about, right? So he's not even doing the weave. In fact, his description of the weave is another tangent. His description of the weave is him rambling.
I lost interest.
We'll weave back. Let's weave back to his question. Because this is where it started. So we'll weave back to his. I sort of hate answering it because I don't want to give.
Again, apologies, chat. I feel like the first half of this was really dull. Trust me, it gets good. It gets really good here, right? This is where the good stuff starts coming, right? His persecution complex is coming out. He's explaining the weave. There's going to be more too. Right? There's a real crucial moment here where they talk about honesty. Some of you may have seen it already. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it for the rest of chat.
Any false identities. I don't want to do anything having to do with creating something that isn't there. You would look at Iran. Iran has an open threat out for me, and that's bad. And Biden, if he were a real president, if he were the kind of guy he should be.
So he's kind of saying it without saying it then.
Should say, if anybody shoots a former president who's now the leading candidate, even though he's leading against Democrats, we will bomb that country into oblivion. And it would stop. And that's...
Okay, I'm sorry. He thinks it's Iran. Like I said, I thought that's what it was. He mentions Iran in that context. And the way he's talking is like Joe Biden should, I don't know, bomb Iran, nuke Iran, attack Iran, do regime change in Iran, destroy Iran. Because they're definitely coming after the former president. And it would all stop. That's what he said. That's what he said. Joe Biden should threaten military action against a country based on the unsubstantiated claims that they're behind these attacks on Trump. So as much as he said, I'm trying to weave, I'm trying to avoid the question, this is me dodging the question, right? There it is. Who does he think did it? He thinks it's Iran. To the point where he's saying that Joe Biden should fucking threaten them. That is ludicrous. That is ludicrous, and that is narcissistic as fuck. The whole country goes to war over an unsubstantiated threat to this guy.
It's been said before with some people. You know, there have been people, I won't go into it, but there have been people that have been threatened in another party even. In the same party, it makes sense and probably happens pretty quickly. But in another party, you know, it's hard for them to
cross the
to
line.
want to protect me.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't be hard. Other people have protected other people. And what you have to inform those...
They protect other people. They protect Jimmy Carter. They protect George W. Bush. They protect Barack Obama. They protect Bill Clinton. Why won't they protect me? I'm going to throw a freaking tantrum until Biden protects me.
People is, if they do it, the country will be blown to smithereens. The entire country will be...
Do you know what smithereens are? They're very small. They're small, little, tiny, like...
blown to smithereens. And those threats go away, because that's a really bad threat for a country. Forget about me. I'm an individual. But I represent something very important. That's a really terrible threat.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are others that could be in that category. Look, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China at a level that no president...
So wait. No, he thinks it's Iran. And he thinks that a threat should be made by the president of the United States on the prospect of it actually being Iran, but it also could be China. Hey, why don't you threaten Iran and China, right? Why don't you take all of the near-peer world powers and put them on blast over the chance that they were responsible, that they were involved in the attempted assassinations? Great idea, Donald. Great idea.
No president took in anything. I had tariffs on China, took in hundreds of billions of dollars. They're still there. That without me, they wouldn't have those tariffs on. So you could say, but no,
Everyone make sure your passports are good. God damn. I let mine lapse.
I think Iran would be the one.
All right, guys, let's take a break.
Wow, that's the second break that we've had so far. That's okay. What is this one? Trump loves the weave?
It was tough with other countries, but I got along very well with them. But you know, we were like a pussycat. We were ripped off by every nation in the world, and some of the worst rippers were our so-called allies. People,
the worst rippers,
that countries that we supposedly get along with, but they're the ones that took advantage of us on trade at a level like, you know, I mean, I ended some of the dumbest trade deals I've ever seen and made them much better for the country. I mean, what difference does it make? I took a terrible trade deal, would make it a good trade deal. But like Japan, I redid the trade deal. South Korea, I did the trade deal. The deals. I went to Abe of Japan. I said, Shinzo, he was assassinated. He was as you probably know, he was incredible, great man. He was a great leader for the people. They loved him. I said, Shinzo, look, we can't do this. The trade deal is so bad. We're friends, but I have to renegotiate.
The late, great Jack the Ripper.
And he said to me, I knew that would happen. I said, why did you know? Because you're right. It's so one-sided.
Wow.
It's like, he said, I knew you'd catch us. But they went through many presidents where Japan was, as an example, they'll send us millions of cars. We're not allowed to send them any. They send us their farm product. We were sending them practically nothing. It was like a one-way.
Hey, I would like to get some Japanese farm products.
Everything was one way. And by the way, virtually every. China was the worst, but there were many countries almost as bad. The European Union was almost as bad, in my opinion. You know, it sounds nice. Oh, the European Union.
It sounds all well and good. Oh, European Union. But then you hear read the fine print. Oh, European Union. That sounds good. I like European things, but it turns out
they were ruthless in their trading. And I said to Angela Merkel, how many Chevrolets do we have in the middle of Berlin? Why? I don't believe any. I said, you're right. And yet we take in all of that. We take in Mercedes-Benz and BMW, and we take in all of this Volkswagen. We're taking in all of these millions and millions of cars. I say, how many American cars are in the middle of Munich or Berlin? And the answer is none. And I had things change around. So, you know, you could say, I think that the answer would be, at this moment, Iran. And I think they could catch him. And if we had a real president, which we don't, We don't
My goggle says, well, Europeans are ruthless.
have a real president. We have a man that is grossly inept, and it's very dangerous because these guys are all at the top of their game. When you talk about President Xi and you talk about any one of the leaders in the world, Macron, and he's a smart guy. He's all for France. I mean, he would take the shirt off your back if you didn't know what you were doing.
So when you're with these guys, are these guys all sharks?
Yeah.
And you can sense the energy immediately?
Yeah, not all of them, but some of them aren't sharks in terms.
How are you assessing?
Oh, come on. Get him talking about sharks. Come on.
Okay, well, I can tell you, like,
Great.
Modi.
No, get back to the sharks.
Yeah.
He's a friend of mine. He's great. He's the nicest.
India.
Yeah.
This is for you.
Oh, good. Well, I'll tell you. Do you like him or not?
Yeah.
Do you like him?
I have family on both sides of it.
Okay,
I have
well,
family
let me
that
tell
loves everything and family
I'll just
that's
tell
not.
you, though. You meet him. I know. Well, they had, before him, they were replacing him every year. It was very unstable.
Yeah, of course he loves the fucking most fascist president of India.
He's in a lot.
He's great. He's a friend of mine. But on the outside, he looks like he's your father. He's the nicest, total killer.
I'm sorry.
Because I asked him,
I'm sorry. He reminds you of your father? Are we hearing too much?
Yeah.
It's getting a little personal here.
they did a thing called Howdy Modi in Houston, Texas.
Oh, yeah.
And they filled up the stadium. It was me and him. We filled up the stadium. It was beautiful. Like 80,000 people. It was going crazy. And we're walking around today. Maybe I wouldn't be as, maybe you wouldn't do that. But we're walking in the middle, waving to everybody. Anyway, but we have a very good relationship. He's the nicest human being. But we had a couple of occasions where somebody was threatening India. I said, let me help. I'm very good with those people. Let me help. I will do it. I will do it. And I will do anything necessary. We've defeated them for hundreds of years.
Wow.
He was talking about a certain country. Okay?
Yeah.
You can probably get.
Pakistan?
Yeah.
Can't fathom which.
You know the country.
Yeah.
But I said, whoa, what happened there?
Did I go over the Elon stuff yet? Not yet.
So, no, they're all tough.
We're still getting flagrant with Trump. Doesn't Trump plan on replacing electric chair with the great white shark as his preferred method of execution? I don't know. He's scared of sharks.
And they're all smart. And some are very good people. He's a good person. There's some are good people and some aren't good people. But they're all at the top of their game. And we have her, who is now more important than him, I guess, although he's still president of this country. And we're talking about nuclear war, and he's not capable. He doesn't even know what it is. He said yesterday, when they talked about should they hit Iran's nuclear, no, you shouldn't do that. I said, no, it's sort of just the opposite, because the nuclear is the biggest threat we have in the world today. It's not global warming.
Okay, so now Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. What Iran has is nuclear power plants. That's what he's saying that should be hit. It's more like hundreds of years, says Davi.
Where the oceans are rising 1/8 of an inch in the next 500 years.
Right.
The threat that we have, the biggest threat.
Oh my God, you can't say that shit. You can't say that shit. The southeast of the United States just got hit by 2 hurricanes, at least one of which was made much worse by virtue of the temperature, the above normal temperature in the Gulf of Mexico. He's so full of shit. He's like, oh, what's it going to do? It's going to raise 1/8 of an inch? Oh, no, it's going to fucking kill people. And it probably already has.
That is nuclear war.
Yeah.
You seem concerned about that.
I am, because it only takes one. I am.
Very true.
There are 5 countries now that have capability, and soon they'll have more. And we shouldn't let there be more. And I was at a point very good, despite the Russia hoax. It was a total hoax, and we were totally exonerated and everything.
The way you say that is not like an innocent person. The Russia hoax, we were totally innocent of that, and we didn't do anything, and we were exonerated, and everything, like, it's not really a scandal. Just so you know, no, it's totally normal.
I could have told them that the first day, but that causes, a lot of problems.
Yeah.
A lot of problems, and they're a big nuclear power. We were close to a deal for getting rid of nuclear weapons. It would be so good.
For
Now,
all countries or just Russia?
We were talking about Russia, ourselves, and China.
Oh, wow.
And we would then bring everyone else into it. And
So you all
strongly.
would get rid of your nuclear capabilities.
Denuclearize, yes. We were going to get rid
Totally
of
denuclearized.
nuclear because it's too powerful.
Yeah.
It's too much.
Yeah.
My uncle, Dr. John Trump, was the
Country doctor.
Yeah, Dr. John Trump. Well, he was a nuclear
Dr. Hannibal Lecter Trump.
doctor. Actually, he was at MIT. He's the longest-serving professor at MIT. He passed away. Great guy. He was a brilliant guy, a brilliant scientist, and he used to tell me. He said, a long time ago, he'd say, Donald, someday it's very dangerous. Somebody will be able to carry a small briefcase into a building in New York and blow up the entire.
Okay, so the shit that he just said was madness, right? Yeah, now he's anti-nuclear weapons, right? Now that's I say it's madness because it's not. It's not something that the countries that use their military to control the world are gonna do. Give up control like that, right? It's something that should happen. It's something that the world should do, but it's not something that I don't know where it's coming from, right? Like this was never a possibility. What they have done is had like strategic arms treaties like SALT I and SALT II, in which the United States agree and the former Soviet Union would agree to get rid of a certain number of their nuclear weapons at certain dates, right? I mean, like that is, something that started but didn't really continue. And I think both the United States and the Soviet Union have, refurbished and replenished their stock. Soviet Union and Russia, the Russian Federation have now. But yeah, I mean, like it's something that should happen. It's just not something that could happen. And the way that he is talking about this is like it was something that was going to happen, but then Biden, I guess everybody's on board, but Biden.
Oh,
wow.
I said, you gotta be kidding me.
Because he doesn't know what nuclear weapons are. He means the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council.
Uncle John, that will never happen. He was like a really brilliant guy. He was there for, I think, 41 years. He's the longest serving professor in the history of MIT.
Oh, wow.
So when I understand physics and when I understand
Davy says he's talking about the plot to the 4th Superman movie.
things well, they say, how come there's good genetics. I'm a believer. Are you guys believers in that? Were your parents?
Oh my God, are you believers in eugenics?
Yeah, my mom
He fucking casually brings up eugenics. Are you a big believer in genetics? Yeah, that's right. There's good people and there's bad people and there's good genes and there's bad genes and
is Scottish. And,
Fellow Scottish, yeah.
Oh.
Scottish women tend to be.
My mom.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you about that. Yeah.
And she was great.
Which is that where you get your humor
Yeah,
from?
well, I'll tell you what. England at the time, they fought them for 1,000 years trying to get them under tow. They couldn't do it.
trying to dominate the world of humor.
Couldn't do it.
Who would win, the Scottish or the British?
Very tough.
Whose humor would prevail?
My mother, come to think of it. Now, my mother was great. She was Stornoway.
Yeah.
The Hebrides, right? That's that's really serious Scottish.
Yeah.
But she was great. But it is true when you see Braveheart. That was one of many times, for hundreds of years.
Did you watch that with your mom by any chance?
No, I didn't. I didn't get to. I'll tell you, I saw Braveheart. I think Mel Gibson is a very good guy. I've met him
Oh no.
a number of times. Good guy. But I'll tell you, that was,
I can think of a number of ways in which he's not a good guy, but I guess if you're a eugenicist, maybe you kind of low-key agree with him on a lot of stuff.
Gibson in his prime.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I was on
Stolen Valor Trump.
a plane, and there was absolutely nothing to do. It was one of these planes that You couldn't make calls. You couldn't do, and they had tapes.
That's all planes for us.
And they showed me like,
Wait, Nugenics? Is that like Ted Nugent's new eugenics?
no, but they showed me.
Is that where Ted Nugent gives everybody cat scratch fever?
They showed me, sir, we have 20 tapes. And I looked at the tapes and they were all, and this was like 20 years after it was made. This was probably 6 years ago.
Braveheart, what an amazingly historic film.
I never saw Braveheart.
Okay.
And they showed me a tape. I said, all right, let's put that one on. And within about 4 minutes, I said, this may be the greatest movie I've ever seen.
Incredible. It's incredible.
Within 4 minutes.
No, I'm a Braveheart fan, but you've seen it.
Oh, dude, I saw it with my mom. She was emotional for like a week.
I wish I saw it with my mother, but it was good.
Was that your Braveheart moment? Like after
Trump is incredibly unpopular in Scotland.
getting shot when you stood up?
No,
Freedom.
you don't think of that in those moments. You do what you do.
Yeah, thank God you weren't thinking about Mel Gibson.
No, but he's good. But he was when he in prime time, he was
unbelievable.
I mean, at that, his look, his way, you couldn't have had a better guy playing it. But that was a great movie. So, but it is true, England and
Scotland
at the time, for 1,000 years, I mean, they'd have the battles with thousands or once at thousands, and they run at each other. Tell me that. You think that takes guts?
They run at each other.
I think so.
Knowing they're going to pretty much die, right?
The Roman army built walls to keep out the Scottish when they were up in England.
Yeah. They were afraid of the Scottish. Yeah.
They were afraid.
The Scottish people, they're tough people. They're good people. Actually, they're very great people, but they're good fighters.
But your mom was funny.
She was funny, yes.
That's what I hear.
That was the point you were trying to make.
I hear
she had a great sense.
Just to bring Unc back to the point.
And my father loved my mother. They were married for...
Yeah. Polar opposites, though?
Yeah, my father was German.
Serious,
but good. He was a tough guy, but he had a good heart. When he walked down the street, and they would say we could walk down the street, he would always give something to, if there was somebody that had problems. He used to have the can and a pencil, the can of, my father would always put $100
He would,
in that thing.
he would throw the $100 in coins into the can, and then it would bounce the pencils out. And my father would grab up all the pencils and then beat the guy up and take the can.
No, he had a tremendous heart, but he was a tough guy. He was tough. He was just like no nonsense. It was firm. My mother was a woman, and I don't know how your mother felt, but
my mother was a woman. I don't know about your mother, but I just wanted to mention that my mother was a woman. It's very important that we clarify that my mother was a woman.
He was tough. He was just like no nonsense. It was firm. My mother was a woman, and I don't know how you...
It's not even my mother was a woman, the kind of woman that doesn't, put up with any nonsense, right? It's just like my mother was a woman, and then moving on.
He was tough. He was just like no nonsense. It was firm. My mother was a woman, and I don't know how your mother felt, but she loved the Queen. Don't forget, the Queen was,
she revered the Queen.
The Queen was great. Oh, would she?
What? His mother was an American, right? It's his grandparents that were immigrants, right? Not his parents.
Because the Queen honored me before she died. She honored me as the president in Buckingham Palace. And there's nobody that does it like the English. There's nobody that has that, the pomp and ceremony. But my mother would love that. Your mother, so...
Davy Cliff says, my mother was a birthing person, alternate universe woke Trump.
Did she feel strongly about like the royalty?
I think they're obsessed with the royal family out there, like in general.
Your mother would have been.
She was really into all the pageantry for sure.
My mother was.
Yeah.
My mother thought the Queen was great.
Yeah.
She thought the Queen was so wonderful.
Some of my family hates the English, though.
I know.
There's some history there.
I know. But a lot of the it's a hard breakup. They tried to break up Scotland from the rest of the empire, so to speak.
Because they got some oil.
And it made it by about like a half a point.
Yeah.
They kept it together, so I hope it stays together. I hope it always stays together. But England, as they say, because it used to be England, but England never could. And they were bigger.
Yeah.
And they had more people.
Yeah.
They could never finish.
I bet I got.
Capturing Scotland. So
Yeah.
it's really sort of.
They ended up having to marry together.
But they did capture Mel Gibson. Oh.
They married.
Yeah.
They became sort of subsidiaries, right?
I guess. Yeah.
But it was great. That's interesting with your mother.
Guys, that little chunk.
That little chunk. How about this little chunk?
Okay, so the humor comes from there, maybe some other things, because I think that's one thing that there's bipartisan support for you, is even the people that are like, I don't like that guy, will go, hey, he's funny now. He says the funny things. Have you heard this before about it?
Yeah, I've heard it.
It's very disarming humor.
Yeah, but in my business, in what I do, if you don't have humor, you won't even survive.
Wait, why is that?
Because I think you have to have a light side. I see a lot of dark things. I see horrible things. I see things that are bad. I see political things that are hard. I mean, we have a lot of corrupt people in this country, and I see it. And horrible corrupt people. We have people that, I really do. We have, from the inside, we have really bad people, and outside we do, but I think the outside is better. I think it's easier to handle China. If you have a smart president who knows, some things, if you had who knows how to deal, let's say, you're not going to have a problem with Russia. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine if I were president. I used to talk to Putin about it. I got along great with him. They would have never.
Putin was always like, yo, can I invade Ukraine? And Trump was like, don't do it, Vladimir. Don't do it. And then when he called Biden and be like, yo, Biden, can I invade Ukraine? Biden was like, whatever. Dude,
Never, ever done it. I ended his pipeline, I ended the pipeline called Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2.
Yeah.
I said, are you
Well, definitely nobody heard of Nord Stream 2 after Dark Brandon took care of it.
building a pipeline going to Europe? Yeah, I said, I don't think so.
It's weird that he's bragging about being against the pipeline that Biden literally destroyed.
And I told, I got them together. I said, you mean we're defending you from Russia and you're paying them billions of dollars a month for oil? It's not going to work that way. And I ended it. And then when Biden came in, he gave it back. The biggest project they ever had, right? He gave it back. And then everyone said, Trump is friends with Putin and stuff. Putin would say, if you're my friend, I'd hate like hell to see you as my enemy. Think of it. And I put a lot of sanctions on. But I got along with Russia. I got along with pretty much everybody. Actually, the tougher they were, the better I did with them. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. Because
it means that you have a similar temperament to authoritarian leaders of various countries.
the other ones are easier to handle. But the ones that I got along with, and they're also the bigger threats. I got along very well with President Xi of China. But
I want him to stumble into something where he starts talking about, like, if only I'd been around in World War II, I could have gotten along well with Hitler. Maybe we never would have had to have a war.
when COVID came, I was not happy with him.
People just didn't handle Hitler right. You got to be tough with Hitler.
I mean, they released it from accidentally, I believe. A lot of people would say it wasn't an accident, but they got hit very hard. They got hit as hard as anybody in the world. It was late. It was belated. It was a late hit.
Yeah.
But when COVID came, I made an unbelievable trade deal with China. They have to buy $50 billion of our product every year. It was nobody could believe I got that deal done. I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even talk about it. That deal is unbelievable. And what's happened now, our farmers have been hit because Biden hasn't pressed them to honor the deal.
Is he going to talk about sending the COVID test to Russia? He hasn't admitted that yet. He has not. It came out through Bob Woodward.
Every day I'd get up. How much did China buy today? Sir, I'd call him up and say, you're behind. You have to buy 50 billion. Do you think Biden does that? Biden's sleeping. But over the last week, I have what we talk about.
See, the Sleepy Joe, you're killing the joke. You're overusing that joke. I don't even think that Sleepy Joe jokes are funny anymore.
Funny or sad. I think it's
like he's trying to make Biden a thing again. And the problem is Biden's not a thing. Biden is over.
More sad than
funny. Biden could not be more irrelevant.
He has one ability I don't have. He sleeps. He can sleep. This guy.
But no, when he's saying that, he's not just saying, like, he's not just doing the Sleepy Joe thing. But when he says he's got one ability that I don't have, right? Apparently, Trump, like, sleeps with one eye open. Trump is too high anxiety to really fully sleep. And, that jibes with his 3 a.m. tweet storms or truth storms.
Goes on a beach and he lays down on one of those, 6 ounce, they weigh 6 ounces and he can't lift it.
He misses Joe so much. They really were made for each other, true.
They're meant for children, young people, and old people to lift. They're aluminum, hollowed aluminum. They weigh very little, and he can't lift. And somebody convinced him he looks good in a bathing suit. And when you're 82, typically bathing suits aren't going to make you look great. You're not going to be enhanced. All right? It's just one of those things. I can't be sure about that, but
I don't know, Chad. I think he's wrong about this. Like, I don't think that he's literally saying when you're like a certain age, you should what? Not wear a bathing suit? Not go out in the ocean? Like, no, Joe Biden, if he like, he doesn't want to be seen without his shirt on. It's just more of his vanity.
Typically,
Depends what he's packing. He could.
I don't know what the hell he's packing.
I mean, it's Biden, right? Like father, like son. So it's probably.
But I don't want to, and I don't want to know either. I don't know, but he has an ability to fall asleep.
I mean, thanks to MAGA, we know what Hunter's looks like
while on camera.
We know that one's big.
Lie down on one of
Does Biden even bench?
and in minutes he's stone cold out.
How does he
and
do
he's
it?
got cameras
How does
because
he
he's the
do it?
president, so they have cameras on him.
Yeah.
And then they show him sleeping on the beach.
Yeah.
You'll never see me sleeping in front of camera.
How do we get you better at that? Like, what can we do?
He's literally talking about what is very obviously like a media image, which like presidential candidates, like this is part of their meta. They want to look powerful. If you fall asleep, it doesn't actually matter, but it might look like it matters. If there is an image of you asleep, it might be a bad look. Right? This is a conversation for the campaign managers. This isn't a conversation about, and it's so blatant. It's so, you never catch me sleeping. You never see that. I'll make sure that my image is maintained. Yeah, this guy has worked the media all of his fucking life.
How do we work on that? As a
Donald J. Trump sleeps in a thong?
As a country?
Yeah.
We got to save our country. Look, we are a nation in decline, whether you like it or not.
I hate hearing that.
I know. I hate
That
it.
hurts me. That
It's
hurts me.
it's
As a proud
horrible.
American, I
Well, what you like though is, but we're going to be greater than ever before.
So that's, I think,
Yeah.
the messaging that I think.
Yeah.
I think that's really nice
well, that's
to hear.
my ultimate message. But
Yes.
you can't avoid the fact
He's just letting Trump manage his opinion in real time.
that we've allowed 21 million people into our country in the last 3.5 years. And I don't know your persuasion. I don't know if you guys are liberal or what, but nobody can be happy with 21 million people openly walking into a place we don't know. And it was released last week that 13,000 of those people are murderers. 13,099. 13,000 of those people are in prison. They're incarcerated for murder, and they let him out.
I think you have support on this, though. I think everybody.
Tremendous.
You know what he doesn't have support on? What he just said about the confirmation that there are people coming into the country are like murder or like were imprisoned. Like the story of people being let out of prison and somehow transported to the border. That's what other countries are doing. Like opening up their prisons, letting these people out, and giving them an all expenses paid trip to the United States. That's what you're gonna claim. And look, there's no pushback from Schultz, right? I mean, we will get some comedy juice out of this lemon, but yeah, it's kind of a lemon party.
Regardless,
I think I'll let you know. I'll let you know on November 6th if I have support.
Yeah.
The
But
day
I don't
after
think,
the election.
I don't think
November
there's
5th.
pushback.
the most important day.
Yeah,
No,
I
I'll
think
let you
people
know.
are agreeing they want a strong border. And I don't think that's an issue that's like tearing the country apart. But I do think that there is something that
There are some people that want to open, and they're either.
But they're like politicians that are getting some sort of reinforcement
Yeah.
through this. The average American, I don't think is going,
Or
we
they hate
need
our
an
country.
open border. Yeah.
I think only a person that hates our country, actually, maybe it's a down deep hatred, can want open borders. So we took in.
A new CIA drone pilot saying that's what the U.S. did with MS-13 members being deported to El Salvador and Guatemala after those gangs were born in the California prison system. Well, so yeah, so you're saying the gangs were born, not the people.
More than 21 million.
We're not talking about oh my god, what the fuck is his name? Emporio situation here.
People in the last 3.5 years, and we have no idea where they even come from. They're terrorists, they're drug dealers. You know, in Venezuela, and it's not just South America, but take Venezuela. They've taken their criminals off the streets of Caracas, which was a very dangerous city. You couldn't walk across the street in Caracas and get a loaf of bread. Right now, it's a safe city. Their crime is down 72%. They've taken all of their criminals, almost all of them, and they brought them into the United States. And
Yeah, he's absolutely full of shit, and the whole phenomenon of immigration from Venezuela is very much the result of his foreign policy. He implemented more stringent sanctions against Venezuela that eviscerated the country, and that fueled a lot of the immigration that went on. So how fucked up is it that Donald Trump, one, is causing the immigration, two, is demagoguing against immigrants, is campaigning on there's immigration that you caused, right? And three, when offered up the bill that he wanted passed on a silver platter by the Biden administration, changed his mind and told the Republican members of Congress to vote against that. How disingenuous, how dishonest, how full of shit is this guy?
Yeah.
That's not ending well. You know where some of them went? To Aurora in Colorado.
Here we go. We got Aurora, so we got to get the Tren de Aragua folks. They're coming in. They're taking over the apartments. No one's able to have an apartment because they're taking them out, and they put the Venezuelan gang in. They put them right into the apartment. They come up with their.
They took over the town. They took it over.
The whole town?
They took over the whole town. They're eating the cats and dogs.
You know how they took it over? With guns. If they went in
with guns. You know how they took it over? You know how they took it over? I was going to say with real estate. No, with guns. I'm sorry.
The real estate business, like me, I had to go to a bank and borrow.
Yeah.
They went in with
guns.
MK-47s, or they went in with.
I'm sorry. That's the second time he said that. Some of you in chat know it's called an AK-47, not an MK-47. Now, the only thing that I can imagine that Trump is thinking of is the MK Ultra program, which was a CIA program in like the 50s and 60s where they would literally get these people like high. And there's weird stories about MK Ultra.
Weapons like nobody's ever seen before. You know,
DC Bain was also born in a prison. MK-47s, hell yeah.
Military-style weapons. They've taken
MK-47s.
But I think most people are on board with deporting any illegal that has committed a crime.
Yeah.
Like, I think there's bipartisan support of that. I think the tricky thing comes, and honestly, I have empathy. Like, you're a business owner.
Yeah.
There's been people, I'm not trying to out you, but like there's been people I'm sure that might not have had like legal citizenship that have maybe worked in various businesses.
that's true.
And it's like, you know, I've definitely been taken care of as a kid by people that weren't legal, babysitters and stuff. So there are people that maybe would like a path to citizenship that I have a lot of empathy for.
You have to start with the criminals.
Agreed.
Okay, look.
But
I have to say,
maybe we can.
It's very tough.
Maybe we can open our hearts.
So he's trying to argue Trump out of his immigration policy
A little bit to the people who are trying to be, good hard work.
He's actually arguing against Trump's mass deportation plan.
And you know what's going to happen? You're going to be in the
And he's like, just take the ones that have committed crimes, deport them.
midst of this. Now, you know, Dwight Eisenhower was sort of a moderate, General Eisenhower. Did you know that they had 8% generals, president of the United States, 8% were generals, 92% were politicians, and then you had Trump. See, that's a weave. You know, we go off it just for a second.
It's definitely a weave.
Because now, like, where are we weaving
No,
to?
no.
Where are we weaving to?
Into this.
No, think of it, because we're talking about generals, and then you get back onto the general.
There you
Because
go.
what I was going to say is that Eisenhower
I like the
is a
play-by-play
moderate.
for the week.
No, it's good, though. Isn't it great? We go into it, we mention Eisenhower, and then I say he was a general, 8% generals, 92%.
8% generals, 92% politicians, 1% Trump.
And now you go back, okay? It's part of the weave.
Weave.
Then you go back. No, you got to
Finger
keep
roll.
it all together. You got to be sharp. If you're not sharp, you're dead. But think of it. Think of it. No, but think of it. So we have 92% and 8%. Nobody, no admirals, and no business people. And
No admirals.
tell me. So now we have me. I'm one.
Yeah.
So
And then maybe things change after that. Here's.
No, I think it will change. They'll never.
You're not a business person, you're a reality star. And you're also not including Ronald Reagan, who is an actor. So you had one actor, now you have two actors. Although, do you call a reality show star an actor? I kind of feel like that's not.
There'll be another business person that ever does this.
Okay, here's a
because
question.
I've been treated so badly that I think that no person of success. Don't forget, my whole life was deals. Deals.
Art of the deal.
Those guys are stiffs.
Yes.
Like they'll run for office. There's no deal. There's no nothing. You can't get yourself in trouble much.
Yeah.
You can be a crooked politician, which some are.
Yeah.
But basically,
Most guys are stiffs. Yeah, most guys don't stiff their business, you know. I don't know wig and extension culture. Is Trump technically wearing a weave? I actually don't know either.
so many deals. I do hundreds of thousands of pages of documents a year. You know, as I'm.
Here's my theory, right? As his hair falls out, he glues it back to his head. He just refuses to have a receding hairline, and so he just like it falls out, he glues it back in.
When I'm really in the mood, right?
Yeah.
And if they find one page, I got myself a problem politically.
Yeah.
Okay. Look at it. They went after me for years on taxes.
Yeah.
Years.
Yeah.
So yeah, weaving again away from the very reasonable ask that Andrew Schultz delivered of how about no mass deportation? We're not getting an answer, we're getting the weave.
The United States Supreme Court, I gave them tens of thousands of pages.
Art of the steal, art of the weave.
And you never heard about it again.
Well, that is what often happens, which is probably incredibly frustrating, which is lobbing an allegation, and then when it's proven to be false, they just move on.
Oh, they don't even write about it. I called the New York Times on something. I was right. And they
The
said,
Russian
are
thing
you going to do?
was wild.
Yeah,
like-
the Russian hoax.
Yeah.
Well, I'm suing Pulitzer. You don't know this. They got a Pulitzer Prize for their New York
the
Times,
hoax?
Washington
Oh, wow.
Post. Yeah, for the hoax.
Excuse me, he's suing Pulitzer. Like, not the New York Times for supposedly putting forward these Russia hoax stories, right? But the Pulitzer who awarded them a prize for one of those stories. So in other words, this isn't a story. This is a story that not only held up, but was recognized as one of the best pieces of journalism that year. And he's going to sue Pulitzer for awarding. Oh my, no, this is just this is wild.
Got the Pulitzer Prize.
Yeah.
So the writers got Pulitzer Prizes for their brilliant coverage.
And you're not mad at the writers, you're not mad at the paper, you're mad at the Pulitzer.
The Russia hoax.
Interesting.
But it turned out to be right. So
Yeah.
we wrote a letter to the Pulitzer Prize.
Yeah.
right?
He calls it the weave, says GTA, sane people call it the Dodge.
You know, the committee, it's a big foundation.
And Elon calls it the Doge.
And we said, it's a lawsuit that's going on right
Yeah.
now. And we said, we demand that you take back the Pulitzer Prizes. We demand a apology.
Yeah.
Because you're actually, by leaving them, you're sort of saying it happened, and it didn't happen. Everybody now is
You're
giving it
rewarding
up.
the lie.
Yeah. So I sued them. They said, well, we we did what we did. That's okay. That's all right. So I sued them. And they've got themselves a big problem now.
Yeah.
And this suit's moving along, and I think we're going to win that suit easily because they gave people Pulitzer Prizes that were wrong.
Yeah.
You know who should get the Pulitzer Prizes equivalent, if you could? Guys like Sean Hannity, guys like, that there were numerous of them that, I mean, not as many as the fake news, as the very liberal media, but we had tremendous John Solomon, he's a great writer. So many people knew that was a hoax. They should get prizes. I don't know, Pulitzer Prize, because you don't give Pulitzer Prizes to a guy on television. You can't get, in theory, a Pulitzer Prize. But you had a lot of people that got that right. They got nothing. So we sued Pulitzer on the basis that they should absolutely take that prize back. And I said, by not taking it back...
You can't sue a award for giving the prize to somebody that you don't like. What the fuck are you talking about?
You're trying to say that it actually happened, in a way.
Yeah.
I'm saying you're defaming me because...
I'm saying that lawsuit's going nowhere.
By you not taking those prizes back, you're actually saying it happened.
Take a break for a second because some of y'all need to upgrade your wallets. Because I know we have a limited time, but important thing.
How are we doing so far?
You're doing great.
You're doing amazing.
So
they're making us wrap up. We want you for longer.
I'll bet it's my people. I do have other things, but
I know you're busy.
How interesting is this, though?
See, this is the fun stuff.
He's
Alex
he's an influencer.
Yeah, he's a good.
Now look at this. Look at this. I want to point this out. Right, his people said wrap it up. All right, here, Trump is calling an audible. He says, I think this is going really well, and it's important that we continue. Watch what happens. Now, he's already gotten one reward. He's already gotten, kind of an attack, right? He's already gotten, for such a pliant host, for somebody that's glazing him so much, right? Andrew Schultz directly confronted him about his plan to do mass deportations and said, can we just be empathetic? Can we just be human beings? Sure, deport the people who have crimes, who are committing crimes, right? But for the rest of the people that are here trying to work, trying to support their family, can't we just find a pathway to citizenship? That's a pretty direct confrontation. So that's already happened, and Trump wants to stay a little longer. Let's see what happens.
I asked him, I said, Alex, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
And I wasn't.
Oh, you're not telling him he's got time now.
Who is give him a little more time? What the hell? Can I override Alex? I don't know. Yeah. Unlike Biden, he can't. I can. I can say, Alex, I'm doing it. He'll say, thank you, sir. No, Biden can't. They turn the cameras off with this guy. Do you ever see it? The cameras are off. The lights go off. Everyone. Because you see, he's in deep trouble. We're in no trouble. Yeah. But I'll tell you what. I asked Alex. He's an influencer. He's a big name influencer. I don't know if he's in this league. I don't know who the hell knows. But I said to him, knowing nothing about influencers, I said, who is the biggest of all the influencers? Sir, that's the easiest question you've ever asked me. Who is it? You, sir.
It's true.
I said, no. I never thought of it. He said, you're the biggest. You have hundreds of millions of people. You have more people than anybody else by far. Before they took away, I went from having 280 million on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. The three of them combined, 280. I think I was number one because Zuckerberg told me that. He came to the White House. He said, congratulations, you're number one on Facebook. So I went from that to having nobody. That was like cold turkey, right? You'd call that cold turkey. That would be like if we didn't do business with China.
I mean, he does seem to have been, at least at one point, addicted to Twitter.
I said, no more business with China. You go cold turkey, right? And I went and I said, boy, but I had a lot to say. This was after the presidency, of course. They do it after the presidency.
Oh, you mean after you tried to stay in the presidency after having lost? That's
during the presidency, they're a little bit.
They're very nice.
But anyway, I went totally off. I had nobody, and I had all these ideas, and I couldn't get the word out. And I had some good thoughts, and people wanted to hear my thoughts. And I did a thing called Save America, and essentially it was like the old-fashioned, you guys are far too young. In the old days, what we did, we didn't have tweeting and we didn't have Truth. Truth is doing great, by the way. Would you please use Truth?
Truth is he is losing so much money on that.
I love Truth. Use truth, everybody. It's my voice.
Use truth so we don't lose as much money.
But I also use X. I also use X. But I went from having all these people, and I did an old-fashioned press release. It's called. We used to go to press release.
Yeah.
And somebody would write up something
You send it to all the
and I
periodicals.
started doing it, Save America, and they got longer and better and longer, and I started doing it, and man, I had millions of people. Now nobody else could do that because if somebody puts out a press release, it just doesn't work out too well. But I did it, and it did well, and then I did Truth, and I'm very good friends with Elon, and we owe Elon a lot for what he's done with X, and I use X too. But my voice is on.
No, it's really wild that he's basically become a competitor of Elon, right? That's what Truth Social is, Twitter for conservatives, basically. And it's even more of a loss. It's even more of a loser than Twitter.
Truth. And it's done really well. I mean, if I want to get something out, I put it on Truth, and everybody picks it up.
That's the thing. You put it there, and then you see other people.
It's picked up all over the place. It's picked up. I mean, I could be on anything I want, but I put it out on Truth, and it just gets picked up all over the place. So it's been very good. But he said I was the #1 influencer. See? The weave.
The weave.
Yeah. The weave.
Question.
The weave.
You've got your son, Barron.
Do you think I'm the #1 influencer?
I think it's
So who else?
Rogan. I think it's Rogan, you, and Kim Kardashian. Like Kim Kardashian influences.
He's forgetting Hawk Tuah. Right after Rogan is Talk Tuah with Hawk Tuah.
Is the shape of women's bodies and faces. Like you see so many, they're literal shape of human beings.
Do they want to look like her?
They want to look like her. So once we start seeing dudes want to look like you.
Yeah.
And I see young Jack over there. I think he's trying to do it.
Yeah.
Your TikTok guy.
TikTok Jack.
TikTok
Jack.
Jack.
So tell me, this is a little new world. I call him, his name is Jack. I call him TikTok Jack. I'm good with names,
You are.
You're very good with
You
names.
are.
I mean, Pocahontas.
Yeah.
We have names.
What about, and there was, Tampon Tim was good. What about,
The
is that?
problem with Tampon Tim, it's hard to say.
Yeah.
In other words,
It's a mouthful.
it's a lot. Tampon. And you can't stutter it through when you call it. It's really a lousy word to say.
Yeah.
But it's quite accurate, right? there are some, like Comrade Kamala. It's a little hard to say. She's comrade because she's obviously a communist.
Yeah.
She's
Obviously.
comrade.
Yeah.
And it's not bad, but when you put the names together, it's a little, you got to be able to.
Oh, it is. Comrade Kamala. I'm surprised you don't mess it up and say Comrade Kamala.
No, you got to be able to.
Excuse me?
And it's not bad.
Excuse
When you
me?
put the names together, it's a little, you got to be able to pume.
You got to be able to pume, apparently.
No, you got to be able to put it out there. But we have a lot of good results.
Lion Ted. Yeah. Like his shorter names are better. Lion Ted, Crooked Hillary, Sleepy Joe. These all work. Comrade Kamala doesn't exactly flow off the tongue in the same way.
A lot of them I can't go into with you because
Why
some
not?
of my
Give me
best
some,
ones,
give me
some
some.
of my best ones are from the Republican primaries.
Oh, yeah.
And they're all friends of mine now.
Oh,
and I
now
don't
you
wanna-
got to be nice.
So I've
What
taken
about
that
Mike Pence? You got anything for Mike?
Like Lion Ted.
because he and I had a very good
What happened to him?
relationship.
Yeah, what happened to him? Here we go. I told you.
Couldn't cross the line of doing what was right. In my
Oh.
I would disagree with that, but he had the right to go, and
Wait. We got to rewind that because something funny happened here.
he couldn't cross the line.
Got to be nice.
So I've
What
taken
about
that-
Mike Pence? You got anything for Mike Pence?
Well, it's a shame because he and I had a very good
What happened to him?
relationship.
Hanging out
He
somewhere.
couldn't
Hanging out somewhere. What happened to him? Hanging out somewhere.
cross the line of doing what was right, in my opinion.
Ah,
Some
yeah.
people would disagree with that, but he had the right to go and put them before the legislatures and have them reassess because they found out a lot of bad things. And he had a lawyer that said he didn't have that right, but he did have that right. And you know why we found out that that was true? Because they changed the law after the election so that he couldn't do what I said he could do.
Yeah.
Okay? They changed the law so that a vice president could no longer do what I said he could do. So, in other words, I turned out to be right. But it's a shame. We had a very good relationship for 99.9% of the thing.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think he's a good man. I mean, I think he's a
Oh,
good
that's
man.
good.
Unfortunately, I wish he would have had.
But he deserved to die, apparently, according to this guy. Like, he was told that, like, that Mike Pence's life was in danger because of what he said, and his response was, so what? He literally so whatted Mike Pence getting fucking murdered.
The stamina, maybe courage, maybe both, to go further, because we have to have honest elections in our country. And if we're afraid to challenge an election, we're in big trouble, you know? They say, if you challenge, they've challenged elections. The Democrats, look at Maxine Waters. How dare them, you know, they've challenged Stacey Abrams. Almost all of the Democrats challenged.
Yeah.
But when we challenge, they say, he's a threat to democracy.
Yeah.
These are kind of...
That's a little bit different. Like somebody, waiting for the final results to come in or asking for a recount when it's eligible for a recount? That's a little different than what Trump did. That's a little bit different than sending violent thugs into the fucking halls of Congress. I don't remember Stacey Abrams doing that, Trump.
And they're very bad for our country.
Yeah.
So I'm going to weed them out. I'm going to weed them out. I'll do it
Weed them out with the weave.
in honor of you.
Okay, so tell me this. So
Oh, great. You'll purge the government in honor of me. Thank you.
This situation. Okay. Barron is 18. He's handsome. He's tall.
Yeah.
He's rich.
He's got the whole ball.
He's unleashed in New York City. Are you sure you want to reverse Roe v. Wade now? I mean, maybe give him a few years, you know.
Well, you know, it's up to the states now. It's up to the states because I believe in exceptions and all of the different things.
You've been vocal about that.
I've been very.
Would you try to influence?
I mean, I think a lot of people agree with me.
Yeah.
You know, it was very, very strong, very, very tough. And Republicans were going to lose a lot of elections having to do with a lot of other things, too, because there are many issues. We have the border, we have this, we have wars, we have everything.
Yeah.
And Roe v. Wade was always about getting it back to the states.
Yeah.
And then people started talking about the number of weeks and this, that, all these. But nobody wanted, no legal scholar, no Democrat, no Republican, liberal, conservative, nobody wanted it in the federal government. It shouldn't be in the federal government. And the legal...
I missed this super chat earlier. Yeah, I just found out that Metaphor is not on Xbox Game Pass. Oh, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Sorry, chat. I'm just bitching about a video game that I really thought I was going to be able to get a hold of and play for free. Well, not for free, but you know, I've got Game Pass, right? And they've been so good about putting all the... I can't get right here, maybe? I don't know.
Legal scholars, it was abhorrent. They didn't want it, and they didn't want it in the federal government.
Now,
and it was in the federal government.
I know you said, sorry.
What we did is, we moved it back to the states and a vote of the people. And now they're voting. Ohio voted a very liberal, you know, Ohio, I won Ohio by a lot, but they voted, and it's up to them. Okay, I do believe in exceptions. Life of the mother, rape, and incest.
Right.
If your daughter's raped by somebody, and let's say he's from a prison someplace and he's killed
Hannibal Lecter.
people and
Maybe he's from Venezuela.
else.
Maybe he's eating your cat.
Absolutely, you have to be able to do.
Yeah.
There are some people, and I think that group is smaller and smaller when they realize what's going on, but there are some people that under no circumstances can you do. I don't happen to agree. Ronald Reagan didn't agree. But what has happened is it's now back in the states where it belongs. And the states are...
Stephen Baker says, stop the steal from Michael Brooks, folks. Yeah, Michael Brooks is down by 2%. Although, actually, it might be more than that. So we are 50% of the way to the dono goal. Thanks to one person. Thank you. Yeah, this is... But yeah, but that means that like Bill Nye's got an extra 50%, right? Whatever Bill Nye's at, which is winning. Bill Nye is winning in the poll, but Bill Nye is super duper winning when we add the donos.
Moving along, and they're approving things.
So
some
quick,
conservative and some liberal.
There's some places. My wife and
But yeah, thank you, Davy, for the super chats. We're gonna get. It's an extra long bit of Trump tent that we're doing tonight. Apologies. I kind of wanted to try to find timestamps, but I couldn't ensure myself I was going to find all the funny stuff, right? So we ended up doing this instead. Pre-breakfast banana. Now I want a donut. I mean, now I want a banana. And I actually have bananas. Yo, chat. Bananas are good.
IVF.
Well, what is your favorite thing to eat a banana with? Right? Is it peanut butter? Like, right? You gotta eat a banana with something.
You've been very supportive of IVF.
I was totally.
I really love that. You said
totally
that you guys were going to pay
from
for
the
it,
beginning.
and I would love to get the refund or whatever once that happens when the government.
But I actually said, we want babies in our country.
And we do.
Yeah.
But
So now
there are some people using that reversal of Roe v. Wade to kind of attack the legality of IVF. And to me, it's like, that's heartbreaking.
These are crooked politicians. These are politicians. Now, I'll give you.
Thank you, Narwhal, for the 5 gifted. Shen Maruku, Jaster, Sassy Sasarai, Sinful Solutions, and CE. You just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Thanks to Narwhal by nature.
An example. I came out when it first came up, and it started in Alabama, where a judge ruled that you couldn't do IVF, and all clinics all over Alabama was going to shut down. Were going to be shut down. And I wasn't an expert on IVF, but I have common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense.
Yeah.
And some women called me, and actually Katie Britt called me, the senator from Alabama, who's really a young, good politician, smart, great husband, who was a football player, great family. She called me up. She said, "Sir, women have come to me and almost attacked me, and they're my best friends, that the judge..."
Genie Bottle says banana and custard.
Shut down IVF. He's a very, conservative judge, and he shut down IVF. And I said,
No, but what about PB banana and chocolate? No. Have you ever had this? Okay. Anybody know about the powdered peanut butter? I think it's called like PB2 or something. Like you can get different, it's like peanut butter powder, and you can just dip the banana into that, and it's actually really good.
"Let's explain it," told me. And she told me. I said, "No, it's a great thing. It's helping women
PB on toast sliced with sliced banana.
babies." And
yeah, actually that would be pretty good.
she didn't know her friends were all going through IVF.
It's so much
she
more
didn't know
common
it.
than people
Right.
realize. Yeah.
But they don't talk about it. Let's say somebody's
People
doing.
are
I mean,
quite
I understand.
uncomfortable, yeah.
I never had big discussions.
Bill Nye.
If you're a woman and you're going through, you're not going to be telling Katie Britt, and you're not going to be telling your friends, "Hey, I'm going through IVF."
Yeah.
Some will, and some won't.
Yeah.
But she didn't know anything about her friends, and they were good friends of hers. She said, "They're literally attacking me." I
Yeah.
said, "Well, what is it?" After about 5 minutes, I'm a quick study. I said, "That's a great thing." And I came out with
Wait, what is he talking about? Is he doing the weave? I don't even know what he's doing now. But I do know that Bill Nye is kicking ass on this poll.
of the decision. I came out strongly in favor on behalf of the Republican Party. And I have calls from senators saying, "Thank you, sir, you saved my political career."
Yeah. I mean,
Wow.
Because they might have come out,
Save
who
their
knew?
family too.
But here's what does happen, which is really, we get calls that just the other day, that this total lying politician that's running, that ruined San Francisco, she destroyed San Francisco
I wonder who you're talking about.
with her very liberal policy.
Who does he mean?
And she destroyed the state
Gavin
of
Newsom?
No, it's
Definitely.
But Gavin Newsom, I call him Gavin Newscum. Gavin.
But honestly, that one makes more sense since Gavin Newsom is the governor of California. It makes a lot more sense than saying the DA.
No, he's a terrible. He's a
That
terrible.
was Pume.
No, no.
That was Pume.
Gavin Newsom. He doesn't like that name, but he is.
Good hair though.
Gavin, he probably does. Yeah.
Yeah, he is nice.
I don't know. Yours?
Yeah.
So good. I don't know.
Pretty good.
Don't take your hat off. Because you never know. Sometimes the guy will take his hat off. He has good hair. I say, boy, you are. Right? And usually it's bald. No, 95% of the time. There's always a reason. Usually a reason, and that's okay.
This is the closest he's been towards actual humor the whole night. Jeannie Bottle says, I do not like peanut butter, but I do eat nuts. Not those ones with your dirty... Oh, not the... Yeah, other kind of nuts. We're talking about tree nuts.
But what
and legumes like peanuts.
I get a call, and they say...
Maybe even some pine nuts. Oh, wait, pine nuts are tree nuts, right?
That Kamala, said that I'm against IVF, okay? That I'm against it. They know it's untrue. But all of the lies...
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This guy, through his nomination of Federalist Society justices, caused IVF to be in question in the first place. It wouldn't be an issue, except for his Supreme Court justice choices.
Positioning in a
so
way.
many different...
It literally doesn't matter if he says, oh no, I'm not against IVF. She says that I'm against IVF, but I love the babies. We love the baby. We want a lot of babies. So IVF, bullshit. You paved the way for IVF to be...
The bloodbath. That was about the auto industry, but the word is a tough word. China's going to take all our auto business. If we...
Again, with the amount this guy dog whistles, there's no way to know. There's no way to know even what he was thinking with bloodbath.
We go all electric and all this stuff. And the head of the union, I said, is a fool. He sold the union down. I'm doing great with it. You notice where the Teamsters like me, and they all like me. The workers like me because I'm going to...
It seems to be that way always.
Yeah, it seems to be. Even unions that have never been with a Republican before are endorsing me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible. The Teamsters voted 61% in favor of Trump. Think of that. I'll tell you, the FBI would be in favor. Almost everybody. I think almost everybody.
Oh, wow. So the FBI's not persecuting you?
Everybody would be in favor.
Yeah.
But they lie, and they say, and they know it's a lie. Charlottesville. The Charlottesville statement was perfect. If they take the next sentence.
Yeah, it was perfect. You gotta understand that Trump wasn't necessarily endorsing the guys that said Jews will not replace us while they were marching down the street with tiki torches. He might have just endorsed the other neo-Confederates who insisted on keeping a Confederate general statue up, right? So maybe it was Unite the Right. It was the Nazis and the neo-Confederates coming together. How wholesome. And when he says there were good people there, you don't know. Maybe he meant the neo-Confederates. Those were the good people. The people that believe in the lost cause. And imagine how strong the South could be if they had never been forced to give up slavery.
I made a statement on it. It was a perfect statement. And if you but they never take the next sentence. They cut it off.
And then there's no
Even the other one, peacefully and patriotically. In my speech, I talked about peacefully and patriotically. They never show that. They never talk about it. To show you how dishonest they are, the J6 committee, I call it the unselect. You know, they call it the select committee. I call it the unselect.
I feel like peacefully and patriotically is Trump's in Minecraft, right? Trump's like an edgelord like Xander Hall, who's going to go off and talk about what they want to do to Keffels or do to whoever. And then, is like at the last minute thinks to say, oh, in Minecraft. I mean, right? I wouldn't make her heart stop. In Minecraft.
Of political hacks and thugs. They never talk about my speech because it was a good speech. It was a patriotic speech.
Are you numb to this now, or
no? I
does
never
it
get
still
numb
bother
to it.
you?
No, it bothers me. I'll tell you what bothers me. Kamala.
Everything bothers him. I'll tell you what bothers me. Everything. Yeah, everything. Everything bothers you. You're thin-skinned, and your skin is falling off your face, and your orange spray tan looks worse than ever.
And everybody knows that that's false.
Yeah.
When I came out, people were a little surprised, actually, because, in theory, but I came out strongly in favor of IVF. She has an add-on that I'm against IVF. She knows it's untrue. She has an add-on that...
Again, you put IVF at risk.
Bloodbath. Bloodbath means like blood, and that's not what...
Like blood and soil? Is that what you're about to say? No.
the automobile industry. It's going to be a bloodbath in the automobile. We're going to lose all our business.
Yeah.
That's what it's referring to. When they do things, and they do a lot, but I always refer them back to the simplicity of McDonald's. She lied about McDonald's. She lied about many things.
You've got no proof of that. You've got no fucking proof of that. Is this like, this is more petty than the birth certificate, right? Like the birth certificate, everyone knew that Trump was full of shit on that. I think even he knew he was full of shit on that, right? But this is even worse. You never worked at McDonald's. How do you know? I'm just going to say it. And unless you can provide records from the 80s, McDonald's like employment records from the fucking 80s, then I guess you didn't do it. Moe, no, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Terror Uwuism, Matt Gross, Kylie K, Supertrain KP28, and Ben Dowdy. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
And she's a liar.
Oh, also, I guess it. Well, no, I'll.
There should be some kind of a rule when they know it's a lie. You can't do a commercial on it. But this is a thing that's going to end.
You are the last person in the world who can ask for campaign rules precluding lying. There are more things that you say that are a lie than things that you say that are the truth, right? You're like 90% lies.
In 29 days, so they can say what they want. I have a hard time doing it to them because I'm basic.
Free Breakfast Banana says he wants to jail late night comedians for making fun of him. He is a terrible person, not strong at all, just dangerously weak. Yeah, I mean, he is a weak personality.
Basically a truthful person, but and frankly, no, but frankly, no.
Wait, let's. Oh God, here we go. I paused it at the wrong time. This is the best part.
There should be some kind of a rule when they know it's a lie. You can't do a commercial on it. But this is a thing that's going to end in 29 days, so they can say what they want. I have a hard time doing it to them because I'm basically a truthful person. But and frankly, no, but frankly, no, but frankly, she's given me so much ammunition.
Are you glad you stayed, Trump? Are you glad you stayed? You made a call, right? Your people were like, "Come on, we got to get going," and you were like, "Hold on, this is going really well. I need to stay here. We're cooking. This is important, right?" And this is when this happens. I don't know if it's just there's like only a certain amount of bullshit that they can take, but yeah, their bullshit meter got tripped at this point. Even considering how much they're glazing him earlier on.
I don't really have to. I mean, she's a radical left lunatic.
Even they know that like Donald Trump is the last person in the world who can claim to be like basically honest or whatever the hell he said.
Who will destroy our nation other than that?
And even the way that he says it is basically honest, basically.
But she will destroy our nation. So when you take a look at it, and I think that, just getting back to your original thought on the abortion, having it back in the States, the people are now voting on it, and we're going to put an end to a 52-year...
Yeah, the people are voting on it. So that means that if you live in one of these states where the people vote no abortion, that you are subjected to having your life put in danger, that you are subjected in possibly having to go to another state where if there are complications, you are maybe bleeding out on the way back. This has happened. This is not theoretical. The harm is real, and the harm comes from the lifting of Roe versus Wade by his Supreme Court that he selected.
Ordeal. This has been going on.
You're not fucking wriggling out of this, you slimy fucking weasel. You absolute weasel. I'm sorry, I had to press weasel.
For 52 years. Yeah. It's back with the states, and it's a vote of the people. Yeah. And that's where everybody wanted it to be. And I think that issue...
Trump, it was fine. It was fine. if anything, there needed to be more rules curtailing the kind of restrictions that states could do. But compared to now, it was fine.
Is largely quelled because of that.
You've said like Arizona, you think went a little bit too far. If you feel a state goes a little bit too far, will you use a little influence and say, hey, maybe Brennan says we can make exceptions?
I would. Oh no, I won't back it. I won't back it. I think
I think that's important for moderates to hear. That's why I want to give you the opportunity to say that.
I'm sorry, there's already 20 states that have gone too far, unless what he means by too far is something, very different. Like some of these states do have provisions where technically in an emergency situation, they can access this, but it's the kind of thing where you gotta, your life has to be in danger, right? When they say the life of the mother, that's what that means. It's not like that the life of the mother could be in danger if we don't go ahead and do this procedure. It's like the life of the mother is currently in danger and the procedure is the only thing that can potentially save it, right? These are not good laws. These are not humane laws. These are not, laws that really have meaningful exceptions. Even when they say that they do.
But they're all changing because the people in the state won't stand for that. There are some states that say,
yeah, the woman has to be on death's door, says Miss Katonic.
Under no circumstances, you have a daughter and she's raped by the worst, most violent criminal in the country, and you cannot get, her. Yeah. You cannot take
she
her
has to live with that for the rest of her.
And that's what you did. That's what you did. That's what you unleashed, right? By naming the Supreme Court that you did, that was what got thrown back to the states. That's what some of the states did with it. This is the situation that women are living under right now because of you, because of your choices. Do not try to wriggle out of this, you slimy bastard.
She got to live with this. Yeah. And, the father is a monster. He's from an insane asylum because he killed 50 people. Yeah. And you're going to have that.
An insane asylum? Are we back to Hannibal Lecter?
Yeah. And I can't believe.
You have to have empathy for that.
No, I can't believe that people are forced to do that.
Yes.
And you have a tiny, right now, it used to be a much bigger segment.
Yeah.
No, I think I've done a good job in a lot of ways because I've convinced people that you just can't do that.
No, that's important.
It's always been complex. It's always been tough. But we've come a long way with that issue. But just in a nutshell, bringing it back to the states and giving a vote of the people is where they wanted it 30 years ago.
Who wanted it? MAGA chuds? Evangelicals? Yeah, that's who wanted it. Evangelicals.
20 years ago, 10 years ago, and then they got a little complex. They talked about the length and the number of
but
weeks.
with protections, with protections for women. And
to me, you have to. Ronald Reagan a long time ago was with the same 3 protections. Yeah. He said he wanted, for rape, incest, and the life of the mother, and that was a long time ago.
Okay, you have a very busy day. Before you go, what would you like your legacy to be, and what do you think it will be?
So,
and thank you very much for taking
2 very different questions, actually, I think. But
what would you like it to be?
I took over a country that was very troubled. This country was broken up and tremendous dissension.
You took over the best economy in 8 years from a president who actually had taken over a broken country, right?
And Barack Obama started it. And
Barack Obama started the economic recovery that you benefited from, that you took credit from. This country was broken. We had Obamacare, which you tried to repeal and replace, even though we all know that even now you have concepts of a plan for an Obamacare replacement.
If you take a look, it was very, very badly broken. And I think now with Biden, let's forget her for a second, but with Biden and her, part of it, big part of it, but with Biden, there's tremendous dissension. The country is a broken up mess. And it's broken in a lot of ways. But what I would like my legacy to be is the same as the term MAGA, Make America Great Again. I'm going to make this country great again. It's not a great country right now. It's loaded
It's
up.
always a great country.
It's a great country.
See, that's
It's
why I
always a
disagree.
great country.
Okay, but I say it has the potential, and it was a great country. I think now there's so much hatred and there's so much dissension. I think
They're still trying to push back against his rhetoric of like, it was a great country. We need to make it a. They're kind of like, oh no, America's great.
you have people that can't walk down Fifth
Don't insult America.
When you have people that can't walk down a street, it ceases to be.
We can always be better. We can always be better.
Yeah, but you can't blindfold yourself to say.
Well, no, blindfolding yourself would be pretending that the crime rate is going up when it's actually going down.
I'm honest about it, but to me, I'm really proud of America because I think that I don't.
What is he, Aaron Sorkin? Exactly.
Be the best version of myself here. You know, I think that Donald Trump can only happen in America. Your life, what has happened to you, this is an American story. My mom's life is an American story. Like, my mom's from Scotland. She comes here and has all the success. And she's so grateful.
And she's so funny because she's Scottish. She's got the funny genes. I'm a big believer in genes, folks. Big believer. The Scottish humor gene is present.
That doesn't mean that we can't make it better. I like the idea of making it better every single time, fixing these things when there's leaks in the ship. But the idea of America and becoming the greatest version of yourself is something I'll always be proud of.
So, I understand what you're saying. When I was president, we had no wars in the whole world because of me. I stopped a lot of wars from happening.
That makes me proud.
You were in Afghanistan occupying the country. You were bombing people in Yemen. You committed an act of war against Iran that did actually result in a in a strike back from Iran, and we're damn lucky that it didn't start a fucking war. You apparently were trying to start a war. That's what you're doing when you commit an act of war. This guy is so fucking full of shit. And then things that he did, like the Abraham Accords, which he's about to brag about next, or in a little while, set into motion the events that are fucking up the Middle East right now.
Right, but it's just not happening now. Right now, people are dying in Ukraine because we had an incompetent president. If we had a president that knew what the hell he was doing, Ukraine would have never happened. Israel would have never happened. All those people that are dying on both sides, that would have never happened.
There is a case to be made that if the Abraham Accords hadn't gone through cutting the Palestinian people out of the negotiations, if the embassy hadn't been moved to Jerusalem, and if Israel had not been allowed to annex the Golan Heights, that maybe this stuff wouldn't be happening in the Middle East right now. But
Afghanistan, people falling off airplanes from think of that, from 3,500 feet above the ground.
So you're bragging about being an anti-war peaceful president and then complaining about the person that ended the forever war that you continued for all 4 of your years, the one that you were supposed to get out of, but you didn't have the courage, and you left that to the next guy, right? You took credit for the economy of Obama, who brought the country from the financial crisis to a, rockin' economy, right? You took credit for that, and then you blame your failure to withdraw from Afghanistan on Joe Biden. Wonderful.
3 times the height of the Empire State Building, off the side of the airplane. All of this horrible stuff would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened because that was caused by energy and the stupid energy bill.
It was caused by the fucking pandemic, which you handled horribly.
So, look, we love our country, and it's had moments of greatness, but I think it's a declining. It's so sad what's happened. We're a nation in decline, and we can't let it be declined. I'll give you an example. We're going to lose our monetary base very soon because, countries are going off the dollar. I'm going to get them back on the dollar. I'm going to say, you got to go back on you're not going to do any business with, you got to do it. But I do think this, where I really agree with you, we have tremendous potential. And I say it, make America great again. And I just want to, I would like to have it. I used to have something, I was going to use it and I didn't use it because the country started to do badly. CAG, not MAGA, CAG. I never liked the word CAG, but it was Keep America Great. You like that better.
I like this.
But see, I couldn't use it because we had
He's CAG-maxing, chat. He's CAG-maxing.
so many problems.
Yeah.
So I want to say,
also sounds like that other word.
it doesn't work as well. Look,
What other word? Cock?
there's going to be another MAGA.
Oh, the one that starts with an F. Yeah.
I came up with a phrase that just turned out to be
Yeah,
MAGA.
yeah.
No, it's the greatest movement, political movement in the history of our country.
Yeah.
And these are people that really love our country and they want it to be great. And we're going to make it great
The
again.
thing about the nationalism that Trump trades in is that, like, what he just said was kind of blasphemy to the national religion. Now, I'm talking about the religion where you make the assumption that George Washington and the founding fathers, they were magical demigods and they were in touch with the Holy Spirit and they did everything right. They are basically quasi-religious figures. If you talk to anybody who's like glazing up America, that's the language that they speak, right? And these are, since Trump's a nationalist, these are his fans. And yet he is saying we are the greatest movement in the history, right? He has a tendency, he's already flexed, we've caught him flexing on Martin Luther King, saying that January 6th was much bigger, better public gathering than the I Have a Dream speech. But now he's just basically, yeah, no, fucking, all any other historical figure, fuck them. We are the best. We are the best. We are the greatest.
And that was
The CAG movement.
what I would like to do is make this country so great, better than what you
Look, you can make Twitch great again if you get out of the top of the hour ad break. It's coming at you in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. You can get out of it for free using a Twitch Prime. You can get out of it for $6 using $6. You could also possibly be gifted a membership. That can happen. That does happen, but it's so much more likely to happen if you're actually active in the chat.
even thinking. And you are. I mean, I love your attitude because I think that's the way you should be.
I think that's
Sorry, there's one thing I want to give you, a rumor I'd like to give you a chance to dispel, and then one question, if you have time, I'd like to ask selfishly. Rumor, the far left, I think, says this thing that, oh, if Donald Trump wins, he's never going to cede power. Then they have.
Oh, I thought he was going to say the far left says that Donald Trump's injury may have not been for real. I thought you were going to say the whole hoax, or the whole, what do they call it, like the staged conspiracy theory.
Some clip of you saying, just vote for me one time, you won't have to vote again. I don't believe this is true. I want to give you a chance to publicly say that's nonsense, just so you can publicly speak to any moderates out there.
So what I said, Christians tend to vote at a very low percentage for some reason, and so do gun
This is not true.
owners. Would you believe it? The NRA, gun owners tend not to vote. Maybe it's a rebellious thing, I don't know.
Maybe.
I said, look, our country's in big trouble, really big trouble with the border, with all the problems. We can solve the problem. But vote this one time. After that, we're not going to need it to. This is the most important election in the history of our country. Vote for this most important election. And then if you don't want to vote, we're going to have elections, but you don't have to vote because it's going to go along swimmingly.
That's how I interpreted it.
That's how everybody. That's how they interpreted it.
Yeah, it could have been Project 2025 too.
They know what
You
you're
got to
saying.
vote this time because we can't wait 4 years. Because you know what? In another 4 years, like we've just had with this clown that's a president, that's just a clown, a foolish man. Don't forget,
I'm sorry, Orange Man cannot call other people. You've literally got makeup caked on your face. You're not calling anybody a clown.
he was a stupid man 25 years ago. He was never a smart man. He's run many times. Isn't it amazing? He's run many times, and he gets it when he's in serious decline, okay? But anyway, so everybody knows that.
Okay.
And that's what I meant by it.
Yeah.
It means we got to fix it.
Yeah.
And then it's going to work beautifully. It's going to run beautifully. We're going to have elections every 2 years, and every 4 years it's going to be great.
I just want to give you a chance to say that to
And what
moderate.
was your second
And if I could ask one question.
He just wants to be able to defend his support of Trump. That's what I'm getting.
Everybody I speak
Look, I sometimes feel bad because people say that you said this thing and that you mean that you're going to end democracy. You're not going to end democracy, are you?
to, every race, creed, whatever, they don't just like you, they love you. And I talk to people on both sides about your policies, and a lot of people
glazing
like your policies. The China tariff that's still in place right now is an example
glazing
of policy that people love. I think sometimes what we love about you as comedians is you shoot from the hip, but then that gets twisted into this rhetoric that adds gasoline onto everything. So the one thing I would like, as I think a moderate person, is maybe if you get elected, would you be a little bit more
a moderate Trump supporter
of how powerful your words are for better and for worse?
I will, and I'm going to think of you every time.
But like legit, chat. The sad thing is that guy, that's who Kamala's going for. That's what her rhetoric, that's what her campaign, that's who they're shooting for, right? They're not trying to consolidate the base. They're not trying to win back. You know, for instance, like Muslim voters in Michigan and Pennsylvania that don't want to have anything to do with the Biden administration or Kamala. They're going for this guy. This guy that's like, you know, I like Donald Trump a lot. I just think that he's a little bit too extreme sometimes.
I might actually vote.
No, it's true. I understand that. Sometimes they say, oh, could you be a little bit more? But you're doing a lot of things, and you're solving a lot of problems. I stopped wars that nobody will ever know about, they won't write about, but countries that were fighting each other and didn't affect us much, but they did business with us. I called up 2 countries that have fought for years, killing each other for years. And I said, you guys are at it again. I heard it was going to start up. I stopped it when I first came in. And I said, listen, here's the story. If you go to war with each other, I could give you the details, but I don't even want to bother because it's nice now.
Because it's bullshit.
I said, you're not going to do any more business with the United States. I'm going to cut you off 100%. And if you do get through, I'm going to charge you 200% tariffs. You won't be able to survive. So work it out. Work it out. You know, it was a country that split, and they've been fighting for years, the two halves. I think like thousands. I get a call, and I forget about it. But I had a rough call with them. And I said, I'm going to charge you tariffs, and you're going to be cut off. No more business. And if they don't have the United States, it's a problem. And we have to keep it that way. We have to keep our country strong so we can do this. I mean, if our country is weak, we don't have that. You know, if we keep getting weaker and weaker, which is happening, we're not going to let that happen. So I get a call 2 weeks later, 2 days later.
I think technically what he says is something like he didn't start any wars. But I feel like dragging on a forever war is just as bad, if not worse. Like Afghanistan, we're talking about a war that the United States was, an occupation that the United States was doing for 20 years. And, you know, the negotiation he did with the Taliban was fucked up.
Sir, we've worked it all out. Thank you very much. And I go about my business. I save thousands of lives, hundreds of thousands of lives. They've been killing each other for years, for centuries. And I save thousands of lives. And nobody writes about it. Many people don't even know that's the reason, you know, things are good. And I had it out with them. I said, you guys are crazy. You do that, no more doing business with the United States. You're cut off 100%. You're dead. You're not going to do 10 cents worth of business. And I even said
things that don't make the news. And ironically enough, I can't describe in enough detail to let you even imagine what the fuck I'm actually talking about. So in other words, it's unfalsifiable. Trump gets to make these claims, and there's not enough information to debunk whatever the fuck he's talking about.
The tariff thing, but
which we know is probably bullshit.
It was actually even more powerful. And that's it. I forget about it. I go about doing my business. 2 days later, I said, congratulations. So what? On what? So-and-so and so-and-so.
When he gets down to the ground level, people just say no wars under Trump, not one. Yeah. They're full of shit. They're full of shit.
There's not going to have a war. They made peace. I've done so many things like that. And none of them
hit the news
most
cycle.
Of them aren't.
None
really,
of them are noticed.
No, most of them aren't really known. You know, I
mean, with a war, it takes 2 to tango. And when he does an active war against Iran, and the situation gets de-escalated by Iran, he does not get to say that he's an anti-war president. If cooler heads had not prevailed in Iran, that would have been a war.
I'd made countries do things for us because they were treating us unfairly. And I've gotten...
Genie Bottle says he stopped a war in Afghanistan and Imaginistan in the Middle Earth East area.
For a country that nobody else, I really think nobody else could have done. But I enjoy doing it for our country. And just to get back to where you originally started, I want to make America great again. I want to make it so great that people won't question.
Sari says, I'll take things that never happened for 500, Alex.
So that people can say what you just said,
Yeah.
that, no, it's great. I don't want to have a question. Why should I or anybody else say, no, it's not great anymore?
Yeah.
I don't want to be in that position. I want to make it so that when you ask a question like that, we can say, well, it's a great country. We love our country, but we can do a couple of little things.
I think we need that.
I'll put that in our, we want to put that in our basket.
I love that. And, well, first of all, thank you so much for
This
the
is
time.
an honor.
I would be remiss to not even bring this up.
Do you have anything you'd like to plug? Oh, wait, you already did. Oh, wait, you already did. You already plugged True Social. I'm surprised you didn't try to sell some watches or a Trumpy trout.
You want to have peace in these places, not just Russia and Ukraine. It's obviously the Middle East. I know that is a very tough task. I don't think maybe you get enough credit for what you accomplished and your administration accomplished with the Abraham Accords.
The Abraham Accords.
You set up this fucking current conflict. That's what the Abraham Accords did, right? When you cut out an important stakeholder in the peace process, that's what you do. You bypass Palestine. Congratulations, Trump. October 7th. That's on your hands. That's on your hands.
And they did nothing.
Yeah.
Again, Iran was willing to do a deal. I would have had a deal with Iran within 7 days after the election. I actually said, let's delay it till after the election because I was sure we were going to win the election.
You had 4 years to do a deal with Iran. You had 4 years.
But things happened. COVID happened.
Of course,
it
there's
was
a lot of things going on.
It was a mess.
But still, I think it's something that a diplomacy out in that region that hasn't existed prior. Is that something I would imagine that would be at the forefront of this next administration?
There are great philosophers that said the world will end in the Middle East. We're not going to let that happen. You've heard that expression.
Yeah.
They said the world will end someday in the Middle East. We're not going to let that happen.
All right. That's great. So we had to do this whole fucking thing because I could not find any timestamps. We made it through. We survived. Oh my God. Oh my God. I have never been happier to switch scenes. We are finally done with this shit. Oh my God. And ready to move on to Elon Musk and his carnival of failure known as the We Robot event. Let me just catch up with chat here, catch up with the poll. It looks like Bill Nye the Science Guy is at 32%. Classic Michael Brooks TV, or Classic Michael Brooks versus somebody on Israeli TV is at 28%. Cute Cat's video at 26%. Naomi Klein at 14%. If we add to that the donos, it looks like Bill Nye is having an epic night. Bill Nye is destroying the competition. We are 80% of the way towards the dono goal. Thank you to everybody who's donated to make that happen. Let me read out the donos here. Davy Cliff says, damn, you started the stream early to get day MTG versus Bill Nye. So yeah, I did. Did I? Wait, I thought I didn't. I feel like every day I try to. I have a goal in mind of starting the stream at a reasonable time, and I end up just having stuff that I have to take care of first, including this lovely thumbnail, which, like, I don't know. I mean, this is the first time in a long time that the thumbnail is mostly done by me. Right, Vamps let me try my hand. Now, of course, she helped me out with the robot. The robot is giving the thumbs up thanks to Vance. Elon Musk and the robot were separated from their background. Okay, I guess Vamps has done an awful lot of this thumbnail, but I still the design, Chad. I did the design. I'm responsible for the design. And I'm way too proud of it. I'm way too proud of it. But yeah, thank you, Davy. Also, Oh my god, now this one's breaking me up. Chat, I thought that I was going to get to play Metaphor ReFantasio. Should I show you, like, the... Can we watch the trailer? So, a lot of Atlas games are on... No, it's got Radiohead in it. Wait, Radiohead won't copyright claim me, right? Radiohead is cool. But yeah, it's a new RPG from Atlas Gaming, the creators of Persona. But unfortunately, it's not available on Xbox Game Pass, which is how I play a lot of stuff, right? It's how I play Fallout New Vegas. It's how I was playing Persona and Soul Hackers 2 before that. I basically don't buy any games. I just have a Xbox Game Pass, and I need to use it more. But yeah, unfortunately, this is not on it. This does not come with Xbox Game Pass. Yeah, it actually looks very different than Persona or SMT or any other Atlas game that I've played. What else?
You think you have the strength to protect the weak? Then prove to me these are more than empty words.
God damn it, that's the Radiohead. Oh, I can't do it. I can't do it, chat. But yeah, I want to play this. I'm pretty sure we'll get clapped for the music. But people are playing this already. And I'm not, because it's not on Game Pass. But Stroll is the name of the main character, apparently. According to Davy Cliff. Davy Cliff also says he's just talking about the plot of the fourth Superman movie. Trump, I'm assuming. Narwhal by nature, thank you for the 5 gifted. Oh, this does work. This does work. Yeah. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Moe Noape, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. And PB, wait a minute, PB, I don't even think I saw you. Did that just happen? Why are my alerts not sounding? Oh my god, chat, my setup is so fucked up. But there it is. There it is. PB with the 5 gifted. Lisa is a blogger. You just got weaseled. Infallible Fowl, you just got weaseled. Phyllis Masters, you just got weaseled. The Pacific, you just got weaseled. Wiuch Tuba, you just got weaseled. All thanks to PB. And that puts us at 95% of the dono goal. Also, when you donate, make sure to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see. I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and thus helping you drive the donation goal in the direction you want to see. As is now, it looks like the vote and the donations are both going to the same one. So the donations actually aren't changing things today, but well, we got to get to something here. That's right, it's this. That's what we need to get to. All right, so let's take a look at what's going on with Elon Musk. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. The reveal of Elon Musk's new robot and Elon Musk's new Robotaxi. We're getting a robot, we're getting a Robotaxi, and we're also getting D'Angelo Wallace, so get your tea and snacks. Let's take a look.
Reeve Musk is the patron saint.
You're liking the hoodie today? Me too, it keeps me warm.
Of many things. Disastrous
Wait, does he have a new jet pants? Pre-breakfast?
Companies, deadbeat fathers, increasing.
Irene had a concept of an idea of a thumbnail. Vamps came in for the clothes. Vamps made it work by giving me high quality assets to use.
Unhinged opinions about literally everything at this point. And really, when you think about it, all of Elon's general Elonness falls under the umbrella term of disappointment. And yet, I find myself disappointed and surprised at his latest failure.
And look, that's my bottom line as far as what's going on with the stock prices, right? So when I showed you this, when I showed you my thumbnail, which I'm way too proud of, and I want to show it to you again, right? What we see is a stock price. This is, I'm not even kidding you, this is the real stock price for Tesla, right? And I've even seen worse graphs where they show the stock price go way up right before the event, and then when the event happens, it crashes because the event was a disappointment. The stuff that he showed off, the prototypes, are a disappointment. And the stockholders were expecting maybe something better. They didn't get it, they're disappointed, they sold their stock. Thus the Elon falling off. In this case, stock cliff.
Tesla We Robot event. And
Bad Lefty says -9%. I saw like maybe 10%.
Which he unveiled everything from vehicles that somehow managed to look dumber than the Cybertruck to robot bartenders that were dancing, serving drinks. And
these cars, these robo-taxis, they look like a chocolate bar. You know how like there's like chocolate coins that you can get, right? It looks like a coin because it's wrapped in like foil, but then you pull it off and it's a chocolate. That's what that car looks like. Like, right, it looks like it should be a chocolate in the shape of a car. You should be able to open up the foil and eat the chocolate. But unfortunately, no, there's no chocolate. It's just a shitty, non-functional robo-taxi, which, if you don't know, other companies have already pioneered this stuff, have already been running this stuff, right? These kind of things exist. This is something that driverless, cars, for better or worse, are actually a thing now. But Elon, he's going to come in like 5 years after the fact and try to put his greasy thumbprint on this too.
And apparently not quite as robotic as they seemed. And this event wound up being not just a laughingstock for reasons you're going to see shortly, but it was also a massive unforced error for Tesla's stock, which plummeted immediately after the event. So I can't wait to show you Elon Musk's vision of the future and why I am actually so glad he is incapable of delivering on any of his promises, because Tesla Robot World is the last place I would want to live.
Wait, you can't see the graph? Okay.
D'Angelo.
Let me just show you the graph. Because I've got the resources close at hand here. Okay, so this is the version of the graph that was visible in the thumbnail, but yeah, you're right, it was kind of obscured. Right, you could see this part, you could see the cliff that Elon falls off of, but this is the stock price. This was at 1:37 Eastern Daylight Time today. Ooh, 11.51% in the past 5 days, right? So let me show you something that's a little bit more drastic. Oh no, you can't. Why? Oh, I get it. Oh my gosh, I thought I was showing it. I really fooled myself into thinking I was showing it. Let's try again. It's going in the wrong place. Oh, I know why. Oh, this is frustrating. Sorry, chat. I'm just getting used to the new setup. It's not going good. How do I open that? Probably like this. Probably this is going to be the easiest way. Sorry for disrupting everything. This is the graph. So the part that you could see in the thumbnail was this part, like where it falls off, right? There's one other that's even more dramatic, but I'm not going to bore you with that. That's the graph. That's what I was trying to show you the whole time. That's what took me 5 minutes to figure out how to show you using my new setup. But there we go. So yeah, D'Angelo Wallace is going to explain to us the Elon Musk We Robot affair.
And I am your professor of artificial cybernet working, which is a very real degree that I definitely do have. Or maybe this is just me broadcasting myself talking in my room like YouTube used to be. And in today's lecture, we get to learn from a master at work. Because as the members of Elon Musk's cult of personality will tell you, he is apparently a visionary who is miles ahead of the rest of us. But as I'm going to show you, the thing Elon is a master at is not quite technology, but rather how to run a grift, a con, for over a decade at this point. Because as you're going to see, nothing about Tesla can hold so much as an electric candle to the rest of the competition. Now, I myself am a bit of a visionary as well. I feel like I can already see in the future, when this video is live, the Musk fanboys just congregating, jumping at the chance to tell me I'm biased, and I dislike Elon Musk, not because of his technology, but because of his opinions or his personality. And I just want to be the first to tell you, you are absolutely correct. Let it be known that I am an Elon Musk hater. I go into everything he does just ready to hate it, and in that way, one could say he has yet to disappoint me. So how then would I introduce Elon Musk to the unfamiliar? Well, I would point out that he's on his way to become the first trillionaire in just a few short years. I'm sure many of his fanboys would actually claim this is a good thing, that the billionaires are evolving like Pokemon. You gotta exploit them all, but wealth inequality is not—
Wait, is that really the like ad for Soylent Green?
They think it is. I would also introduce Musk as a Trump stan, and all that implies— in fact, I might even go so far as to say he's Donald Trump's biggest fan. I mean, from purchasing Twitter a couple years ago and turning it into the absolute just wasteland of racism, misogyny, and misinformation that it is now, to showing up to a Donald Trump rally the other day, resulting in this image, which I can only describe as— actually, I can't. Chat, is this real?
Is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space.
Honestly, congrats to the photographer for somehow managing to capture Elon's 0.2 seconds of airtime. I can only assume he was auditioning for White Men Can't Jump 2.
As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA.
Dark MAGA. So the Trump supporters are evolving like Pokemon too. Anyway, I could also introduce him as an unhinged space colonizer, because that is exactly what he is.
He's Space Karen.
Even trying to hide it. I mean, this is a man who seems to think population collapse due to low birth rates is a much bigger risk to civilization than global warming. And despite the fact that actual experts are like, no, literally, what are you talking about? Demographers say it's not happening. Elon seems to have taken these low birth rates personally, which is why he's desperately trying to put 1 million people on Mars, even donating his sperm to see if humans can procreate off of Earth, because why ruin one planet when there are so many planets to ruin, actually? And as far as that hypothetical space baby, I sure hope they're treated better than the rest of Elon's children, like his daughter, who he repeatedly misgendered and apparently berated for being queer as a child. But I mean, who knows? Maybe he's nicer to his 11 other children. Anyway, all this to say, don't try me. I am not the one when it comes to Elon Musk, because I could really sit here all day. You want to talk about his incessant promotion of grind culture and him basically ruining the public perception of what's a healthy workplace? Or that one time he didn't like someone who called him out on Twitter, so he called them a child, but I shouldn't even say what he called them, and he paid $50,000 to a private...
Oh my god, chat, do you remember this? Do you remember this? Oh great, like I paused it on the best place. I'm glad that it says that on my screen right now. This was a there were kids stuck in a cave in Thailand and people were trying to rescue them. Elon Musk offered up a submersible that I don't even know, was it Tesla that Tesla had designed? Right? Like a little submarine that like one person could go into, and the idea being like, this is how you're going to rescue the kids, right? And instead, some real divers, some cave divers with actual experience, they rescued the kids instead. Elon was not happy about this and called the guy planning the rescue this phrase right here. That's what he called him. So that's what we're talking about.
To prove that this person was a pedo guy. This is a very normal reaction to being called out on Twitter, of course. When I said pedo guy, I didn't mean that he was literally a pedophile. It was just an insult. Elon Musk is unhinged. Anyway, couple that with his COVID skepticism, him discouraging people from taking it seriously, speaking out against vaccines, and just the fact that regardless of anything he actually has accomplished, it is dramatically overshadowed by the amount of broken promises he's had over the years. 15 years at this point of just lies, honestly. I feel very confident predicting autonomous robotaxis for Tesla next year, Musk said in 2019. And now in 2024, we are finally getting to take a look at the Tesla robotaxi, which one could hope is a little safer than the last Tesla vehicle that was unveiled, the Cybertruck, which has been recalled for multiple safety issues. But hey, at least it looks cool if you're 12 anyways. Behold, the We Robot Tesla Robotaxi.
I was saying this earlier, the thing that Elon Musk's designs, whether it be the new Robotaxi, which you're about to see, or the Cybertruck, his automotive designs really remind me of, is somebody that only understands the superficial aspects of a subject, right? And when you ask them to give a summary of the subject, they'll say, you know, they'll mention that like super reductivist definition, and you'll be like, anything else? You want to fill in the middle? You want to fill in the rest of this? Like, I mean, like you've got the outline of what we're talking about, but there's stuff that goes in there. And they're like, no, that's all that's important. That's all that's important. And they've described something that as they've described it won't even run, won't even work, isn't even complete, right? They've missed the essential part of the thing that they're talking about, right? He creates a Cybertruck, which is in no way a truck. The only truckness to it is that it's large.
Unveiling. So Elon's company Tesla live streamed the entire event, or rather they live streamed for almost...
Wait, losing $20 of value? Is it $20 of value and yeah, 11%?
An hour before the event.
I think it might have gone down more by now.
Started late because somebody in the crowd had a medical emergency, apparently. And I will be honest, my immediate thought was this just sounds like a classic Musk excuse. But no, this actually did happen. You can't see the person's face here. I don't want to show them, but there was a medical emergency. So at the very least, starting late is like the one thing I can't blame him for. Anyway, now let's look at all the things I can blame him for, because there are so many.
And who better than Elon, right, to show us that future?
It has to suck so bad to exist in his orbit, where you have to, not only do you have to glaze him the fuck up, you gotta sell it that you're serious about that. You can't betray any, like, I don't actually feel this way, which I'm getting a little bit from this guy. I'm getting this idea here that he's like, I know that my job and my life, like my quality of life, depend on me keeping this man happy with me. So I am going to smile as much as I can and try to just play it cool, even though I know the...
Maybe literally anyone else who actually has qualifications, degrees within the field. I don't know. Anyway, Elon Musk shows up next to this person in a spacesuit next to this poster of, it appears to be a knockoff of
Oh, My Neighbor Totoro. It's My Neighbor Optimus.
Neighbor Totoro, but featuring Elon's sad robot people instead. I hate this. Why are we doing this, Elon? Why? Leave Miyazaki out of this.
Now here, that's not the only copyright that he may have come close to infringing on. You're gonna see the Optimus robot later on. In fact, you kind of do in this.
To be a knockoff of My Neighbor Totoro, but featuring Elon's.
See, okay, now you can barely see it. You're not gonna notice it yet, but chat, when you look at the robot and you see a possible copyright that might have been infringed, let me know.
Sad robot people instead. I hate this. Why are we doing this, Elon? Why? Leave Miyazaki out of this. There's just something off about this, like, parody version of these movie posters coming.
Oh yeah, I guess kind of, yeah, like a little bit of, like, I mean, it's got the hatch doors the way that the Back to the Future car does, but you just took the, no, master plan for, okay. AI instead of ET? Oh no.
Who has unveiled AI image generators to the world? It's like truly the only
drivers. We don't need drivers where we're going. It's afraid. It is totally alone. It is 69,420. Oh no, 69,420. Yo, away from home. Wow.
had to do is copy. Anyway, Elon
wow.
Then hops in the Robocab so he can drive over to the stage.
So now, chat, you might wonder how the vehicle got that look, right? Where it looks like it's, I don't know, like I said, made out of chocolate, but maybe made out of plastic or something like that, right? The way that the tires and the, like the wheels and the hubcaps are like one thing. Well, apparently, chat, those wheels were spray painted metallic. That's how they get that. Like, they just spray painted the wheels, apparently.
This entire event takes place in a Warner Brothers.
Now, here's the part that I'm excited about, right? Elon gets in the cab, gets in the Robocab, and now it's going to do what, like an obstacle course? Let's see the obstacle course.
Movie studio lot.
Tesla's down by 12.5 just in the last 5 days. That's the update.
It almost is like they know
it's made of tinfoil. It does look like that.
Cars are not ready for the real road. But don't worry, guys. The Robotaxi braked for the cyclist, and it would definitely brake for you too in the dark, even if you didn't have light up bicycle.
So that's the obstacle course. Is the
Welcome to the Wii Robot Party.
Unless we're suddenly French, I'm not sure which Wii you're referring to, because
yeah, I was thinking of the Nintendo Wii.
This is a you problem, sir.
As you can see,
I was thinking maybe you steer it with a Wii controller.
Just arrived in the Robotaxi, the Cybercab. There's 20 more where that came from.
So this Cybercab is one of the flagships of this event, along with two other things we're going to get to see. The Robovan.
Or Robovan.
And the Optimus robot. Yes.
I will keep that in mind. You can also call it the Robovan.
Robots are named Optimus. Again, Elon Musk does not have
no creativity. Yeah, he rips off Optimus Prime, I guess, from Transformers. Well, like, I mean, just wait until you see the robot.
His body, but anyway, we get some details on the Cybercab, and it sounds like an absolute nightmare.
All driverless. You'll be able to take a ride in the Cybercab. There's no steering wheel or pedals.
What do you mean there's no steering wheel or pedals? Can't wait to be in a
there's no manual override
vehicle in which nobody inside of it has a way of controlling it, because that's not a disaster waiting to happen.
So I hope this goes well. We'll find out.
Yeah, I hope it does too, because as much as Elon annoys me, what really is a problem is if anything he does fails, that means people actually die. There was a crash in 2022 where a driver unfortunately struck and killed a motorcyclist, and he told the police that he was using Tesla's autopilot capabilities. Now, there's currently an investigation into whether or not he was actually driving or the car was driving itself, but
I'm gonna pee really quick, hopefully, assuming the
all vehicles sold in the US, as they say.
I lost my butterfly.
Monitors drivers using autopilot because people are putting all their faith in Elon Musk's robots instead of, you know, looking at the road. And so, may I be forgiven for thinking that this flippant smile is a bit out of touch in this scenario. I hope it goes well, guys. I hope I can get through this event without aging an additional 5 years, but we'll see.
Supervised self-driving. So supervised full self-driving is actually working quite well.
Quite well indeed, Elon. Quite well indeed.
We'll move from supervised full self-driving to unsupervised full self-driving, where the car, you could fall asleep and wake up at your destination.
Pass. Hard pass. Thanks. Next. Like, if I'm going to trust anybody to build a vehicle that I'm comfortable enough to fall asleep in while nobody's driving, it's not going to be this man. I will tell you that right now.
It's not just a save, like it'll save lives. like a lot of lives.
Yeah, fact check. I can only assume he's referring to the study that says self-driving cars are generally safer than human-driven cars. A study in which researchers from the University of Central Florida analyzed crash data from autonomous vehicles and human-driven vehicles. But I mean, besides the fact that this very same data said these cars were struggling at sunrise and sunset or on roads with many turns, what I think is really notable is this study doesn't say anything about Tesla specifically. Companies like Waymo and Cruise are already doing the driverless taxi thing. I mean, Tesla hasn't even rolled theirs out yet, and Waymo has been at it for a while. And so sure, research may show that self-driving cars are generally safer, but I mean, generally is doing a lot of heavy lifting. And none of this indicates that Tesla is actually safer or that it will be saving lives, as Elon says, a lot of lives.
I think we'll see autonomous cars become 10 times safer than a human.
Yeah, press X to doubt. Actually, don't press X, because then Elon might try to sue you. Still got to be the dumbest rebrand of all time. It's also worth noting that X's current valuation isn't even a fourth of what it was when he bought it as Twitter. But this is your genius businessman, right? Someone who loses almost 80% of the company's value. Interesting.
Uber or Lyft driver today, where they can actually sort of manage a fleet of cars.
I would love to know how an Uber or Lyft driver will be able to afford a fleet of robotic taxis that they can now manage. These are not analogous jobs. Elon, what do you mean? I guess he's trying to beat the "you're taking people's jobs away" allegations, but this makes less than no sense.
And like a sort of manage, I don't know, 10, 20 cars?
10, 20 cars at around 30,000 a pop. Billionaires truly have no understanding of money, which is so ironic when you think about it.
We do
Oh my God.
to start fully autonomous, unsupervised FSD in Texas and California next year.
This man has been expecting to start fully self-driving next year for what, 10 years almost? No, for real. According to TechCrunch, he told Fortune in 2015 that they were 2 years away from full autonomous driving, and he's apparently...
So you can see why maybe the stock went down. When you hear somebody say a lie that they've been telling you for almost 10 years now, and they're just going to lie to your face again, or they're going to say the exact same thing, you've got zero confidence at this point.
Said it's next year or this year more times than TechCrunch can actually count. The man is like a habitual overpromiser, under-deliverer. This is insane. Again, in 2019, he said he would have 1 million robotaxis on the road by 2020. And interestingly, part of his unrealistic promises are that his Optimus robots would be performing tasks in Tesla factories by the end of this year. And
he really, really, really wants to have autonomous robot slaves, right? He really does not want to have to deal with actual workers. Like, this is a guy that hates employees and wants to phase them out as soon as possible.
Sure, as TechCrunch points out, Elon still has 2 months to make this one come true. But as you're going to see from these robots in a second.
Yeah, you'll see if you think the robots are ready.
But in 2026, before 2027, let me put it that way.
This man is so unserious. Honestly, he's so unserious. But if you want to take him seriously, I guess we'll be seeing hella robotaxis on the road very soon. Oh, happy day. Anyway, enough about the cybercab, for the love of God. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the Robovan, or as Elon Musk
Robovan.
It for some reason.
The Robovan.
Why would you spell it Robovan?
Because he can. Because he can.
And then pronounce it Robovan when it isn't.
It's the Robovan, yeah.
I don't understand.
It's a fucking Gen X dad joke. I don't know.
And Robovan just makes it sound like something you should talk to your doctor before taking. Like, what do you mean? Also, this is ugly. I'm sorry.
We're going to make this, and it's going to look like that.
How unfortunate.
Now, can you imagine going...
And that is like the silliest thing in the world, because as you're looking at it, if you know anything about cars, you understand the concept of clearance, right? The lower your car is to the ground, the less clearance you've got, and the more likely you are to do some damage by taking your car over any kind of uneven terrain. So that literally requires to exist in this like perfect, Hollywood set that he's
on the streets, and you see this coming towards
Rob Oven.
I don't have to imagine. That's basically how my nightmares go.
The Robovan. Some people call it the Robovan, but
yeah, some people are normal.
Now the concept of this is, I guess it would be some kind of a rentable vehicle, right? So there'd be like an app that you know call up and but it's not public transit. Elon doesn't like public transit. That's not how this isn't something that goes up and down the street and picks people up at stops, right? This is something that you use your app to get on. And it really only makes sense if you've got like what 20 friends that you're gonna like it would have to be like a, you know, posh bourgeois bar run or something, I guess.
Normal, Elon. Some people are normal.
The future should look like the future.
Then why does it look like it's from the Jetsons? What, like, be so for real?
It looks like a toaster, not gonna lie.
This is what we thought the future was going to look like when you were a child, Elon. There's a big difference here. Anyway, the robo-ban. Ban? Oh, Freud speaking there. The robo-van. It's just not easy.
I mean, it should get banned.
To say, no matter how you pronounce it. But don't worry, if that
I prefer Robovan.
did not tickle your fancy, Elon has one more surprise in store for us this night, which somehow manages to be the most embarrassing out of all of them.
Here we go. Are you ready?
Does Elon think all of his robot car expertise enables him to create now?
A robot with arms and legs instead of a robot with wheels. And we've made a lot of progress with Optimus.
So behold, the
So-
Optimus robots.
I don't know if D'Angelo's going to show you this, but the first version of this that Elon was supposed to show years and years ago, the way that he demonstrated the prototype was to hire dancers to dress up in robot costumes and pretend and to do the robot. I don't know how else to say it. They did the funky robot movements.
Which I can't say I'm quite optimistic about their future, but here we have it, folks. I will say the little hip shimmy is kind of funny. And
They do look a little bit like the Boston Dynamics ones, but they're just not as like sturdy and balanced.
almost makes me want to root for them in a weird way. Free them from the shackles of Tesla, please. Also, one would hope that the final version can walk a little bit faster than this. Like, I like how even the human beings next to them are having to maintain this extremely unnatural cadence because these robots are so slow.
So you can have your own personal R2-D2 C-3PO.
Now, let's be honest. We all know C-3PO.
That's not C-3PO, chat. Who is that? Who did Elon rip off? Anybody want to say? Anybody want to tell me what 2000s EDM group they are ripping off? Chat, my question is, can Daft Punk sue them? Real Doll? Oh no. No, I'm thinking Daft Punk. It's Daft Punk. They ripped off Daft Punk's helmets. He literally stole it.
Had a little bit more drip than this. You know, thinking back, I feel like 3PO had more of an outsized influence on my personality than I realized. In a movie that had Han and Leia and magical space swords, I wanted to be this. This was my ideal for sure.
Yeah, this would cost something like, I don't know, $20,000, $30,000.
I do love how he's saying everyone can have their own personal robot, their own personal 3PO, but then also saying it's $30,000. I feel like if you sat this man down and asked him the price of like basic items, like, oh, how much do you think a toothbrush costs? How long do you think it takes the average person to save $1,000, for example? I want his answers so badly.
Teacher, babysit your kids. It can walk your dog, mow your lawn, get the groceries.
Murder your enemies. Why did they make the face just like a black hole? You know what I mean?
It's odd because he's ripping off Daft Punk and he's gonna get sued. But no, Chad, the stuff that they're showing as far as like handing you stuff, like they haven't shown. There is one model of the robot that's like a bartender. So we'll see maybe what the bartender can do, but like I don't think any of the like fine motor skills that they're showing in fact this has got to be faked somehow. This has got to be like I'll just call it the robots can't move like that. They can't.
It's not appealing at all.
They're not there yet.
Some googly eyes on it, for God's sake.
Just be your friend, serve drinks, whatever you can think of.
I can think of other ways to spend $20,000 to $30,000. Anyway, in this next section, he goes into full Trumpian territory here. Clearly, he's been picking up some tips and tricks from his bestie.
And I think this will be the biggest product ever of any kind. I think everyone, of the 8 billion people of Earth, I think everyone's going to want their Optimus buddy.
All 8 billion people are going to buy the biggest product of all time, Elon, for a cool $30,000. This man is delusional. He's delusional. This isn't like a car, which first of all, not everyone has a car. Not everyone needs a car. There are actually some places where you don't need a car. It's amazing. There's a universe in which Tesla never had to exist. And I think about it every day. But anyways, this man is cracked if he genuinely thinks we are going to live in a future where people are shelling out 5 figures for their buddy robot friends. Anyway, I guess in an effort to prove that this wasn't just—
It sounds like Elon just really needs a friend.
Another of his promises that will never see the light of day, Elon decided to use this event as a testing ground for his Optimus robots.
So you'll be able to walk right up to them and they'll serve drinks at the bar.
And that was pretty much the end of Elon's speech and the beginning of the party, if that's what you want to call this next section, aka the remaining 1 hour of this live stream.
Oh no.
Party.
So I can't really give you a warning for this next section strong enough to describe how it made me feel, but I'm just gonna play it.
Nope. Gotta mute. Oh no. Oh no.
Indeed. Anyway, then Tesla stock plummeted immediately. I kid you not. Like, y'all, this is bad. So here's Elon Musk's event, and then these are Tesla shares the next day. And so, yeah, Tesla may have one of the highest valuations out of any car company. But I mean, even just looking back over the past few years, I don't think it's a stretch to say the time will come when this all starts to catch up with Mr. Musk. And if Twitter is any indicator, if there's one thing he's—
And look, there's a negative interaction between Twitter and Tesla, and that is that as Elon Musk loses more and more money on Twitter, he's having to sell his stock in order to make up for it. And when Elon, who I think is the majority shareholder, right, on Tesla, when he sells stock, the price goes way fucking down, and the confidence that his investors have in him, like every time he does that, he's just fucking his investors.
Good at it's losing value. Tesla's Robotaxi event disappoints investors. Yeah, I think it disappointed all of us, Wall Street Journal. But no, honestly, the reason investors were disappointed is because none of this actually proved that he is any closer to his fully self-driven utopia that drives Tesla's crazy valuations up. But instead, it's just the same canned promises now in multiple formats. Shares fell almost 10% on Friday after that event, which Wall Street—
And our latest update chat says 12%, 12.5%.
Described as being heavier on showbiz and lighter on business. What a pleasant and agreeable description of a disaster. Like, even Elon's robots are just a total scam, and yet people are somehow falling for it.
Hey Optimus, how much of you is AI? I can't disclose just how much.
Wow, what a human voice, you may be thinking to yourself. That voice sounds remarkably human, more than I expected. I guess Will Smith movies underpredicted how far we would come. This did not answer the question. This is 100% AI, this person believes. The fact that it speaks in a humanish voice and has humor and some form of discernment— this is a human being, y'all. Why are you pretending that that was a robot speaking? Like this is not a human being. Right?
We're dealing more likely, yeah, with remote controls and somebody on the other end and speaking the robot's lines. Again, Elon hasn't, like, you know, there's not even the claim that this is 100% AI or anything like that, or that it's not a person like with a remote control, like watching from a distance and speaking for the robot.
Right? This is a machine that's moving around, but the answers it quote unquote thought of just now and the voice it spoke to you in, this is just a human voice being broadcasted remotely through these speakers.
Hey Optimus, what's up? How's it going, man? Enjoying the party?
"How's it going, man?" says one man to another man. No robot involved. And I guess some people know that. With someone saying these were Tesla employees speaking remotely through Optimus, and the person who posted it saying, obviously, but clearly it's not that obvious if you have people thinking we're living in a Will Smith sequel. It sounds like someone is talking through Optimus. Is it really Optimus talking? Kind of feeling there's a human behind it. I like how this person points.
What's the robot name from South Park? What was the robot from South Park when Cartman pretends to be a robot? Goggles. Thank you for becoming a member.
Out it's obviously teleoperated, and they should have made that clear. It feels scammy otherwise. I'm just gonna go a step further and say this is a
Biceps in Bikini says Awesemo. Oh yeah, Awesemo.
scam. Everything Musk does is scammy, as this one Twitter user says. Oh, never mind though. The guy who says this feels scammy doesn't agree and says this is a single event thing for them. So this is the only time Elon has ever scammed them. But yeah, no, surprise of all surprises. Tesla's beer-serving Optimus robot was controlled by a human the whole time. These are literally $30,000 puppets that people are falling for at this point. This is not the future. This is just advanced trickery to take advantage of some of the most gullible people the world has ever seen.
So wait, is this the stuff? He said that it would be ready by 2027, 2026 or 2027 at the latest? I don't think so.
Elon is so behind in terms of actual robots that in 2020, when he announced these Optimus bots, he couldn't even bother to get a prototype and instead went with this direction.
Yes, yes. This is my favorite.
See, that was not real. The Tesla bot will be real.
Narrator. But the Tesla bot was not in fact real. Like if you look at the CNBC report about what robotics are actually achieving right now, China just held this World Robot Conference where a bunch of robot manufacturers showed off their bots. The robots were doing everything from playing games to entertaining the attendees, and Tesla actually attended this event. And what did their robot do?
It's stiff competition for Tesla, who is also here with its Optimus inside a clear box.
You can literally hear the disappointment in the reporter's voice. Tesla, who is also here, is just such an unintentional burn. But yeah, they literally attended this event and did nothing. They did nothing. Like, again, this is a puppet, not a robot. Elon Musk is literally stuck in the past.
It doesn't look like this one's even moving yet.
But his bank account has enabled his delusions of building the future, and you hate to see it. But you know, maybe it's a good thing that he won't actually be able to get his goal of fully autonomous vehicles out on the road, because as it turns out, somebody who is very close to him is not really a fan of autonomous vehicles at all.
Does anybody like an autonomous vehicle? You know what that is, right? When you see a car driving along. Some people do, I don't know. It's a little concerning to me, but...
I am so sorry if you just sat here and, like me, thought to yourself, yeah, I kind of agree with Donald J. Trump. That broke my brain a little bit. So I think I'm just going to end the video.
Oh no, that did... That...
Just sat here. Of fully autonomous vehicles out on the road, because as it turns out, somebody who is very close to him is not really a fan of autonomous vehicles at all.
Does anybody like an autonomous vehicle? You know what that is?
Well,
right?
He's also not a fan of electric vehicles, electric batteries.
Car driving along. Some people do, I don't know.
He likes to drill, baby, drill.
Concerning to me, but...
I am so sorry if you just sat here and, like me, thought to yourself, yeah, I kind of agree with Donald J. Trump. That broke my brain a little bit. So I think I'm just going to end the video here. But that's my take on the situation. Dave's take is that he actually supports Musk's future because Dave is a fully autonomous Tesla robot.
If you don't know, Dave is a Twitter, is it? No, I think it's a YouTube channel. I think it's like one of, like, D'Angelo renamed one of his YouTube channels to Dave. Isn't there also like a Twitter? Anyway, it's some kind of weird social experiment that he's doing. But we're not done yet.
I'm so tired of this man, and I know you are too. It's already been a very Elon-heavy week. Elon! And there's unfortunately...
That looks like a Rob Schneider character from an Adam Sandler movie.
Even more Elon news to discuss. Thankfully, though, it's mostly news about him once again publicly embarrassing himself and subsequently losing a bunch of money. After an entire decade of hype, this week Tesla finally unveiled their plans for autonomous, driverless taxis. And while Elon's legion of fanboys, of course, hailed this as yet another masterful gambit for their hero, it's at least refreshing that Tesla's investors did not see it that way and voted with their wallets as soon as trading began Friday morning. Unfortunately, though, in terms of content, this week's big Tesla event was not as viscerally cringe-inducing as previous events like the Cybertruck one, though there was one moment...
I mean, that shit was epic. You can't beat a classic. Just like you can't beat the top of the ad break, no matter how hard you try. The only way to get out of that ad break that happens every hour on Twitch is with a Twitch Prime for free, or with $6 for $6, or possibly by being gifted a sub, although that kind of thing, when it happens, is more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
That I would say parallels it in some ways, but it is still pretty funny how blatantly full of lies and lacking in actual substance the whole thing was.
So Tesla's We Robot event, it was held at Warner Brothers Studios on the part of their backlot that's used in a lot of movies as a stand-in for New York City. And this was honestly a pretty appropriate location choice given how things played out. This was not a tech demo. It was an unveiling of a concept. Concepts of an idea.
The concepts of a plan, yeah.
And we have no way of confirming this, but we'd bet that most, if not all, of the autonomy on display was actually technicians backstage with VR headsets and Xbox controllers. And even if it wasn't, it was a heavily controlled area that they've been testing on for at least a month, based on what people have been posting online around Warner Brothers and the buildings nearby.
It's made it real hard to book studio space. I need that backlot.
They've been testing this for a long time, and honestly, it wouldn't take much with the way that autonomous vehicles currently work.
Yeah,
to,
again,
this.
10 years ago, this would have been
kind of cool,
a very impressive demo, but we've seen all this.
Yeah. Anyways, for starters, Elon showed off the steering wheel and pedal-free Cybercab, which isn't hideous, but looks like your average 22-year-old automotive design major's final project, complete with gull-wing doors and stupidly large hubcaps.
Although, upon closer inspection, those stupidly large hubcaps actually are partially just silver paint on tires. Very cool.
Yes, and I always, look, this is just a personal preference, but I always hate the way that those big, large hubcaps look.
Yeah.
Now, where it really gets stupid is when Elon starts talking about the thing.
So yeah, Elon claims that a Cybercab will cost less than $30,000, which, no.
Nope.
Sorry. Shut up. No, it fucking won't.
No.
Not possible.
Lying.
Have you seen how much cars cost these days?
Prove us wrong.
Come on.
I mean, look, it's what he does. It's what Trump does. That's the real parallel between him and Trump. That's the thing that makes sense, is that they're both con men. And I would say that in some ways, Elon's con is longer and more successful than Trump's. Like, let's be real. He's been inflating several bubbles, and he has inflated them to like hundreds of billions. But none of this is real. None of the hype is real. And it's gonna be brutal when the air gets let out of those bubbles.
And Elon says that they'll be producing these things within 2 years, which again,
doubt,
not gonna happen. Nope. And yeah, the reason for a price reveal like this is that, according to Elon, you'll be able to buy your own fleet of these things if you want, and you can use them to generate passive income, like some sort of road landlord.
What? No one will insure these if you're gonna own a fleet of taxis.
They will. Because if they don't, they'll have to tell it to Earth.
Like 2 weeks ago, Geico said they weren't even insuring the Cybertruck anymore.
There's mixed messages on that. Geico says they don't have... Basically, it sounds like Geico does not have an official policy of not insuring Cybertrucks. They just seem to be routinely canceling policies on Cybertrucks.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could own your own fleet of Robotaxis, very cool idea, until you spend like 5 seconds thinking about the regulatory and liability aspects of it all. And we'll talk more about that in a bit, because it seems to be a just huge blind spot for Elon's fans, and something that Elon himself is going out of his way to not even acknowledge, including with his claims that Tesla Model 3s and Model Ys will have full unsupervised autonomy in California.
So imagine if this actually worked, what he would have is he would sell products to people, obviously for more than $30,000. We're thinking it's going to be it's going to be more than 100,000 is my bet, right? So he's going to sell these things off, right? But people will essentially, his customers will replace what would be like Uber drivers, right? His customers, by with him having some kind of a program, some kind of like to rent these things out. Oh my God. It's like the worst kind of check. It's like the extension of the check mark on Twitter, right? You know how if you have a check mark on Twitter, if your posts get enough engagement, you could make money from that, theoretically. Some of the very biggest accounts on Twitter do make a decent amount of money, but for the most part, it's not possible for most people. This would be what the Robotaxi or this new kind of Tesla would be. Again, he hates workers. This guy hates workers.
This next year.
It's always next year.
It's always next year. And that's not something you can just say is happening. There are a lot of steps outside of your control that have to happen before that happens. And based on everything we've seen so far with how the government has reacted to Tesla's innovations, it's not happening. I'm sorry.
Before we even get too far down the rabbit hole, he is going to...
Oh yeah, Bad Lefty is pointing out that Uber's stock, and actually a lot of other companies' stock, definitely any company that had any sort of business in terms of this robo-taxi thing, but actually just some competitors of Elon, their stock, it almost seems like everybody else in the tech industry, their prices are up today. Only Tesla is down.
To blame every misstep that going forward with Tesla on Kamala Harris. Or if it's the Trump administration, he's going to blame it on the previous administration. And there is, for the love of God, a very consistent track record of him just fucking lying about this. People gave us shit about the Cybertruck video when we made the Cybertruck video. And
oh yeah, Sassy Sasrai points out a really good point, right? If you got a automated taxi, people, and I'm not even sure people treat Ubers very well. Like, right, do people worry about scratching up the interior of an Uber? Doesn't seem like it, but like, you're not even talking about that. There's no driver, there's nobody in there. So Jesus Christ, is that backseat gonna get messy?
Look how late that showed up and how many concessions they had to make, and it's still ugly, and I want it off the road.
Vindicated!
Yeah, guys, you gotta stop believing him. He's just fucking blowing smoke. He's a snake oil salesman at this point.
At this point, it's only the real, like, Kool-Aid drinkers who are taking this stuff hook, line, and sinker. It seems everyone else is like, okay, well, what else you got?
Yeah, and we're going to get into more of his smoke and mirrors. But another fun claim presented with zero evidence was that these things won't charge via a charging cable, but will instead use inductive charging like a giant cell phone on a giant charging mat. So far, we're at least in the territory of the plausible, but then Elon brings out a surprise. The Robovan, which Elon inexplicably pronounces Robovan.
Robovan. Oh, just rolls up.
It sounds like a Futurama joke, doesn't it?
Off the tongue.
It sounds like a medication that a grandparent takes.
Ask your doctor if Robovan is right for you.
That's what I'm saying.
Robovan may cause death.
Yeah. So, like the Cybertruck, this is clearly a design that Elon himself doodled onto a napkin because it looks ridiculous, and not in a good way. It looks like an Art Deco toaster. It's also...
Yeah, that's what I said, a toaster.
Maybe 4 inches of ground clearance. Well, who would win? The Cyber Toaster or a slight incline, a dip?
The smallest road dip you've ever seen in your life.
A speed bump, a speed hump, a pothole.
A drive.
No, imagine this, chat. Parking it in a garage, right? At some point, this thing has to be parked. Imagine it going into a garage. You know what I'm talking about? The kind of like dips that you find, you know, going into a, like, especially if it's like in a floor below the ground.
Driveway,
just anything.
An on-ramp, just any slight grade change.
Also, this looks eerily similar to modern ski gondolas, but with wheels on the bottom.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What do we have here? We have a diversity pride flag. That is wild that somebody with that shirt would be on an Elon Musk, you know, part of this Elon Musk, whatever the hell this is.
I like ski gondolas.
But that's the thing, is it's just like, it's just a little basket rolling down the road.
Yeah.
The Robovan, God, it's so stupid. The Robovan is what you hail when instead of 2 seats, you need 20 seats. And getting back to the Robotaxi, 2 seats? Are you fucking stupid?
Yeah, very bizarre choice. Like, when I'm using...
So you know how earlier people were talking about how the car doesn't have, like, it doesn't have a steering wheel or a gas pedal, right? There's no, like, manual override. Right, this thing does not have a windshield. Right, you can't even see where you're going if you needed to.
Not public transit, but I'm using like an Uber or a Lyft. It is often with more than 2 people.
Yeah, it's very strange to not just include at least 4 seats. It is a very bizarre choice, especially when you're doing away with like the entire instrument panel, and for some reason just putting a huge trunk in it. It was like, okay, why does it need a huge trunk if there's only 2 people?
Well, this isn't real, so
yeah,
we're scrutinizing this way too much.
Yeah, this is like making fun of the Super Mario Brothers movie. It's like you see it and you're like, oh, that's not for me.
It's not real. It can't affect your life.
It can't hurt me. So like with the Boring Company, Elon has once again just invented mass transit, but
we're calling it mass transit. But yeah, it sucks.
And also like the Boring Company, this Robovan is never going to be more than a demo. And if it is, like, it's going to be, if it ever exists, in a geo-fenced area that they have to, like, maintain, because the smallest problem that you would face on any road will take this thing out. And I'm not talking about hitting other vehicles or the actions of other drivers, because Waymo exists, it's doing okay. I'm talking about a fucking pothole. Road debris.
The Robovan is only the greatest pinnacle of success it can achieve is transporting people from like one side of a airport to another, or a convention center, much like the Boring Company tunnels.
It's an airport like monorail system.
Honestly, the Robovan would work better with one of those Boring Company tunnels
without the rails.
And I don't know if we get into it, but like the idea,
if you need 20 seats, wait until Elon Musk hears about trains.
That anyone that would
wait till he hears about buses,
want to afford to take a ride in this thing, would want to sit with other people and also reroute themselves from their direct location.
Not as exciting as the USC General Hospital Center for Global Inequalities of Public Health Medical Drone Program.
Is insane, because that's what they can do right now with public transportation.
Well, he's not pitching this as you riding with strangers, because that's disgusting. He said, this will be great for sports teams.
Stupid, dumb. Also, this is gonna, if anything, this would
be... Elon Train would be the next beep boop. I don't know. He doesn't like public transit.
Be a glorified...
He's like against it. It goes against his libertarian values.
Bachelor party bus.
Yeah.
Which they already don't have to drive, and people are just gonna ruin it because there's no one to monitor.
Or a bang bus.
Yeah, it's the...
If it can fly, yeah. If it can fly, then we're talking Futurama for real.
So it doesn't matter what we say anyway, because not happening.
No.
Cybercab is at least somewhat plausible. Not on the timeline.
City of Door says Elon is Zap Brannigan.
That he's suggesting it is.
But just the existence of a cab, that exists. We've seen that already.
Waymo exists. I saw someone pull the stats that was like, currently because Tesla's use visual only, cameras only. And it's like...
It's great if it doesn't rain, snow, or get fogged up. Or...
In like best case scenarios, has like a 70-mile range without a critical interaction with a human driver, whereas the Waymo can go something like tens of thousands of miles without an issue.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it, but like they've put in the work. They've played it safe with it. And yeah, the failure rate of Waymo compared to everything Tesla has showed so far is night and day.
It's a bizarre, weird swing for the fences that is almost certainly and hasn't so far worked out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
anyways,
the Robovin, it's just some chum for the fans. Oh my God!
Look how futuristic
he
it
invented
looks.
a bus.
Yeah.
But in the same vein, Elon closed out the event by bringing out a bunch of his Optimus robots and continuing to
Here we go. Here's the exciting part.
$20,000, and we'll do all of your chores, babysit your kids, and he said this: be your friend.
Don't worry, guys. I'm looking out for you. I know how tough it is
I know
out there.
how lonely it is being an Elon Musk fan.
It's gonna be even lonelier when one of these things accidentally crushes your baby skull.
Yeah. And listen, you could say, oh, all the videos of this are clearly CGI and not real. But he even had a few of these things working as extremely slow bartenders at the after party. So checkmate. This definitely very much impressed a bunch of people who were willfully unaware that these robot bartenders were definitely, I will put money on this, 100% being controlled by humans backstage.
They're kind of moving like Joe Biden.
With VR headsets and hand tracking.
First of all,
this was not autonomous.
Multiple people
Who
have
were there
have
were
already
like,
come out and said
yeah.
that they were being controlled. First of all, let's clarify. The ones that were dancing and doing all that, probably pre-programmed and completely autonomous. The ones that were talking to people, let me tell you a story. When I was a child, a little, very young boy, I went down to the county fair and they had a robot that would interact with you down at the county fair, and it had a happy little face, and it would talk to you. You know what was happening? There was a guy in a booth, like 150 feet.
Did they just make it the drink, or it looked like they were pulling the tap, right?
Away, driving this thing and talking to people, and that was 30 years ago.
But it felt real.
It felt really great as a child. This, what was showed off on the Warner Brothers backlot, was essentially what Disneyland has been doing already
it's
for
like
years.
Going into the Hall of Presidents.
No,
and,
it's even worse. It's like going to the Star Wars land and they have a guy that has a controller and a backpack that's sitting there controlling fucking R2-D2 and little bots.
Yeah.
But there were handlers around. It was clearly being operated by someone else. Now, the argument that they're making is that, well, it's a hardware demo, and it's like, okay, great robots. Boston Dynamics has been doing this
It's not a
already.
hardware demo. It's like, that's the thing.
But he's not even being honest about that.
Yeah. So if the pitch, because it is impressive that you can make a humanoid robot that does respond one-to-one with the person controlling it. Like, if they were pitching this as you use this in dangerous places, like working with hazardous materials, rescue operations, a way for people to go somewhere without actually being there, I'm like, yeah, that's pretty cool. But he's not marketing it as that. He's marketing this as your own personal fucking Star Wars robot.
Yes.
Which is not going to fucking happen.
That apparently is...
Especially not at $20,000.
Going to change your kids' diapers or watch them or whatever. When it's really going to be someone being paid like 10 cents an hour to sit... like
now...
The people that have already been acting as AI chatbots.
Boom. Black Mirror episode. There you go. There it is, right? You know, I don't know how many of you remember the story about Amazon Fresh. The idea was supposed to be a grocery store that you could go into and you'd have some sort of chip on you and you would just grab stuff. The grocery store would automatically track what you grabbed and charge you for it on the way out. This never really worked very well, and it turned out they didn't even have a way for it to work. There were cameras in that store, those security cameras or those store cameras, fed to a center where people, I believe in another country, where people were supposed to analyze the film and try to. So in other words, the input wasn't coming from, chip is on person picks up milk. Milk has a tag on it. That tag is automatically read by the chip. Person grabs 2 bottles of milk and a candy bar. These things are added up and taken out of the person's account, taken out of the person's Amazon debit account. This wasn't how it went. It was literally people watching those, in a remote location, watching those security videos and trying to determine who took what. And oftentimes not correctly. So imagine if this robot was, operating, but essentially was being operated by somebody in a country with a very low standard of living, being paid very little money to do so, to pretend to be the robot,
because it can't be trusted,
to pretend to be the AI.
It would be funny if he
A literal Osimo situation.
Force this to market and just to save face, and the robots are still all just being controlled by like Tesla engineers, or let's be real, controlled by people in like the Philippines or Africa who are being paid like $3 an hour.
Yes.
But
Yeah, Woody Black knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, they hired people.
Like the people who own them think that they have an AI robot.
Yeah, it's my AI. It's literally Osimo from South Park. It's just Cartman in a box. That's all it is.
Anyways, take away all the vague, unbelievable promises, and this event was something that just about any large car or electronics company could have put together in a couple months with off-the-shelf parts. And while our cynical take on all this won't surprise anyone, what was kind of surprising was how...
Imagine Amazon going without a billing department post-scarcity. Yeah, that would be what would happen if it got nationalized.
Investors reacted, with Tesla's stock closing at nearly 9% down at the end of trading on Friday. And adding insult to injury,
brutal.
Uber and Lyft's stocks were up about 10%.
The entire stock market was up.
No need to worry.
Just compared to the S&P 500, it's very obvious. Like, it's just one of the funniest things I saw was like when it had the robot bartenders, someone was like, pretty impressive. And this one didn't swing an iPad around and ask for a tip. And he goes, and then he adds, I just bought $10 million more worth of Tesla stock. And it's like, if that were true, which it's not, you're fucking lying on the internet. If that were true, you lost $800,000 in a day, or $900,000 in a day.
And if that were true, that means billions of dollars were pulled out of Tesla to counteract your $10 million. Shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Here's Yahoo Finance with more on the stock stuff. A lack of detail disappointed Tesla bulls like Adam Jonas of Morgan Stanley as well. Heading into what might arguably have been the most highly anticipated product unveil in Tesla's history, we had a number of expectations of what the market...
Yeah, like, this is my question. How is Elon possibly going to get this back? How is he going to get anybody's trust back? After he's been exposed as such a liar for so many years, right? How is he going to... Because, like, that's kind of what the stock price is based on. People's trust that the future of the company looks bright. They are so many years behind their competitors. I think the only thing that's going to get the stock price high is they get rid of this department of the company. They give up on all this shit because they're not gonna do this successfully.
I learned that we felt were consequential to the direction and debate around the stock, Jonas wrote in a note to clients Friday morning. We were overall disappointed with the substance and detail of the presentation. Specifically with the Cybercab, there was no detailed discussion of technology aspects like sensors, range, safety features, and configurations, seating for example, Jonas said. Furthermore, like Saganagi, Jonas pointed out a lack of detail regarding improvements to FSD, a detailed rollout plan for robotaxis to consumers, and financial analysis, among other things.
And yeah, the vibe is very funny. It seems all the big investors are just like, all we want one thing, Elon. We want a car that costs $25,000 to $30,000 that people can buy. Just a shitty Tesla that has mass market appeal. Can you please do that? And Elon's like, no, I will do literally everything but that.
That's not the future.
I could do anything for my investors, but I won't do that. Anyway, here's Reuters. Tesla is aiming to leapfrog incumbent self-driving players, including Alphabet's Waymo, by pursuing a lower-cost technological path that Musk believes will allow the company to scale up its autonomous vehicles far quicker than rivals. Tesla's strategy is simpler and much cheaper than that of its rivals, but has critical weaknesses. Chief among those is that the AI technology underpinning its self-driving system makes it nearly impossible to pinpoint why a crash or other failure occurred, something that could concern regulators. Tesla software is at least years behind where Waymo is. That's the hard part.
That's why he's literally paying people like $47 a vote in Pennsylvania.
No flashy vehicle design is going to change that, said Matthew Wansley, professor at New York's Cardozo School of Law. Tesla's rivals use similar AI and camera technology, but layer on so-called redundant systems and more expensive sensors as a safety precaution.
And yeah, Waymo has been doing this shit for nearly a decade, gradually ramping up what they're capable of and what they're even allowed to do with better vehicles. And their cars are still geofenced to specific areas with no highway driving. The idea that Tesla will be able to catch up to them in a couple of years isn't just absurd on a technical level, it also completely ignores the regulatory aspect, where the NHTSA and state DMVs have to give you permission to operate on public roads after being convinced that what you're doing is safe. Add to that the idea that, unlike with Waymo, these robotaxis will be privately owned and operated, which is brand new legal territory with rules that haven't even begun to be written. The fact that on top of the few vague claims Elon made, the regulatory aspect wasn't even mentioned is definitely weird. But then you remember that Elon Musk is currently pumping a shitload of money into Trump and other Republican candidates, and it starts to make a little bit more sense, because dismantling the regulatory state is one of the GOP's primary goals.
Project 2025, baby.
No NHTSA, no problem.
Yeah.
These death machines will be on the road in no time.
Yeah, the current Joe Biden NHTSA would never allow this to happen. But the Trump non-existent NHTSA that just rubber stamps anything that Elon Musk, investor in the Republican Party, put on their desk, well, they'll let it happen.
We could have all
and
these...
I assume no liability because these are your cars and not mine.
Yeah.
I just sold them to you. Anything they do out there on the road, that's your fault.
You probably messed with them or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, you think the AI images of people being rescued from hurricanes are impressive? Wait till you see these cyber robots out there rescuing people.
Just shoving them underwater.
Yeah.
But speaking of Musk being fully in the tank for Trump, the New York Times put out a piece on Friday digging into just how unprecedented this all is. In the final weeks of the presidential campaign, the richest man in the world has involved himself in the US election in a manner unparalleled in modern history. Elon Musk, seen over the weekend jumping for joy alongside former President Donald J. Trump at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, is now talking to the Republican candidate multiple times a week. He has effectively moved his base of operations to Pennsylvania, the place that he has recently told confidants he believes is the linchpin to Mr. Trump's reelection. He has relentlessly promoted Mr. Trump's candidacy to his 201 million followers on X, the social media platform formerly known as Twitter, that he bought for $44 billion and has used to spread conspiracy theories about the Democratic Party and to insult its candidate, Vice President Kamala Harris. Above all, he is personally steering the actions of a super PAC that he has funded with tens of millions of dollars to turn out the vote for Mr. Trump, not just in Pennsylvania, but across.
Yeah, so if you don't know, Trump has outsourced the ground game, as they call it, you know, the get out the vote effort to Elon's PAC, his super PAC, right? And also to Turning Point USA. Neither of these organizations seem to be set up to do a good job.
The country. He has even proposed taking a campaign bus tour across Pennsylvania and knocking on doors himself, in part to see how his money is being used.
Get the fuck off my property.
Please do this. Hello, I wanted to talk.
He is not good.
69.
And not exactly his fault, obviously, but he's just not good talking to people. So this is a plan that's just not going to work. In fact, he was very awkward on that stage. And even in like...
I'm Dark Mag.
I'm talking about the stage at the cyber event.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, buddy, like, it's so weird. I mean, listen, I talk for a living, so I'm obviously biased here. Yeah. But like, if I'm putting on a... career-defining event, supposedly. I'm running through that script a couple times. I'm not just like getting up there to riff.
And also, you would assume that like you would have someone hyping up the crowd more or miking the crowd better and not having awkward silences.
Just play stock techno music.
It's bizarre. It goes out without saying that, looking back, it's utterly ridiculous how much Elon used to complain about big tech and social media platforms being in the tank for Democrats and how unethical that was, considering how far above and beyond he's gone to not only personally support and promote Trump, but also mold an entire social network in his image. The Times report also confirms that the recent suspension of journalist Ken Klippenstein was done directly at the request of the Trump campaign.
Yeah, which, like, this is obviously, it parallels
to the Hunter Biden thing.
Hunter Biden laptop stuff way back then, where it's like you're doing the exact same thing in reverse. So all of your complaints back then was not about principles. It was just about the actual content of the leaks.
Yeah.
It's stupid. Anyway, he's back though. They gave him his account after the New York Times published this, and people were like, "Wait, you suspended a journalist because the Trump campaign called you up and said to do it?" I guess they finally were like, "All right, we should let this guy back up."
They freed Ken Klippenstein.
The one possible silver lining to all this, though, is that Elon understands politics about as well as he understands social media. And if Elon is running his political operation the way he's running Twitter, he's blowing a ton of money on something that's going to fail.
Yeah. The more he gets involved with Trump, the more I'm just like, I mean, this is based purely on vibes, but I'm like, everything this guy touches turns to shit, and he's been wrong about literally everything for the past, like, several years. So, I don't know. It indicates to me that Trump's going to lose.
Yeah.
I mean, more than if it indicates anything, that's what it indicates to me.
There you go. And he's wasting a bunch of money in the process.
Yeah, we love it. In related news, we recently talked about how Cards Against Humanity sued SpaceX for damaging and polluting land that they bought with fan donations back in 2017 along the Texas border. We also recently talked about Elon's Political Action Committee offering $47 to people who get swing state voters to sign some petition saying they love the First and Second Amendments.
It's just so obvious what he's doing.
Well, now these two stories have collided, and this feud between Elon Musk and the party game that he surely thinks he is really good at has now escalated further.
Yeah.
Here's NBC News. The company behind the game Cards Against Humanity is aiming to one-up Elon Musk with its plan to pay blue-leaning swing state residents who make voting plans and agree to publicly condemn Donald Trump. The company announced an initiative
No way!
to encourage people who didn't vote in 2020 to go to the polls this year by handing out up to $100. That's way more than 47.
On a website created by the game company, eligible voters are asked to provide their personal information, which is then checked against voter data that the company said it bought from a data broker. You wouldn't believe how easy it was for us to get this stuff, the website said. If eligible voters didn't vote in 2020, Cards Against Humanity offers them a payout, provided they write apologies for not having voted 4 years ago, creating voting plans and publicly posting, "Donald Trump is a human toilet." If the voters lean blue and live in swing states, they can earn more money. According to the website, over 1,700 eligible voters have already participated.
So yeah, a little taste of his own medicine. And yeah, $100, way more than 47. So Elon,
More than twice.
Elon, I think you might need to spend even more of your money.
Oh, drat. $69 wouldn't even be enough.
Yeah, and it is a pretty clever one because, like, it is publicly available information whether you voted in a certain election.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you didn't vote in 2020,
this
is a great opportunity for you.
Elon didn't vote.
That's true.
Yeah.
Maybe he can make $100 to offset some of those the millions that he's spending.
Yes.
But anyway, just one more bit of politics before we move on to the other news. The election is just a couple weeks away at this point, and it is worth pointing out what is actually at stake here. Trump advance do not believe in democracy. They've done a pretty good job distracting everyone from the basic fact that Trump literally tried to steal the 2020 election, and to this day does not admit that he lost. And they're not confronted about this directly nearly as often as they should be. So it was refreshing that this week J.D. Vance was asked a very simple question and had a real hard time providing an answer. Here you go.
In the debate, you were asked to clarify if you believe Trump.
So yeah, we watched this earlier.
2020 election.
But I want to watch it one more time because it's so good.
Do you believe he lost the 2020 election?
I think that Donald Trump and I have both raised a number of issues with the 2020 election, but we're focused on the future. I think there's an obsession here with focusing on 2020. I'm much more worried about what happened after 2020, which is a wide.
So his first answer is, I'm focused on the future. I don't care about 2020 that much.
Border, groceries that are unaffordable. And look,
Senator,
Lulu,
yes or no?
Okay.
Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
Let me ask you a question. Is it okay that big technology companies censored the Hunter Biden laptops?
Oh, so now we're going back to 2020. At first, it's like we're moving forward. We care about the here and now. We care about people's material needs. But then ask him again, and he's like, well, what about Hunter's hog?
Which independent analysis
That would have clearly swung the election, just like Hunter's massive hog swings from side to side. That would have swung the election to Trump.
have said it cost Donald Trump millions of votes.
Because everyone's going to want to vote for a tiny man like Donald Trump rather than somebody whose, son has a large member, and therefore Biden's member might be likewise offensively large.
Vance, I'm going to ask you again. Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
Did big technology companies censor a story that independent studies have suggested would have cost Trump millions of votes? I think
Senator
that's the
Vance,
question.
I'm going to
Only the public had known how big Hunter's hog was.
ask you again. Did Donald Trump lose the 2020
And I've answered
election?
your question with another question. You answer my question and I'll answer yours.
I have asked this question repeatedly. It is something that is very important for the American people to know. There is no proof, legal or otherwise, that Donald Trump did not lose the 2020 election.
You're repeating a slogan rather than engaging with what I'm saying, which is that when our own technology firms engage in industrial scale censorship, by the way, backed up by the federal government, in a way that independent studies suggest affect the votes, I'm worried about Americans who feel like there were problems in 2020. I'm not worried about this slogan that people throw. Well, every court case went this way. I'm talking about something very discreet. A problem of censorship in this country that I do think affected things in 2020 and more.
Like I said, if you let this fly, right? If you accept this as like, well, you know, I guess you really did believe that the election was stolen. Like literally anything, anybody could. Richard Nixon, in 1960 could have said, I thought it was unfair how the television station purposely turned up the heat, knowing that I was more sensitive to sweat than Kennedy, right? Nixon actually could have had a lot. Nixon, I think, has a stronger claim in 1960 to saying that the election was stolen from him. But you can't have this. You can't have people constantly disputing the fucking election. And I don't mean just like disagreeing with it. I mean like trying to engineer a way to not leave office, trying to stop the election results from being recorded.
More importantly, that led to Kamala Harris's governance, which has screwed this country up in a big way.
Senator, would you have certified the election in 2020? Yes or no?
I've said that I would have voted against certification because of the concern that I just raised. I think that when you have technology companies...
The answer is no.
When you have technology companies censoring Americans at a mass scale in a way that, again, independent studies have suggested affect the vote, I think that it's right to protest against that, to criticize that, and that's a totally reasonable thing.
And to put the vice president's life at risk over that.
So the answer is no.
Yeah, they always squirm with this.
Actually, I have a question for you.
There we go. There we go. So one more time in case you didn't catch it earlier. Yeah, he's really coming into his own, isn't he, Obsessive Audio? People were talking about how HARP created the recent hurricane, which, oh my god. Well, that was more MTG. Speaking of MTG, it looks like Bill Nye versus MTG has won the poll, beating out Cute Cat videos by 3%, Classic Michael Brooks by 4%, and Naomi Klein on Bad Hasbro by 18%. We are 98% of the way towards the dono goal at this point. But it does look like Bill Nye is having an exceptional night. JD Vance went from being an annoying author to potentially the next president. I hope that people who gassed up his questionable books really feel, yeah, all those fucking libs that glazed up the hillbilly elegy. It's pay no attention to the man behind the curtain type thing. Brian's parents invented 5G for Bell Labs, and we're all into Alex Jones and David Icke disinformation like Silicon Vance. Wait, Brian's parents, like, wonder what Comey is up to these days. Good question. But I just want to know, when will Daft Punk sue Elon? We need Daft Punk to sue Elon. Wait, what's the deal with the crystal skulls? That sounds like some Persona 2 shit. PB with the gifted membership to Miron Kurdian. Miron Kurdian, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Narwhal by Nature with the $2 super sticker. Getting us over the line and hitting that dono goal. And I'm pretty sure, unless anybody's got some major, disagreements with it, unless anybody donated and they didn't get their donation counted and they're like, they want something drastically different, or I think that even if we had like a overwhelming Vox Populi tonight, it would still be Bill Nye versus Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's ahead by, oh, look at that, 4 points now. So that's outside of the margin of error. Hopefully Daft Punk reform. Would they have to reform to sue them? Oh, that's why he did it. Frogs turned Alex Jones gay. Crystal Skulls was a pretty cool Spangle track. We're at 69 likes. I mean, that is pretty nice. It could be nicer, but we'll see. We've got a little bit of stream left. We're going to watch the Bill Nye, what Bill Nye had to say about Marjorie Taylor Greene. So, I mean, maybe we should start off with Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. Hurricane Milton is expected to make landfall in Florida early Thursday morning. At this hour, the storm is back to Category 5 strength. As the National Hurricane Center advises, quote, Florida residents should get their families and homes ready and evacuate if told to do so. Milton is currently reaching maximum sustained winds of 165 miles per hour. It is expected to pick up forward speed tonight. The storm will continue to move across that arc you see there, across the Gulf of Mexico, until it makes landfall. Now, the latest data predicts a storm surge of up to 10 to 15 feet south of Sarasota. Localized areas in central and north Florida could also see up to 18 inches of rain, threatening catastrophic flooding. Hurricane specialist John Morales, he's the longest tenured TV meteorologist in South Florida, got choked.
Wait. Crystal Skulls from House 2. Wait, there was a House movie and a sequel?
Up as he delivered the devastating report last night.
I feel like a House movie would have to be House going on a road trip with Wilson.
Incredible hurricane. It has dropped. It has dropped 50 millibars in 10 hours. I apologize. This is just horrific. Maximum sustained winds are 160
Recon process 2 new storms developing. Great.
miles per hour. And it is just gaining strength in the Gulf of Mexico, where you can imagine the winds, the seas are just so incredibly hot, record hot, as you might imagine. You know what's driving that. I don't need to tell you. Global warming, climate change, leading to this and becoming an increasing threat.
As John Morales says, we do know why this is happening. Climate change is making our Earth, and especially our oceans, hotter. The Gulf of Mexico has seen record warm water this year. We covered it actually in the summer, warning that this was going to happen. Those higher temperatures fuel stronger storms with higher winds, more rain, and worse flooding. I mean, all this stuff is complex. Storms are complex, but this part is
House the movie isn't like the TV show. It's a horror movie from the 80s. Oh, wow.
simple. The storm essentially sucks up the heat and uses it as energy. It is like packing more dynamite into a bomb. The warmer the water, the more energy there is. Now, Hurricane Helene just showed us how this phenomenon is wreaking havoc, even in areas previously thought to be safe from these kinds of storms.
Tucked away deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains, Asheville, North Carolina was considered a little slice of paradise. Some called it a climate haven, suggesting it was immune to extreme weather. But last week, that paradise turned out to be an illusion.
Oh my God.
Helene battering the area for days, ripping apart homes, washing out roads, toppling trees, and cutting off entire towns. New research out this week says there is strong evidence human-driven climate change strengthened Helene's destructive power. One study saying it made the storm's rainfall up to 20% heavier and its winds 7% stronger.
We're seeing these events that are boosted by climate change, stronger, wetter, lasting longer.
Another report found that a warmer climate led to 50% more rain over parts of the Carolinas and Georgia than would have been expected.
Storms like Helene and what we expect to come from Milton are precisely what experts have been screaming about for decades now. As John Morales.
Remember, Donald Trump said it was just going to be a quarter, like an eighth of an inch over 50 years or something. Nothing to worry about.
Nicole Wallace, it is why
drill, baby, drill.
He got so emotional over last night's forecast.
When I saw 50 millibars in 10 hours, I just broke down with a mixture of empathy, angst over these increasing extreme weather events, and also frustration. Because for over 20 years, I've been trying to communicate on what would be coming if we did not check the injection of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere.
So, and I want to point out too, right, that the hurricane was at Category 4, actually dropped down to Category 2 or 3 when it made landfall, and still caused a lot of deaths, still caused a lot of damage. Imagine what this would have been like had it been a Category 4 or 5.
And well, here we are, and it's not going to get any better.
So we are now preparing for the second major climate change-fueled hurricane in 2 weeks, which could put a dangerous strain on federal resources. New York Times reports the Federal Emergency Management Agency is running out of staff to deal with the potential devastation of Hurricane Milton. As of Monday morning, just 9% of FEMA's personnel were available to respond to the hurricane or other disasters. Now, while FEMA says it is well equipped to handle the strains, it is a reminder the challenge of more frequent natural disasters. The Times noting that FEMA is also responding to flooding and landslides in Vermont, tornadoes in Kansas, the aftermath of Tropical Storm Debbie in New York and Georgia, and the watch fire in Arizona. And those are just disasters that were declared in the past 2 weeks. Remember, what I'm telling you right now, what we're looking at right now in the last week, what we're preparing for with Milton, this is what we are now facing with global average temperatures a little over 1 degree Celsius higher than the pre-industrial average. 1. Imagine what it will look like when we reach 2 degrees, twice as bad, or 3, or 4. That is the world Donald Trump would push us towards faster if he returns to the White House. Not that he cares, he thinks it would be good for real estate values.
When I hear these people talking about global warming, that's the global warming you have to worry about, not that the ocean's going to rise in 400 years an eighth of an inch, and you'll have more seafront property, right? Of that.
You wouldn't have more sea. What is he saying? That's not how shit works. What a silly thing to say. The ocean level rising means that you're losing as much and maybe more seafront property that you're gaining, right? With a smaller landmass. Sorry, with a smaller landmass, which was what you'd be left with the ocean levels rising. You would have, like, there'd be, like, it's not surface area, it's more like a 2D version of surface area. there's less of that, meaning that there's less beachfront. He's such a fucking idiot, and people let him get away with just lying so bad.
That happened. I said, is that good or bad? I said, isn't that a good thing? If I have a little property on the ocean, I have a little bit more property. I have a little bit.
You have a little bit less, dumb fuck.
More ocean.
Okay, every time we play this clip, we just got to stop for 1 second. Think about that give it 10 seconds of your brain power. If the oceans rise, do you have more beachfront property? Does that make sense? If the oceans rise, do you have more beachfront or you have less, right? Now, we've known for decades our planet is warming, that we would start seeing the brutal effects. But conservatives remain so deep in their denial, they're flailing around for anyone or anything else to blame. Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is now like a big mover and shaker in the Republican Party, is promoting a bizarre conspiracy theory about a mysterious they.
And look, this is due to like the waning of Lauren Boebert, as well as Laura Loomer, her two enemies in the Republican Party. They're on their way down. So Marjorie MTG is kind of the winner.
You can imagine who that is, controlling the weather, suggesting that they are sending hurricanes to Republican areas to impact the election. Like someone is sitting at some computer somewhere pressing hurricane. And it's not just her, she's now being amplified.
It's Elon.
By right-wing media and the Republican nominee himself.
Has the government figured out how to build a storm into a superstorm that will destroy everything in its path, and then how to aim it right for where they want to aim it? It just happens to miss South Florida.
The way that their logic works is that if they can dream it, it must be true, unless somebody can prove it impossible, right? Because they've turned the Democratic Party and the government and the judicial system and law enforcement into folk devils who are somehow beholden to these mysterious deep state forces.
Where all the Democrats live.
What? This guy should just be, like, he deserves to, I don't know, be pelted with very soft objects. Extremely soft objects that could never hurt anyone.
Something strange is going on.
These are Trump counties. And don't tell me for a second that what we're not seeing is a massive government-pushed voter suppression operation.
You know, it's largely a Republican area, so some people say they did it for that reason. I don't even think they're that bad, but they probably, maybe they are.
They're sending the storms. They are sending the storms. Donald Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, found a way to get in on it too, blaming it on immigrants.
You have FEMA, which is there for disaster relief for American citizens after a terrible storm, being deployed repeatedly to deal with Kamala Harris's wide open border and the migrant invasion that it's caused. That lack of focus on their core mission, that distraction, and focusing instead on illegal immigrants, I guarantee that it has made the disaster response worse.
Okay, that's false. Both FEMA and the White House dispute those claims, saying the disaster relief.
Sassy says, y'all ever heard of this movie called Waterworld, where the entire Earth is flooded? All the property is beachfront, and it works with no negative consequences.
The fund is completely separate from other programs. But again, it's not really surprising this is the way the right wing and Republicans, even high-ranking ones, are reacting. The guy at the top of the ticket, right? It was never going to be the case they would see the real impacts of climate change, the carbon we put in the atmosphere, the heat that it's trapped, that ends up in the ocean, that fuels our storms. To see all that, which is, again, not hard to understand at all, after decades of denial, and be like, you know what? My bad. That's on us. We were wrong. But their behavior in the face of this dire consequence of this impending 1-2 punch from the Southeast should serve as a wake-up call to everyone stuck here in reality about the very real stakes of this election.
Look, there was a little bit of rain during Woodstock, and I remember seeing a documentary of it where people standing outside are like, yeah, that's right, the government's seeding the clouds. And I always thought that was goofy as fuck. But to be fair, some of those people at Woodstock were on some pretty strong psychedelics, maybe experiencing a little bit of paranoia. These assholes have no such excuse, unless it's Joe Rogan's DMT. I don't know.
The Southeast is in storm recovery mode after two deadly hurricanes in just 2 weeks. A new study shows that ultra-warm water in the Gulf of Mexico supercharged Helene and human-caused climate change. Of course, likely heated up that water. A lot to discuss with our next guest, Bill Nye the Science Guy. He's also part of the
Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Too Hot Not to Vote campaign and to engage and educate voters.
Is he real?
On climate change and clean energy. Bill, I mean, as a
Is he a robot?
news guy, I guess we have to couch things and say.
Does he have a fisheye lens? What's going on with this guy? He doesn't look real.
But how much certainty can we say, yes, climate change is heating up the Gulf and supercharging these hurricanes?
Well, there's no question that climate change is heating up the Gulf. That's proven. The question is, does an individual storm a result of climate change? Well, in
Bad Lefty says it's Salvia 35 strength, 35 times strength.
this case, yes, because it's the heat that's in the water that got there from the heat that's held in the atmosphere that was held in on account of carbon dioxide principally, and also other greenhouse gases like methane.
And as he says methane, I remember that this country, when it could have gone hard into renewables, instead went hard into fracking. I mean, I don't know the specifics of fracking. If it's, I'm imagining, considering that natural gas is methane, that there's probably some release of methane into the atmosphere.
Yes. And so this is an extraordinary
Bill Coffin, the science boffin.
storm that was
Bill breaking out the fisheye lens, but from the OG show.
300 nautical miles.
Did Sneeko get the fisheye lens from Bill?
wide. This is a remarkable thing. And I just heard a previous segment. Everybody, the water's going to continue to rise because
Yeah, why is that?
the rain. Well, the rain fell in a very, very large area. It's like a giant funnel, and so it's draining toward the sea, and it takes several days. So the sheriff was there reminding people that the water's still going to go up. Counterintuitive. It stopped raining, but the water level's still going to rise. That's science. And
Which
so
is scary.
It's
Yeah,
scary, yeah. I mean, because the water is so destructive. I'm not telling you guys who are living through it, but the water, we think water is what gives us life, is what sustains us. That's true. But too much of this good thing is deadly.
And, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, he's been pushing back on the climate's role in these stronger storms. Let's take a listen to that and talk about it.
Yeah, I just think people should put this in perspective. They try to take different things that happen with tropical weather and act like it's something. There's nothing new under the sun. This is something that the state has dealt with for its entire history, and it's something that we'll continue to deal with. I think what's changed is we've got 23 million people.
Yeah, Bill, what do you have to say to that? I mean, we could just show our viewers, and they can look this up on their own, that, the frequency of these powerful hurricanes has picked up over the last couple of decades.
Well, absolutely. The other thing is, objectively, the water in the Gulf is warmer than it's ever been.
And let me see where I can find, there's a graph of that too.
And so this is what the word everybody throws around is fuels hurricanes, but this provides the energy that allows the relatively cool air to squeeze the warm air up, which starts these enormous storms becoming wider and wider. And then the spin of the earth and gravity of the earth causes the storm to spin. And that's what makes these extraordinary seawalls, extraordinary waves of water, storm surges, come ashore on the southeast part of this storm, and then pull water out of the Tampa Bay on the northwestern side. And this is very well understood, and this is a result of satellite imagery and ground-based assets that enable us to monitor these things.
So yeah, we're looking here at the number of tropical or subtropical storms, the named storms and hurricanes. And as you can see, there's a very disturbing trend upwards.
And so everybody, it's very serious. It's going to get more and more serious. And of course, we, as citizens of the U.S., will work to
But look, not as serious as the top of... No, actually, it is going to get more serious.
help people who are affected by this storm.
That is not a good debate.
In Florida, North Carolina, and so on. And our hearts go out to you. But we've got to face this problem. And so everybody, this is what I'm saying right now. What can you do about climate change if you're not there? If you're anywhere, is vote. Vote with the climate in mind.
And Bill, I do want to...
Just like can you do for the top of the outbreak? Get yourself a sub. We're down to 47 subs. We're down to under 50 subs, which was a line in the sand I drew at one point as far as whether it would be worth it to dual stream or not. I am going to try to continue to dual stream. We just need to figure out what to do about Twitch. If you're on Twitch, if you enjoy watching me on Twitch, give me your suggestions. Sign up for the Discord and let me know what I can do to make this Twitch stream more worth supporting. I should probably go ahead and thank my Patreons now. It's a good time as any. So my Patreons help me keep the lights on, especially when things happen like the bottom falls out on Twitch. There's various levels. The first level is the base level. That's the $3 level, where you get early access, first run access to all of my videos in a unedited, uncensored format. So the long versions of the videos, right? And then the next level is the Fancy Weasel level, at which you get a fancy shout out. So let me go ahead and give those fancy shout outs now. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Moe Noape, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JR, and a fancy shout out to both Zerazerix and Omega Star, my two fancy weasels. So thank you, Patreon gang. Thank you, Thumb gang. Thank you, Throne gang. All of you together help me make this venture possible in the first place. So many thanks. Yeah, we will have to figure out what to do about Twitch. I may have to do a subathon. That's the way that you punish Twitch for not keeping those sub levels above 50 is by giving them more content. What a punishment, right? We'll have to do some kind of a subathon on.
Ask you about, and you know, you don't want to give crazy things too much oxygen, but you also have to knock things down that aren't true when they're gaining steam. And Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, she is standing by these crazy claims that the government can control.
So here we go, MTG. Let's go.
True, but as a scientist, can you help us understand why that is false? And I know it just sounds ridiculous for me to even ask the question, but help us out.
Well, it's false because of the size of it. The amount of energy in a storm like Milton is more than every military in the world put together at the same time. It's just, the expression is physically impossible. And this is intuitive, you know, as Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain, everybody talks about the weather, nobody does anything about it. But we have a chance to do something about it. And what's happened is here in the United States, we have created these gerrymandered congressional districts where people who do not win the popular vote, have fewer votes, are able to get elected. And by promulgating these extraordinary, this misinformation, they're able to get reelected, and it plays on people's grievances and frustrations. And I understand that, but we got to turn this around. It's going to take quite a while, but we've got to turn it around. It's in every
it plays on people's fucking paranoia.
And I remind people that when we're talking about disasters like this and the millions of people affected, the United States is the world's third most populous country. We have 1/3 billion people here. And so we have to work together to help each other out. This sounds intuitive, but it's a real
during
thing.
the break, during the break, Bill,
control the weather.
The government does not. I have to go, but during the break, you and I were talking about how, you know, we have ties to the D.C. area and everything. And what I know from growing up is that there are a lot of wonderful people who work in the government, and they just would not do things like that to harm their fellow Americans. But anyway,
I know what he's trying to say, but that's actually not helpful. the way that he delivers that, the fact that it's being delivered from CNN, like, I know that shit's gonna backfire. Right, and trust your government is not exactly the right message to be sending. The right message to be sending is, like, don't be a fucking paranoid asshole and believe shit that's obviously not true. For fuck's sake. For fuck's sake. Do not let Trump transfer his fucking paranoid narcissistic delusions onto you. For fuck's sake. That is the right thing to say. That is the right thing to say, instead of like, oh, but the government, they're really good people. I mean, I know a lot of people. These people would never send a killer hurricane to come get you. I don't know. It's just somehow the fact that you have to say that, the fact that you have to answer that, actually makes it. It's just like it.
I'll get off my soap.
For the people that are buying into this, that's not going to help. If CNN said the government are good people and they care about you. So yeah, I guess us right wingers, we will stop our conspiracy theories.
Go to a break, Bill. We'll stick to the science. Thanks.
You know what?
Honestly, you could have had him on a little bit longer.
Well, people talk about, speaking of science, people talk about what makes you happy, what makes you live a long life. And it's when you're contributing, when you're helping people out, so-called egalitarian and so on. And so people who work in the government, civil servants, what the other side refers to as the deep state, they do it not for the money.
Goddamn deep state.
It gives them satisfaction to make the world better. All right, back.
Exactly.
Everybody, please vote. If you know young people, please get out the vote. Let's do this. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks a lot.
And there we have it, Bill Nye. So yeah, I'm not sure what I'm doing tomorrow, right? I don't actually have content planned. We might try to do some kind of a subathon. Obviously, I'd be streaming on YouTube as well, at least during part of that. And then maybe do some Fallout New Vegas or something like that. I was really hoping to play the Metaphor Refantasio, but unfortunately that game is like $69. But yeah, thank you, mods. Thank you, Thumb Gang. Thank you, everybody who supports the stream. Thank you, Patreon. Thank you, Throne Gang. I'm gonna send some of you over to Peacefire Now on Twitch. Go check them out. Even if you're in on YouTube, if you fuck with Twitch at all, check out Peacefire Now. Good channel. Last time I was there, we're gonna send our raiders over to there. I will figure out what to do for tomorrow. I think there's a good chance that we'll do some kind of special thing for Twitch. So, and that'll also be me fixing all of the, stuff that I've been meaning to fix on Twitch. There we go. Get in that robot, and I'm raiding you on in now. And yeah, I'm gonna get to sleep as soon as I can. So hopefully I'll be on earlier, Chad. I'm supposed to be on at 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern. That hasn't happened in a long time. I just guess I keep on staying up too late. So I'm gonna resist the impulse to stay up extra late tonight. But thanks for supporting the stream, mods. Thank you for holding it down, especially in the short stream. I know that it's not easy sometimes, and I massively appreciate that. You. Join the Discord if you have not already. It's a great place to keep connected, to know when my streams are coming. I will always give you sort of like a notification in Discord, even if you don't end up getting them. Oh yeah, make sure to like and subscribe. Hit that bell so that you get notified on YouTube as well. Let me give you... the Discord link for anybody who hasn't joined already. Here you go, Discord. Nope, that's not it. I gave you the wrong link. God damn it, don't click that link. I don't actually know what happens if you click that link. Maybe nothing. Maybe nothing, but there's the Discord link if you have not already signed up. And it might take a while, it might take a second to get in. You just have to have our mods look over your account and give you the proper permissions and everything, and then you will see the entire Discord, because when you first come in, You won't see much at all. It'll look like there's very little there, but trust me, just go in and say something about yourself, and I or one of our lovely mods will let you into the Discord. Much love, everybody. I'm going to go to bed. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll have something special tomorrow. We'll make tomorrow